To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
While gaming for glory, they found a path that leads to a place where legends battle. Welcome to iQOO BMPS 2024, where I'm going to be a host and caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be Super Johnny once again, and we're back over here in 2024. I can only imagine how this one's going to pan out, considering 2023 was a banger.
Of course it was. And of course, we can't forget that night in Ahmedabad, right, when the 2023 season of the BGMI Pro Series came to an end. That beautiful evening in Eka Arena in Ahmedabad. But that was all in the past. I mean, we saw the legends being made that night. And this time, as you mentioned, we are going to see them fight it out.
Blind Esports, known as iQOO Seoul currently, they lifted that trophy in 2023. But once again, the stakes are up. Who's going to be the one to lift that trophy this time? But you cannot really forget the performance that Adi and his boys put up too. Team Insane, they had the most amount of chicken dinners throughout the entire league stage.
Exactly, and that is one of the reasons why every single time the Pro Series is around, it becomes special, because it's not just about the defending champions and the teams that were there in the past, but it's about the new team stepping into the battlefield as well. And even this time around, we have 128 invited teams that are going to start this tournament, so of course we are in for an epic journey.
A few teams from BGIS itself, a few teams from a few third-party tournaments. Everyone's over here accumulated the best of the best we could find in the entire Indian region, now over here to try and duke it out, just to find out who's going to be the champion of this BMPS 2024. So much on the line, but you know what? There's also so many questions that are currently going through. Now, probably a lot of the audience were not able to tune into the BMPS 2023, so I think we should give them a little bit of a recap now.
Of course, I mean, it's always nice to have a trip down the memory lane, and as Necro mentioned, we're going to have a look at the recap of BGMI Pro Series 2023 and the land finale that happened in...
इंडिया के इतिहास का ये है सबसे बड़ा अब तक का लैंड इवेंट तो कम ऑन एवरीवन मेक सम नॉइज
They have one single goal to become the champions. Let's talk about the prize pool, जो है 1 करोड़ रुपए.
the closing ceremony जहां पर हम celebrate करेंगे our amazing players and our amazing teams.
I can only imagine how 2024 is going to look like, my friend. But yeah, the 2023 moments were incredible. As I mentioned, Blind Esports lifting that trophy up. Team Insane not that far behind them. They're on the podium finish. But then there was another team who finished themselves on the second spot in the grand finals. It was Gladiator Esports. That team is still over here trying to make a run, but recently their days haven't been that great.
Exactly, and I think all of that happened after their win in the BGIS 2023. Yeah. They were able to lift the trophy over there, but from there on, out. It was a slight dip in performance once they entered the Pro Series, and after that, this year, 2024, it hasn't really gone their way. But with the Pro Series coming around, they have a few changes within their roster as well, and we are hoping to see them bounce back. But apart from that, I mean, what a beautiful sight that was, right? Crafton India Esports always pushing the boundaries of what esports means to the audience. And of course, I mean, it's no... we haven't hit the fact that me and Fixers, we have been in the esports circuits for a long time, and we've never gotten the opportunity to just look at the sky and see the fireworks go off. But, I mean, the fireworks are going to be this year as well.
Yeah, exactly, it will be. There was just like the cherry on top of the cake, right? The fireworks. But yeah, moving on forward, and even that's something that's going to be really important, is the prize pool of this 2024 BMPS. It will be 2 crore rupees. This time, it's bigger and better. Moving on towards the champion team, the team that managed to place themselves first in the grand finals will be getting 75 lakhs in their hands.
Of course, and not just the money, it's the trophy as well of the BMPS 2024. And of course, we always talk about the individual accolades as well. The iQOO MVP of the tournament walking away with 4 lakh rupees. We have the in-game leader walking away with 2 lakh rupees, the emerging star getting 1 lakh, and of course the fan favorite player as well walking away with 50,000.
Hey, someone's going to get something in their hands, right? Even the fan favorite player getting 50,000. For an individual player, that's a lot of money on the line, especially the iQOO MVP of the tournament. But not just that, even the Hero Extreme MVP of the final gets his hands on the Hero Extreme 160R 4V.
Yeah, it's an amazing bike. Oil and air-cooled engine, all the performance you can ask for. And of course, that's not the only bike that a player is going to receive. Hero Extreme survivor of the finals. He will walk away with the, or in fact, ride on the Hero Extreme 125R. Amazing things waiting for the teams and the players that make it to the finals, but it's a long journey that awaits us before we reach that stage.
Considering it is a long journey, there's still a lot of questions lingering around in my head, and I'm pretty sure also in the heads of the viewers. Let's move on to the BMPS 2024 format, where these teams will be duking it out for the prize pool of 2 crore rupees. Round 1 will be played from 15th till the moving on days, and we know in the round 1 we're going to have 128 teams.
Yeah. Exactly, and round 1, it's going to be quite intense. As you mentioned, 128 teams will be there, divided into 2 sets. One will be set red, other will be set blue. We are going to begin our journey with set blue matches, and of course, the teams will play that opening week of round 1. We're going to see 4 days of set blue, 4 days of set red. After that, a reshuffle will happen, and all the 128 invited teams will be again redivided into the 2 different sets. So round 1 will be the longest round of the tournament, and because of that, it will be the most gruesome.
And as you mentioned, these 128 teams will be divided in 2 sets, red and blue. Each set will be having 4 groups in them, and each group will consist 16 teams. These 16 teams will be duking it out for 6 matches for the first week, and after the first week, there will be a reshuffle based on the overall standings.
Of course, and after the reshuffle, again, the redivision will happen. 6 more matches will be played by both these 2 sets, and after those 12 games per team are done, the top 64 teams, based on the overall ranking, they progress to round 2, which begins on the 7th of September and goes on till the 10th.
Only 4 days in your hands to try and prove you are worth it to move on to the round 3. In round 2, things will be spiced up definitely, considering you are going to have 4 groups of 16 teams each, and these 4 groups will be duking it out for 6 matches in total. 48 teams from the overall standings, they will move on to the round 3.
Of course, round 2 has its own challenge. You're going to be playing less number of matches, but if you manage to make it to round 3, then things stabilize a bit. Round 3 starts from the 11th, goes on till the 14th, and of course, the 48 teams will be divided into 3 groups, 16 teams per group. 4 matches will be played by these groups over 2 days, and after those 2 days are done, guess what? Reshuffling will happen, and over the next 2 days, they're going to play 4 matches again. So in round 3, total of 8 matches will be played by the 48 teams that are there.
Hey, but then only 24 teams move into the semifinals of this iQOO BMPS 2024, which will be starting all the way from 15th till the 18th. Once again, 4 days will be there in your hands, and this time it's going to be double round-robin format. These teams will be divided into 3 groups, and each group will consist 8 teams.
Exactly, and the double round-robin format that you talked about, that is what will make things a little bit more intense once we are in the semi-finals. And of course, from these 24 teams, only the top 16 will get that honor of setting foot on that stage, LAN finale stage, the grand finals of the iQOO BMPS 2024.
The Grand Finals where it matters the most, and the Grand Finals will be played for 3 days, from 27th till the 29th. Top 16 teams from the Indian region to duke it out and find out who's the best one. 75 lakh rupees are on the line, and only one of them will be able to get their hands onto that, and all of that will be happening in Kochi, Kerala.
Of course, it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful venue as well. We are going to have 18 matches played over the next 3 days in the finals. And after those 3 days are done, we are going to witness, or in fact see, who the champion of this iQOO BMPS 2024 is going to be. But we have the point structure on our screens right now, and we have gotten used to this now. The winners of the game walking away with 10 points. Whoever finishes second walks away with 6. Finishing on the third will grant you 5 placement points. On the fourth, you get 4 placement points. And of course, 1 point for each finish inside of the game.
I mean, the points distribution is something that's going to matter the most. If you want to have a better standing in your hands, you need to follow this points distribution. And recently, this point distribution has really brought in that aggression that we all wanted to see. Today's match is on the screen. We're going to kick things off with Erangel as usual. The second match is going to be played on Miramar. The third one on Sandhawk. Vikendi once again back in action, and I'm loving it.
Exactly. I love the Vikendi map as well this time around. I mean, it's going to be exciting to witness how these 128 teams, in fact, once they start on their journey, what they bring to the table this time in Vikendi. And, of course, the new teams as well. We got to witness them in action yesterday while we were observing what they were up to. And, of course, a lot of firepower coming in from these new teams, a lot of surprising changes across the board in the big names as well. We've topped out a few, but I think we're going to witness the rest of them in action today.
Speaking about the firepower and the newer names, of course, the younger players, they are going to generate more firepower. They've got the boiling blood, right? And this is what we like to see. And considering even the points distribution is sort of favoring that aggression, you're going to love to see the first few stages of the game. You might see a little bit of that drop collision going on. And speaking of the drop collisions, some of these teams are facing off against each other for the first time. So that's definitely going to happen.
Exactly, but round one, I have to say, is a little bit more forgiving, especially the opening week, because the teams will also analyze each other. The teams in set red will try to observe what the rest of the groups in their particular set are doing, and of course, what the other set is playing like. But these are our predictions, and hey, our entire panel is on the same page. All of us think Global Esports is going to do well, including Fixtures.
G Fighting, my friend. These guys, they have been proving their mettle since the entire 2024. And it makes a lot of sense, right, why there's so many Global Esports over here. But then there's also 4M from Robin and Maisie. Now, that's an interesting pick right there.
Yeah, it is an interesting pick, and we have been seeing Maisie get his predictions right this time around. I mean, he's been predicting a lot of winners recently. So I think at least for round one, we can agree that 4M is definitely going to look quite solid. Sparrow, he's going to stick with us. Global Esports is his prediction, of course. And Ankybot, he's gone with 8-bit.
That's an interesting prediction, 8-bit. Looking at their performance from the past, they always do make it to the Grand Finals. But then when it matters the most, they end up choking things up. So hopefully that's not going to be the case this time around.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's not going to be the case, but these are predictions just for today, right? So I think at the end of the day, we're going to have to see if any one of us gets our predictions right, or if none of us get a prediction right. Because then again, I mean, we have 2 different groups that are going to compete today, and that means 32 different teams. We have, a grand total of 3 different teams between all of us decided. And it is going to be very exciting to see whether these 3 teams actually play well. And all of us went for quite established teams.
And first game is pretty much going to be all about testing the grounds, right? It's going to be testing the waters, knowing exactly what's going to be happening inside of the playing field, considering the first 3 games will be played by the Group 1, and then later on, Group 2 is going to be the one to come in the action. So this is where things will be really interesting, knowing what's going to be happening in the future, because considering you're facing off against some of these teams for the first time ever, and you've also got a few more better names this time. So I really want to see what these newer and better names they've got in check.
Of course, but talking about the names, we have the teams competing in the first match in front of us. We're going to start off with GodsReign, INS, Inspiration Esports, another big name returning to the table. Talking about the newer names, we have Team Snipy. That's going to be there, an interesting team we saw in action. And of course, Metal Esports. It's always fun and it's always interesting whenever Metal Esports is there as part of the mix. And as you were talking about 8-bit, I think same story fits for Metal as well. You can expect them to do well, but you never know. It's going to be that one unexpected slip up and then all of a sudden they're going to be eliminated.
I mean, look, at this point, all the big names, they went through a big roster shuffle.
Yeah.
And this is something that they need to understand and also know the fact that it will take a decent amount of time to readjust to each other. New teammates, that means, once again, you're pretty much trying to rebuild that synergy. Communication factor is also going to be quite a massive one.
Yeah, and talking about Medal and all of the changes that you were talking about, right? Communication is important within the team. Medal recently got a coach.
Ooh, so that might just be helping them a lot. But sometimes, considering a coach comes in with his own mindset and the players, they might just have a different mindset, so it can also be a mismatch, and that might just not work out. So let's see for Medal Esports how things are going to be in the future. There's always a different platter of colors, and it's up to you which color you want to choose for a better painting, right?
That is true. That is very true. And of course, as you mentioned, I mean, this mix, this addition to these teams, and of course, a few teams losing out on their key players is going to be very interesting. That is why week 1, it is all about observation. Not just for us, it's observation for the teams as well. As I was talking about it a few moments ago, teams will not just observe and watch for the teams that are in their set. They're going to have to watch the other set as well. Week 1 is all about preparation. And then when you move forward to week 2, still in round 1 though, the second half of round 1, after the reshuffle, that is when teams are going to start revealing their strategies or revealing what they've prepped for the rest of the competition.
Especially in the game 1, I'm really expecting a lot of these drop collisions, man. I'm not gonna
Yeah, true.
Considering no one knows what exactly is going to be happening. No one knows what the set drop location is going to be. Considering there's also been some major drop location changes. And not just that, even the roster changes. With that, they can also change the main rotation pathway. There's probably going to be a lot of these rotation clashes too.
Rotation clashes definitely are going to be a key point in terms of how the fights swing in the direction of one or the other team. But apart from that, I mean, once you have an additional player who provides that extra oomph in your firepower, you are going to look at the entire team fight, a 4v4, in a different way, because you have that one individual extra in your team that can handle his own position solo, and having that individual play, those individually skilled players that can clutch out wins in 1v2s, in 1v3s, or in fact take down at least 2 players even if they're stuck in a pickle, gives the advantage to your team to push forward, put in additional pressure. So all of these roster changes that we talk about, they are definitely going to have a big impact in the matches, but I think for day 1, I think everyone's going to take things a little bit slow, and I guess it is time for us to begin the action and head towards match 1.
As the plane flat path starts all the way from Sosnovka military base towards Lipovka, this plane flat path is tilted completely down south and a little bit on the right side. So if the teams want to move in towards Georgiapol, even Zarki, even Severny, that's going to be out of reach. If you want to move in towards Georgiapol, you will definitely need to go for a pit stop, and there's a high chance we might just see a pit stop collision too.
Oh, that can definitely happen. It's going to be interesting as well if it takes place in the very first game itself. But as you were talking about those drop clashes, Necro, look at that. 3 teams exiting the plane as soon as that button appears on their screens, and all of them, I feel, are going to head towards that Primos Ferry Pier shoreline. The best they can do is glide close to that Quarry Hill, but they can't really make it to Quarry. So anyone heading towards that northwestern quadrant, they're going to fight for vehicles along that shoreline road.
This is going to be interesting. As you mentioned, so many teams, a burst of teams taking an exit towards that Primorsk area. It's definitely going to be heavily contested. And then you've got Big Brother Esports moving down south towards military base. If Mogo Esports was playing over here, then that could have been a big drop collision. We all would have loved to witness, but INS is right next to them. For Big Brother Esports, they've got a lot to prove. As you mentioned, in 2023, this team performed pretty nice, but now in 2024, back with new players, this will be a tough pill to swallow, considering everything is on the line. They need to come up with better strategies. They need to come up with better communication this time.
And of course, I mean, Big Brothers, it is definitely going to be a big talking point for us as well, considering the team went through a rebuild, a complete rebuild. And all of the players that we saw in that 2023 era of Big Brothers are now gone. We are going to see those new faces. But what is K9 Esports up to? That is a wide 3-1 split, at least 1,000 meters between where MJ is and where Zap has landed.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at too. K9 Esports. Interesting split they've got. I'm not sure if this is gonna be working out for them or not. But Zap is way too far away from the pack and needs to try and reunite with the boys. Maybe K9 Esports, them as well, are trying to figure out how to exactly play in the game 1, considering they do not know how the land's going to look like. And even the planned flat path was a major MVP in that, right?
Yeah.
Just forming completely on the one side of the map, catching a lot of these teams off guard. Even that plays a big role.
But fortunately, what we were expecting to at Primorsk, an absolute bloodbath, that has not happened. All of the teams have walked away, evaded each other completely unscathed, and all 4 rosters have survived with all of their players intact. Quite surprising, to be honest.
It is quite surprising. You've also got Rush, if possible, moving towards Kamishki. They've taken their sweet little time, by the way, to rotate over there. They're still on their way towards Kamishki. They're going to get their hands on the basic loot and then probably try and go on a hunt. That's how Rush, if possible, likes to play. They are quite the aggressive bunch. While you move on towards K9 Esports, they like to think it through. They are much more of a tactical team. At least that's how they used to play in the past. I'm not sure what the game strat's going to be now, but a little bit of a collision towards military base. You've got INS up against Big Brothers and Tiger. He does sense some threat around the area.
And INS, of course, another big name. We have Rana, K47 in the team. Cyrus as well, but Aru, it seems like the parachutes were definitely spotted out by the players of Big Brothers, and now all they can do is just stand and wait to see where exactly the players of INS are positioned. Inspiration Esports, it's going to be interesting to see even what they are going to be up to, at least in this first game as well. I mean, we were expecting drop clashes, but we were also expecting them to turn into fights in the early stages, Necro.
Yeah,
that hasn't happened. It's just complete calm. Everyone, as we expected, or as we did not expect, just resisting to fight.
We all love to see chaos, right?
Yeah.
And this is definitely something that's catching us off guard. But maybe the gods are on a hunt. GodsReign, it's one of those teams that we know they like to prefer to stay on the aggressive side of things. And this time, they're moving away from their major drop location. That's Yasna Poliana. So probably they're on a hunt.
Exactly. I think this is an early hunt coming in from GodsReign, because a few moments ago, I did see them head towards that city of Yasna Poliana. It seems like they've gotten their basic loot in, evaded, and gotten themselves outside of the city, and now are looking for the teams just surrounding the periphery of Yasna Poliana. Considering we have a northeastern circle as well, this city can turn into a very major control point inside of the game in the next few minutes.
I was just trying to look up for some possible fights that might be happening. I thought even Sosnoka military base can be a part of that, but then Big Brother Esports, they've already ejected the terrain. They do not want to stay over there anymore. They've ran away from that spot. They want to try and take the peaceful ways, try and play for the end game probably. But hey, Hero is our mobility partner, and that Hero Extreme 125R, ooh, just looks nice.
Yeah, it does look nice. The performance as well. An absolute value for money. Beautiful bike. I want to see who that survivor is going to be at the end of the tournament, who walks away with that Hero Extreme 125R.
Exactly. Once again, heading back inside of the game. Vasista Esports, another team that has went through some changes. Drigger now back in the fray. Shadow is also over there. And from what I've heard, Drigger is also going to be the man to IGL this team. But then you've also got a man like Shadow. So what exactly is going on there?
It is going to be interesting to see how they make it work. Vasista Esports, I mean, even the previous iteration of the team was amazing. We got to see them in the BGIS 2024. Had a pretty decent run, and immediately after the tournament ended, they went through a rebuild, and now we are going to see new faces in action. But as you were talking about Drigger and Shadow, yeah, I mean, with just one player coming in, at least for the early stages, it might be viable for them to stick to the old IGL, have the new one in as a filter. And of course, Drigger, with the amount of experience he has, can definitely bring in some key inputs, but we're going to have to see where they end up at the end of the first week. On the other side, though, Big Brothers. How have they managed to avoid any conflict against the players of INS? Now, that is surprising.
That's what I spotted too, right? Big Brother Esports, they just found their merry way. They do not want to take the fight this early inside of the game. Probably playing for the end game. But K9 Esports is another one of those squads my eyes are going to be pinned on. This K9 Esports, I still remember in BGS 2024, they were quite promising. They moved up to quite the later stages, but unfortunately we did not really see them in the grand finals. But now K9 Esports, they have went through a little bit of that change as well. If this change is going to pan out in a good fashion, well, then that's really good. If this is not going to pan out well, then K9 Esports, once again, probably after this tournament, we'll see another shuffle.
And a few moments ago before the show began, me and Fixers were talking about MJ himself. I mean, experienced lad from back in the days, had a golden era a few years ago. And after that, I mean, it is going to be important for him as well to bring himself back on the same position. But K9 Esports, what had me worried for them, Necro, I'll be honest, was that initial 3-1 split that they had going for themselves. 3 players all the way towards Pochinki, 1 sticking around in Ferrypier.
Yeah.
And now, for some reason, all 4 of them have moved towards Ferrypier, but we'll come back to that in a bit, because we have, it seems like a fight breaking out. Dragon Esports looking to take on another squad that they've spotted out, but it's not going to be easy for them to pick apart the players of TMG Gaming. They already have cover available to them, and Dragon Esports on the other side are completely out in the open.
They back away. Evacuate that area. That's a good decision. And speaking about K9 Esports, once again, this entire team, right? Usually Pro and Zap, these 2 guys, they like to stick with each other.
Yeah.
But this is for the first time we're seeing these 2 dudes separated from each other. So this can either be a good thing or a bad thing as well. Considering these 2 guys, they're way too well versed with playing with each other. But now for the first time, they're playing for different banners. Let's see how this one pans out.
Oh, it's going to be interesting as well. As you mentioned, teammates, brothers, split apart, playing for different sides now, but quite calm these early stages of this opening match. First stage about to come to an end in about 35 seconds now. And we haven't seen a single fight, Necro, not even a single player getting picked off. Everyone being extremely cautious.
Quite a peaceful start, I'm not going to lie. It's not something I saw coming.
Me neither, man.
Considering it's just the game 1, I thought there will probably be some sort of drop collisions. But that's not the case. Everyone knows exactly where to drop.
To be fair, there were drop collisions. There were no drop fights.
I mean, that's one way to look at it, I guess.
Anyways, where do you think the next circle is going to take us?
Well, we'll find that out in a few seconds. There we go. It's going to center on up once again. You've got a big chunk of teams inside of the zone. RIP's right there too. You've also got Dragon around the fray. TMG's there as well. E4E. And then GodsReign. Right there in the Asana Poliana. GodsReign is a big red flag. You want to stay away from this team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have seen these lads get better and better with the more experience they get. And of course, being backed by a banner like GodsReign themselves, it gives you a lot of confidence. I want to talk about Rush if possible, though, Necro. We saw them taking that rotation quite early towards Talbot and Kamishki, but they've rotated down towards the western side of Yasnaya super early as well. That allows Vasista Esports, who are moving towards that Stalber Hill, complete control of that northern half of the circle.
Yeah. It indeed does. But I was also looking at a few teams that are still inside of the blue zone. And one of them is TS. TS all the way on the edge. There's also a potential collision coming through between 2 of the teams, UC as well, against 4CN. And I'm not sure if these 2 teams do want to duke it out against each other. There's one man who does seem like he's in a bit of a pickle. But you see, they probably just want to make it inside of the zone too.
They're trying to clear their own pathways, or at least find a path that helps them avoid the players of 4CN as well. But as you were talking about Team TS, Team Snipy, they're going to be closing in from the rear of UCN. They were on the same highway, which is the western roadways of Erangel. So there is a possibility of UC getting sandwiched from either sides, but 4CN, they move out, allowing the players of UC Gaming a little bit of freedom, a little bit of map control to work with, at least towards the hospital side. But Metal Esports again on our screens, they've moved out of Nova Repnoy super early, taking position towards prison and shelter. Although they have to be extremely cautious. Look at the radar. There's just a team waiting for them up ahead.
Still a few potential battles happening maybe in the future towards military base. There's INS against Big Brothers. And Big Brother Esports is actually kicking things off against Ronak, considering he's knocked out. There's a fight happening all the way down south. Even Vasista Esports spotting out a few teams rotating in the front. A couple of shots were taken, but nothing found just yet. Quite a slow game to start things off with.
Vasista against Inspiration Esports. Inspiration started the game from the city of Pochinki, moved up north, and they tried to take a fight against Vasista by stabbing them in the back, but Vasista have found the first pick, the first finish of the game, and they're going to look for a few more. Trigger, it seems like, knows where Chico is going to be, and he's going to try and hunt them down. The nade looks good. The shots from this S12K connect as well, and Trigger finds another frag for his team.
Nicely done by Vasista Esports. Any frag they get from here on out is just going to elevate their confidence even more in the game. Vasista Esports, with a snail pace approach, they're finally able to get some points in their hands. These 2 points will be big for their mental. GodsReign is still there around the front. They need to watch out from a team like GodsReign. They're the opportunistic ones, just waiting for the opportunity to pounce on the prey. If there's a third party, you will see GodsReign right there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how many points can they accumulate, because as we have been talking about them from the start of the match, they've been holding on to that city of Yasnaya Polyana for a long time now. And a lot of teams, especially the teams on the southern farms of Yasnaya, they're going to be the most vulnerable to the side of GodsReign. In the meanwhile, though, Dragon Esports, and in fact, Superboy from the side of Dragon Esports, he's standing on top of this hill, but my concern, Necro, is that he's all alone over here.
The crazy part is so many teams are tanking the damage from the blue.
Oh, that too.
There's Team Snipy, there's UC right there. You've also got K9 still towards Pochinki. Then you've got INS down south towards Norapnoi. Even Big Brother Esports is right there. Specifically speaking about the southern side, INS, they're down to a 3-man squad. Big Brother Esports, they've got the better of the boys.
Both the INS are down to down players.
Yeah.
Inspiration is down to 2 players, and INS, they are down to 3, as you mentioned. Although they are moving towards the side of Novorapnoi Bridge, which is completely empty. So they should be able to make their way towards shelter, at least, completely unscathed. No one blocking their way. I think Big Brother Esports, as you were talking about them as well, holding on to that military bridge. They are the ones who need to move out now.
Team Snipy really playing it as safe as possible. These guys are trying to avoid any sort of collision that they can. They do not want to be collided, even in the rotations. They're taking the rotation as long as possible. Tokyo, unfortunately.
Wow.
Oh. Need to work on those driving skills.
I mean, it's a Lamborghini. Difficult to drive, but as you were talking about the rotation, yeah. They're moving along the northern shorelines of the map at this time, moving closer towards the northern shoreline of the map. And they're going to stick to the roadways as well. So, looking to avoid any fight for as long as possible. But this has its own benefits, Necro. If they can manage to keep all 4 players alive up until stage 4, stage 5, that gives them the benefit of picking up a few extra finishes by that point. And of course, there are going to be a lot of teams that are going to be staggering with just like 1 player, 2 players remaining. They can pick up those stranglers along the way.
In a matter of a few seconds, the next zone's about to pop up on the screen. And this zone will also be super crucial as it takes another shift towards Yasnaya Polyana, and that's exactly what the Gods wanted. GodsReign now will have a chance to funnel in a few teams and funnel in a few points for themselves.
More than GodsReign rush if possible. They're going to be banging their heads thinking, why did we move out of Stalba so quickly? Having control of that hill right now would have given them such a big advantage, but that advantage can be taken away by the players of 4CN. They are looking to move towards that Stalba position, and if they get there, that hill, it is going to be such a massive turning point for them in this matchup. Vasista as well, I think, can get some sort of safety because I love the terrain, the way it is designed, the Stalba hill. It is a step ladder formation. There are these flat surfaces that you could utilize for soft covers and, in fact, to buy yourself some breathing space during intensive fights. But rush if possible, we were talking about them. Again, still wondering, why did we leave Stalba super early?
Ines is right there around the fray, too. You've got E4E as well moving in towards that same area. You've also got Metal Esports trying to move in from that same area, too. Metal Esports probably can get a little bit of that piece of the pie if they wanted. They do spot the players. And Top Dog is actually going for the shots. That's kind of crazy. I did not expect Top Dog to go for the shots like that, considering he's just going to be revealing his and his team's position. But now the opponents know that there's another team on the southern side they need to be wary of.
Yeah, too much distance over there just to commit the whole clip, but I think it was much more about chasing away the players of E4E.
INS, not good. Losing out on the individual players. Another blow handed out to them. Now it's all down to Atomic from that team. INS is taking some heavy blows upon themselves, and I'm not sure what can save the day for this team. Nothing's looking too good. Inspiration Esports. One last glimmer of hope in the first game, and if you're not able to have a good first game in your hands, this is definitely going to be affecting your mental quite a bit. K9 Esports pouncing on top of the players of 4CN. 4CN, they've got so many problems brewing for them. Backs against the wall, there's a few teams inside of the zone too, but K9 Esports is one of those teams that packs a lot of punch and experience. And already, they do kick things off in this fight as MJ finds the first man. And now it's taken down to a 3-on-4. 4CN in a big disadvantage.
And Sledge on that flank. That is a big casualty coming in from the side of 4CN. This fight could be the game-changing fight for both of these two teams. The high ground advantage from here on out can definitely grant them the opportunity to secure a lot of extra finishes moving forward. Both of them realizing it. Vishu, the nade exchange against the players of K9. Not really working out for him.
God,
and the slam
Vishu
over there gets them an important pick. K9 Esports down 2 players though. Aimbot and Belief picked off. 4CN, they've somehow figured out a way to neutralize the numbers, but it gets taken away from them. This is the last man standing.
Too overeager to pounce on top of the opportunity and just lost out on 2 players in return. And now this one man can have a chance to bring his team back to life. But he gets taken away from him. He zaps down the last man too. Believe is still alive, but the wall of death is moving up, and that's going to engulf Belief. K9 down to just 2-man squad, which is quite rough, but still they've gotten 4 finish points in their hands.
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough, especially if they take an early exit in this game, though. You have to be extremely cautious with how they move forward. Just play for placement. A top 5, a top 4 finish from here on out can definitely put them in a decent starting position, at least for the tournament. But switching things towards the players of INS, moving along that eastern shoreline. A few moments ago on the radar, we did notice the players from Dragon Esports on their rear, but with how quickly the players of INS are moving forward, I think they're going to come in contact with the players of Metal first. Here we go, shots being fired. Osiris, his vehicle.
I'm not a big fan
bit
of
of
this
damage.
rotation. Johnny, outside of the zone, all it takes is a few bullets, and even the zone's going to do its job. So Metal Esports is one of those teams that is quite the precise shooters. And here we go, the fight kicks off. Paradox finds one man lacking around. He instantly gets that point confirmed.
Absolutely no need to close in on the players of Metal Esports like this, and INS, they get punished as well. But as we were talking about a few moments ago, in fact, Necro, we saw that map, and Team TS, Team Snipy on that Stalber Hill, absolutely no one blocking their way, but if INS manage to make it to the top, then maybe Team Snipy are going to be in for some trouble.
Yeah, they will be screwed, that's for sure. Backlines will be super exposed, and Team Snipy getting stabbed from the back like that will be tough to deal with, especially when the opponents also have the high ground advantage, right?
Yeah.
And your back's quite exposed. Even there's E4E, there's also Metal Esports on the sidelines, and these teams will try to pounce on the third party. So that will be another crucial point that needs to be noticed. And speaking of the zone itself, right now Vasista Esports is in the smack center. They're doing really good for themselves. While K9 squad on the left lines, you've also got 4 Kings slowly and steadily moving in towards the zone.
The only problem for Vasista right now can be the fact that there's not a lot of cover available for them. So if there are at least 2 teams eyeing out for their position, Vasista, it's going to be very difficult to survive that sort of pressure. But Metal Esports going for the players of I4I. A nade was lobbed by Top Dog, but did not really manage to catch anyone. And I4I, they managed to evade and escape from this fight. But wait, what is going on over here? Wiz from the side of UC Gaming gets caught off guard. And Big Brothers, they make quick work of him. Point secured or point taken away.
But even Devil gets confirmed from Big Brother Esports as Toxic hits the deck. Big Brother is now taken down to a 2-man squad, but Tiger's way too far away. And speaking of Tiger, this man is squad insane too. In the past, he's pulled off some incredible clutches against some great banners. Tiger can make it happen, but he does not need to take the fight, because right now the main priority should be to make it inside of the zone, and that's what Big Brother Esports is trying to look forward to.
And both of these teams, UC Gaming and Big Brothers, neither of them is in a position to make it all the way towards Yasnaya. A few moments ago, while Big Brothers were taking the fight against the players of UC Gaming, we did notice a third party coming in from the players of GodsReign as well, so they are eyeing out for those southern Yasnaya fields as well. It's going to be extremely difficult. Look at this. Viper Bolte, he's moving forward in that buggy. Shots fired from the players of GodsReign in the back. Damage dished out, but he still managed to survive for a few extra seconds, and finally he gets knocked out, but this is a knock coming in from the players of TMG. Skeleton was the man who found that knock for his team.
GodsReign from the top, constantly showering down bullets. Even Big Brother Esports, they try to pull off the miraculous rotation, but they get caught off guard. The next zone's going to take another curveballing shift down south. It catches every single team on the northern side off guard. Even Vasista Esports is taking a lot of damage upon themselves, while Metal Esports too, they're facing a few casualty. Top Dog was knocked out. He might just be back up on his feet soon enough, but Metal Esports, their grounds are surrounded.
Oh, a lot of eliminations taking place right here, right now. Metal Esports under a lot of pressure as well. Look at the radar. Surrounded from every single direction, backs against the blue. You have team to the left, team to the right, team down south as well. And Paradox, he's going to be the first man to get knocked out. The other two players still left standing, but they're quite close to the players of INS. Sahil OP, look at him. He's trying to close in, go for a revive onto Paradox, but the moment he gets there,
oh
it's gonna be trouble.
Metal Esports. As we mentioned, the grounds are quite surrounded. Encore needs to pull off a miraculous play over here. He's the only one who can save the day for his team. If he shuts down INS right over here, things can be better. But Osiris is constantly tossing those nades right next to Ghosty. And I don't think so this barrage is going to be stopping anytime soon. Scopes in, trying to find a few more players to Metal Esports. Shots were taken randomly just to find a connection, but nothing's found just yet. Utilities are being tossed all across the board. They're burning through a lot of utils.
Oh, they're going to try and run away, INS. But Metal Esports, by the way, they have recovered. So Sahil OP did fall back to go for a revive onto their star player, Paradox. They managed to bring him back. There he is. And Metal Esports, they show up to get some revenge against the players of INS. But now it's just a position swap that has taken place between them and their former opponents. INS, though, somewhere else on the map, still finding points. MJ from the side of K9 Esports picked off.
Yeah.
But Ghosty has taken a lot of damage, and Osiris under heavy fire as well. Metal Esports are going to find or look for that first opening. Failed to find so. Ghosty finds two. And this is going to be big for the players of INS. Metal, they're down to their last man.
This is absolute desperation from Metal Esports, but even INS, their backs are quite exposed. They can't really do a lot in this situation. The only good friends they have right now are the smokes, but even they have ran out of every single smoke they had in the backpack. They can't toss anymore. Osiris trapped. One single man from INS. Metal Esports' players are just lingering around the fray. As Metal Esports, they have been eliminated from the game. And even Rush, if possible, they take an exit from the game too. Too many teams getting eliminated from the same time. Now it's a burst of actions.
Yeah, it is definitely a burst of action, but as we were talking about them from the start of the match, Necro, the gods, still reigning supreme. We know that Northeastern Circle is their specialty. They're working towards a win in this very first game itself, but Vasista Esports close to being eliminated, and there they go. Eye for eye. Well, they're going to try and trade points for points this time. 4 points secured. Now looking to see if they can eliminate the players from 4King Esports. Godless is going to be the first man knocked out. Just one last man remaining.
Oh. Sev from Eye for Eye. Even he realizes the fact that his backs are against the wall. He can't really make a lot of risky moves just yet. 4King screwed as well. There's one man separated from the man who's knocked out. And even the grounds are being constantly spammed. Ninja just wants to find that one single hit marker. But every single team that's currently outside of the zone, they can't really make it in the zone without taking any fights. They need to go for a proper collision here.
Yeah. Or you can do what GodsReign are doing, because look at them on the radar. They have let everyone else move up front before them. And now they are just going to shoot at all of those exposed backs. In the meanwhile, Dragon Esports, 5 points have been secured in this match already. They made it to the top 5. And they have the players from the side of Inertia Esports right in the middle of their crosshairs, looking to put some additional pressure on a team that's already stuck in a corner.
Dragon Esports has always been one of those teams known for their aggression. They like to take the fights. But this time it's GodsReign with the aggressive face as they strike down one of the men from Eye for Eye. Demigod gets knocked out, but even GodsReign, they're facing few troubles themselves. Another man closes on up towards Phantom. Now the man's in a whole world of trouble, as Ninja's doing some significant amount of damage, and even Phantom gets knocked out. iQOO might just be able to get the revival on the fallen player, but GodsReign, right now, they're the center of attraction.
Yeah, they need to bring those numbers back if they want to win the game and if they want to have a brilliant start of their journey of this Pro Series 2024. But one team standing in the way, it's going to be TMG, who have been left bleeding. Devil picked off. Venom is getting a revive in the back lines. On the other side, though, Dragon Esports, they get pushed upon by the players of Inertia, and an even trade from either sides. Dragon Esports, they're down to the last man. Duora OP. It's exactly where he needs to lob that nade, but the distance, is it going to be right?
This was one of the most weirdest game of Erangels I've witnessed so far.
Yeah.
Started off in such a peaceful way, and then later on, the action bursted off in such a way that it's tough to keep track of what's going on the field. So many teams got eliminated within the span of 1 single minute.
Yeah.
And now we're taken down to 8 teams, and now look at this. We've only got the top 3 teams left alive, from which one of them is GodsReign. And if GodsReign survive for a few more longer moments, they're probably going to be the one to come through victorious. They have been put themselves in these type of situations time and time in the past. They can't come through victorious.
Oh, Venom. He was almost done putting on those heels, but the nade landing right next to him at the perfect time, and he gets knocked out. GodsReign, they are left bleeding. 2 players, iQOO and Phantom. It's down to them. Phantom going for a revive. The blue zone right next to them as well.
Yeah.
So going to try and avoid some damage. How much utility do they have? One last smoke, it's been lobbed out. He has 1 nade left, gets a little bit of a refill from his teammate.
Phantom realizes one thing, it's better to just give up on that fallen player. He can't really go for the revival anymore. Backs against the wall of death is constantly shrinking. INT. Oppo is all the way in the back. And he's also taking heavy amount of damage from the blue. He does move out. And with that, he also exposes his position. But look at TMG. They're getting picked off from both the different sides. It's INT from the right, and from the front, it's GodsReign. And now, it's the final 2 teams left alive. First game almost on the verge of being concluded.
And it's going to be interesting how this comes to an end. It's a 3v3 situation. Inertia versus GodsReign. Slowly, they are inching closer. iQOO leading the charge for the side of GodsReign, and over FTW for the side of Inertia, and it's going to be Over who finds that first pick. iQOO knocked out, down to Venom and Phantom we go.
A 2-on-3, GodsReign with the man disadvantage. Even INT is playing this one quite safe and sound. Not really making any sort of desperate moves just yet. It's the guessing game at this point. Guess where the snakes are lying around. Maybe Phantom has revealed his position with this move. He probably has to. But Phantom does not have any other choice because he knows his team's on the man disadvantage. He needs to go for a big play like that. And even Venom now reveals himself with that reposition. And Venom somehow strikes down the last remaining player too. GodsReign, they're the one to come out on top. And I mentioned this, they have been put themselves in these type of situations over and over again in the past. If GodsReign survive for any more moments, they will be the one to secure this chicken dinner.
Exactly. I mean, from the start of the game as well, as soon as we saw that Yasnaya circle, I think we knew that GodsReign would do well.
Yeah.
But then again, during the later stages, things got extremely chaotic, and yet keeping all of their players alive up until there were like top 5 teams remaining, I think that was the most important thing. But more than that, that final 3v3, how it played out, and especially how iQOO and Phantom played it out, it was impressive.
All he can say is experience rules this time. And GodsReign, they proved why experience matters so much, right? INT, they were doing all right. Let's be honest. It's not like they were doing anything wrong. They had the split right. They were doing it quite nicely too. But then GodsReign just knew exactly what to do in these type of scenarios.
Yeah, and Venom and Phantom over there, the last 2v2 collision as well was very impressive. The first knock comes in, Venom becomes the distraction, he runs behind cover, and as soon as the players of Inertia Esports try to take him out, Phantom chimes in from the flank. You can't really shoot at my body without going through me. Gets one more player from the side of Inertia and brings it down to 2v1 in the favor of GodsReign. But apart from them, I think a lot of interesting moves being made in this match, especially I4I played very decent. I mean, that control of the Stalber Hill and with how they were pushing for the fights, that was very nice.
They were definitely trying to be the alphas, right? They were definitely trying to dominate the field. But then you cannot really ignore the fact that Vasista Esports had a lot of advantage too. they completely messed up because the backs were quite exposed.
That is what I was about to say. Yes, Vasista did have the advantage, but they kind of threw the game as well.
Yeah, they did. Backs were quite exposed from the back. There were I4I also moving in. Even Metal Esports was right there. Even K9 Esports tried to move in from the same time. But looking at the winner-winner chicken dinner moment, you had the top 3 teams alive. TMG, they could not stand a chance because it was also INT and GodsReign themselves tossing those constant utilities. TMG were completely gassed out and spotted in the final few moments. But then here comes the winning play. Venom finds that strike, and then later on knew exactly where the remaining players are positioned to.
Yeah, and exactly. I think information in those final moments is always going to be key, and it will be the most critical thing that decides who wins the game. And GodsReign, they did not have information, but they were able to flush out the players from the side of Inertia Esports quite easily, just baiting them into pulling their triggers and figuring out where they were hiding. That allowed them the opportunity because Phantom, he was hiding behind that haystack for a very long time. Initially, he was looking to shut down the players from the side of TMG with those nades, which he did. And then when it came time for them to deal with the players of Inertia Esports, he had to just wait.
And speaking of some of the most impressive rotations too, K9 Esports, man, they started all the way from the Fair Pier side. They moved in towards the Stalber Hill. It was quite a flawless rotation.
Yeah, it was a flawless rotation, but they did not start from Ferry Pier. First, they went to Pochinki. Then they came back to Ferry Pier, and then they went back into the circle. So it's very difficult to make sense of what they were actually doing. But hey, they were able to pick up a decent number of points from this game, I think.
Hey, but let's be honest, it was just the game 1, right? A lot of these teams are trying to test the waters. Even Team Snipy, I'm not sure what they were trying to do. They were lost half of the times.
Yeah.
They moved all the way from that George Pool Bridge. They tried to move in from the northern side. They instantly got caught off guard. But this is what the big letdown of a passive playstyle is. You are trying to go for the finishing blow. You are trying to go for the chicken dinner. But if you're not able to get that chicken dinner, you instantly come down to the latter half of the board.
But look at this. It is going to be a combination of both finish points and placement points that put GodsReign in a very, very amazing starting position. 20 points from this very first game of the day. Then we have Inertia Esports on the second with 13. TMG on the third with 10. Dragon Esports on the fourth with 10 points as well. E4E, they did quite decent. 9 points in total. 6 for finishes, 3 per placement. And as you were talking about K9 Esports, Necro, they're on that 6th position. Just 1 placement point. So they were taken out quite early, but they were very aggressive and they did secure 6 finishes.
Yeah, 7 points in total. I would say that's not bad. That's a great start for the day, right? Moving on towards the latter half of the board. Here's my exact point. Look at Team Snipy. They were there surviving for such a long time in the game. They went for such a long rotation, but not taking any sort of fights and just going for that winning blow is something that's not going to secure you the trophy, man.
I'm surprised with INS, to be honest. I mean, INS, I had so much expectations from this team. It's a big name that has existed in the circuit for a long time. Of course, we have K47 returning for this team. We have Ronak, a legend in his own right, returning, and he is playing in this lineup as well. We saw him in action, but unfortunately they weren't really able to do anything in this game. Although they had the intention of picking a fight early, and Big Brothers denied them that opportunity. So I don't know, maybe it was the mid-game adjustment that did not really work out for INS, but with 2 more games to go, let's see what they can bring.
Not just that, even Rush if possible, Mizoram.
Yes.
This is another one of those teams we expected to see a banger of a game.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that's not the case. Rush if possible started off quite slow. Later on, found themselves in quite a big cluster of a team. Let's be honest, right? So many teams were playing it way too passive. That's the main reason why the action was so random.
Yeah, it was. But I think that, as I said, there are a few more matches remaining at least for these teams. And again, they are going to need a little bit of time to reset. But ladies and gentlemen, before we do that, before we move to the next game, we're going to take a short break. Here we go.
My baby on the side. I move around with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Chicka, 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 slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
My
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. This is Super Johnny. It seems like with the change in the map, there's going to be a change on the panel as well. We have Mr. Fixes joining us. Fixes, how are you doing? An amazing start of the day, I hope, for you as well.
Yeah, super excited, and I was actually elated to see how the game number one really turned out to be, because we have a lot of those professional teams along with certain teams that have come in from the pro scrimmages lately happening across the third-party tournaments. And I must say, there were certain teams that really impressed me. We've seen the likes of TMG, Inertia, and the previous BGIS carrying on this momentum. But for GodsReign, it was a GodsReign game, right?
Yeah, they made it look like a walk in the park, or in fact a walk outside of Yasnaya Poliana, which GodsReign have been calling their home for a long time. But me and Necro, before we went on to the break, we were talking about which teams were a little bit of a letdown, at least in game one. For me and Necro, I think both of us felt Vasista Esports, we expected a lot from them, and they weren't really able to live up to those expectations, at least for the first game. Is there a name for you as well, or are you still keeping your jury out?
Yeah, I think I kind of expected a little bit more from K9 Esports, to be honest, especially with the latest additions they've made into the roster. Getting in Aimbot over there, one of the very promising prodigies we've been seeing. He's been making a lot of those noise, and today, yeah, he tried, he delivered, but again, getting those two casualties early on really hurt their endeavors.
I mean, but they still did walk away with 7 points. Now, if they can convert game number 2, that is going to be impressive for them. But again, we have the list of the 16 teams that are going to be taking part in this game number 2 as well. The map of Miramar. And again, I want to know any outlying performance that caught your attention in this particular game.
I think it was all about GodsReign trying to understand how the situation works, right? Because ideally, it was a Dragon Esports circle. They had the majority of it, but GodsReign let everybody fight. And the moment they saw that this is the perfect time for us to make an entry, despite even being outnumbered by the opposition, those final fight situations where they kind of position their players in two different places, that is how they won the game. That is where experience really came into play.
Exactly, and if you want to talk about your experience using your devices, ladies and gentlemen, that is where we have the official partners of this iQOO BMPS 2024, the iQOO Z9S series. It's going to be out tomorrow, so do make sure you go ahead and check it out on Amazon. An amazing device, I have to say.
Definitely. All you need to just Google iQOO Z9S, and you've chance to win prizes worth 50,000 rupees. And definitely one of the best phones in the segment. So much juiced up inside that device. But, you know, now getting back into the game and talking about how Miramar is going to pan out. I think the first day has always been about testing the waters, right? All these teams, we can see it's quite obvious they're playing slow, and you could see at least majority, or maybe 50 to 60% of the teams, they're all playing from the edges. And one of those reasons why we could understand was from the northern sides, you had that hilly areas, you've got that topography advantage for you. Hence, so many of those teams decided to take those late rotations, and that is how the fights commence. What we were not really prepared for, however, was that circle shift towards that eastern side, and that is where everybody was out in the open.
I got super hyped when I was expecting, all right, finally we get to see a Stalber Hill endgame, but then again, it just shifted to the eastern open field. And that was something that was kind of unexpected, and I think it did catch a lot of those teams off guard. Metal Esports was caught off guard because of that. Vasista fell casualty to that. I4I, they were holding on to that Northern Hill, Stalber Hill as well. But one of the first big teams, not first big teams, one of the first names to fall to that eastern shift was Team Snipy. They took early control of that Stalber Hill, but as soon as Vasista came knocking on their doors, they just fell apart.
I think it was all about that pressure, and they kind of crumbled down to it because it's their first time playing in such a big tournament and coming in. This is where the jitters really showed up for us, and they could not really respond back to that situation. You could see that the synergy was somewhere missing, but hey, it's still the first game. You never know, because in game number 2, maybe Miramar could be their map.
Yeah, I mean, it's just game one that has gone out of their hands. They still have a lot more opportunities to go. Not just in this opening week, but round one, as we've talked about it, there is a reshuffle that will happen, and after that, they will have more matches to play. So the opportunity is still there. It's all about being consistent and somehow figuring out a way to land in the top 64.
Yeah, I think that's the goal, right? And whilst the format video explainer was going on, this is where you talked about round one being the most toughest, because this is where we slice off 50% of the competition. And the best part about the BMPS is that you do not have those leeways, right? Every single time you've got that sword of elimination on your heads. However, you've been given ample opportunities to try and test your mettle and prove that you're the best. So the idea for round one is to try and gain as many points as possible. You'll be playing those first 6 games, try to kind of cross that 60 to 70 marker, try to have an average of around 8 to 9 points every single game, and I'm pretty sure you're good to go.
All right, we have been talking about that first game. Before we head into the second game of the day, I want to ask you this. Very early on that map of Erangel, we saw that 4-team cluster head towards Ferrypier and Primosk. Why did none of them fight each other, Fixes? What happened there?
See, honestly, everybody had their set drop locations, and once the groups were announced, they'd done all the research, and the homework was there. You know, when you talk about the likes of K9, right, you've got Believe leading the pack, and he was a former member of Orangutan. This is where you could see those similarities between how they've been trying to play their splits like Orangutan did whilst they were playing under Ash. So that was there, and you could see some other teams, you know, they have also been dropping down there. They know how to gauge that situation. They know how to play around that. And again, it's the first day. Did not want to start off with a bad game. I really feel like that was the way to go, because this is what we're going to expect from a lot of these teams. You know, those late fights are what we're going to be looking at.
But that actually does explain a lot about why that early 3-1 split was there from the side of K9 Esports. And apart from that, I hope that the research that you're talking about, it leads to a few early fights, because what's the point of knowing where people are going when you're not going to go there and fight them?
I mean, this is going to happen someday or the other, because we, like you said, right, we have a little bit of that reshuffle, but I think it is time, Johnny.
Yeah, it is time to step into game number 2. The map of Miramar will be on our screens in the next few seconds. And again, it is going to be exciting to see which teams walk away with the win. Here we go. The plane, it is there in the skies, and it seems like we're going to start off with a southern flight path, Fixes, this time starting from Porto Palacio. And with how it is angled, I think it's going to go towards Ladriela.
Oh my God, it's going to be such a tough stretch for a lot of those teams heading up straight, maybe towards Hacienda or even towards El Pozo, El Azahar, that northern stretch. It's going to be such a task. But for all these teams, you know, they head back once again. Again, my favorites would be GodsReign, because, you know, they have been a cut apart. They have been delivering every single time. And during the league stages, they feel quite comfortable. However, Vasista Esports. Now, this is one of those teams that, you know, Necro and you were talking about a lot, with Trigger being the latest addition to the roster. I think it all kind of pans out, because, you know, you've got Vades as their coach, who was once part of Orangutan. And he's been, you know, coaching, mentoring Trigger for a long time. I think a perfect addition to this lineup.
Yeah, man, my apologies. I did mention Amit joining Medal, but forgot about Wades in Vasista Esports. And of course, so Fixes, now the question is, and even me and Necro were having a discussion about it, who goes as the IGL, Trigger or Shadow?
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. It's Shadow. I do not know where he gets his news from. But yeah, of course, Shadow has always been one of those IGLs. We've seen in the recent tournaments, he's been the one controlling and you know, handling the helm of this particular roster. Again, this is one of those rosters, Johnny, that has a lot of promise.
Yeah.
But whenever it comes down to delivering, they have failed. However, a quick collision against the players of I4I. Vasista Esports did not have the best of starts in game number 1, certainly looking towards redeeming themselves.
I think for the side of Vasista Esports, this is not a team. It's like a battering ram. So it's better if they take fights early. A lot of experience, a lot of firepower. You look at Wixky, Apollo. This team is meant for those early fights. But talking about the early fights, we have UC Gaming going up against the players of GodsReign. And the Gods, they've been left bleeding. Venom picked off.
You know, this is unbelievable stuff. And this is what I talked about, when a lot of those teams are going to have such a tough time getting down to their drop locations now. Team UC, another one of those recent new names that has really shown up in the recent third-party tournaments. And Yash, he gets the first pick. And now GodsReign, got to see what sort of loadouts do they have on them. Because I can barely see those pistols, those PP Bisons, and now they seem surrounded.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the side of GodsReign, the winners of the previous game. It seems like going to be the first ones to be eliminated on the map of Miramar. The UC Gaming, they have to be extremely careful with how they play this out as well. Make a lot of commotion in the early stages. They're going to have to deal with the vultures that fall in place, start circling their surroundings. But i4i finally put under pressure. Vasista go charging forward. First knock secured. In fact, 3 players down from the side of Vasista. It's down to Whiskey. And he has that Uzi to work with, but i4i, massive advantage in this fight. And I think it's all going to be said and done. i4i will be standing up top, the crates of Vasista Esports.
Yeah, still outnumbered Vasista Esports, but they have Whiskey. He's been one of those hopes that always kind of keep things running for them. But Demigod really low on his HP and almost out of ammunition. At this point, Whiskey out of options, and there you go, Vasista Esports again being shredded apart. And this time, i4i ensuring they make no mistakes. However, losing out on Hunter, but still with those 2 finishes to his name. I think i4i, a decent start for them nonetheless, especially when you're talking about getting those average numbers.
Yeah.
Right, 8 to 9 points, 1 more squad wipe, and they're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing quite decent for themselves, and this time it was handed to them on a silver platter. Also, which I'm so happy that some things never change. The Uzi, it's been deadly since ages at point blank range, and Vasista Esports, they are reminded of that.
And, you know, in those situations, it's all about getting whatever weapon you have to work around with, because ideally all of these teams wanted to get down to their designated drop locations. And when you do not have the best of armors, yes, Uzi is definitely a terrifying weapon. And I think what i4i did was a testament of that. But coming back to this particular fight once again, I really feel like Team UC has got a really good grip, considering the fact that how they've surrounded the players of GodsReign. But, you know, you cannot rule them out. GodsReign, they were outnumbered even in the previous game, but they outsmarted their opposition. Now, this is where Wiz might be making a small mistake. If he shows up, if his body is displayed, he might get taken down, and that is going to be quite concerning. But for GodsReign, it's all about trying to retrieve as many weapons as possible from Team UC.
Well, let's see, though. Will they succeed? It's a 3v4 situation, and UC Gaming, they're going to look to push forward. Maverick leading the charge now. And they have decent weapons to run into this close quarter combats. The UMP can work out in their favor as well. Oh, the sort of shotgun, the second ray on Viper Bolte. So I would say a decent loadout for an early indoor fight. That's the second knock. They have brought it down, the fight completely in their favor. It's a 2v4 now. Finally, Viper Bolte, the first trade coming in from the side of GodsReign. A little bit of breathing room to work with, but Altu needs to be careful. Run around the corner a little too quickly and get it baited, and that is exactly what happens. Although Phantom now the last survivor. No armor, no helmet. He's trying to run for his life, climbs up on top of the roof and gets shot down like a bird.
And that's going to hurt GodsReign, especially considering how good game number 1 was. Getting those 20 points, but still, nothing to really sulk at, especially considering you've got 20 points, you've been averaging around 10 per game. But for UC, I think they really capitalized on that situation. They knew that the boys from GodsReign, they were cornered. All they had to do was just get in, because they were kind of limited to that one compound and did not have the best of loadouts. But despite that, Johnny, did you notice Phantom still managed to pop one head out with his Winchester?
Yeah, I mean, it's always wonderful. We saw 2 players armed with Winchesters in this early stage, and both of them actually did quite well, but I'm happy to see Winchester whenever it's used, although...
Look at this phone.
Yeah, the phone is amazing. Segment's fastest phone with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. 2000 hertz of instant touch sampling rate. That is impressive.
And the vegan leather, the orange finish.
Oh, wow.
That's quite sexy as well.
Can we take these?
I mean, sure, why not? Once it launches out, I'm pretty sure I know what to add to my cart. But for now, rush if possible, Mizo. Gauging this situation, they've spotted out the players of Team Inertia. Hydra out in the open, and rush if possible, Mizo. We know they've had a really good run in the BGIS. However, a little bit of those changes in their roster. They've added in Rolfo. But for now, this is Team INS. Now, we know Chico, OP, definitely one of those players to look out for, and even the likes of Rolex. And they had a beautiful run during the semis. Fortunately, wanted to see them in the grand finals, but maybe this time in Kochi.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be exciting to see them in Kochi. But INS, they're going to have a long journey ahead of them as well. Not an easy one, especially in this game. Their position is surrounded from every single direction, although they have some breathing room to work with. But a little bit of a recap, ladies and gentlemen, of that early fight. As we saw, eye for eye up against Vasista.
You could see how they were formed, right? It was a 3-1 split for Vasista Esports. The key player had to be Shadow. The moment he got knocked out, I think Eye for Eye knew exactly what to do. And especially when you do not have the best of loadouts. And this was pretty straightforward, right? For UC, they knew that it was all about that holding game.
Yeah.
Them understanding that the more they delay this fight, it's going to hurt them. Because they also need to go down and loot. And they already had their enemies cornered. And this is how GodsReign, I mean, not the best of starts. And has to go down to the flight path trajectory, really hurting them out. But when we take a look at the circle, I mean, it's pretty much a defaulty Chumasera zone. You already have the players of K9 having a good control. Again, you see those similarities of Belief coming in, taking inspiration from Ash, dropping down there. They know how the rotation works. And it's all about execution for K9. But for Team Medal, one thing I really wanted to point out is Paradox. Did you notice this IGL is bragging the highest number of finishes for his team?
Yeah, I think 4 eliminations in the previous game, right? And Paradox has always been impressive. Not just now, but I think throughout his career. I've been seeing this man in action for years now, and he's never had a bad day.
It's not just... no, I kind of have to, have a different opinion on this, because when you look at Paradox in the past, and this is what the community always complained about, right? Paradox being a little bit too defensive in terms of his own firepower. He's been one of those IGLs who still lives in the past, and this time, I think he's been wounded, especially after that fall in the BGIS.
Yeah.
They've made some new changes to their roster. They've gotten in Sahil OP, and even the likes of, I think there's this new young lad from Enigma they've gotten, and they're looking quite dandy.
Yeah, but hey man, I'm gonna, since you, our opinions do not match, right? And he was saying he was defensive in his own firepower. I have 3 reasons for that. It were his past 3 teammates who started his career with. With those 3 lads around, Vexy is making a comeback this season as well.
Yeah.
And MJ used to be there. With players like them around you, why do you need to shoot? Let them do all the work.
We're getting old, right?
Yeah.
A lot of things have changed, but one thing hasn't for sure. Paradox and Encore being that duo.
Yeah.
And this time, again, getting Top Dog back into the roster, and certainly going to help them out. And especially having those 2 new additions, Infinity and Sahil OP. So they've gone for a little bit of that revamp. In fact, quite a lot of revamp, getting a new coach. You've got Amit coming in. This is something that you guys were touching upon. And would love to see how he can further enhance this squad. But for Team K9, this is one of those teams even Necro was talking all about. But right from the start, they've lost out on their IGL belief. Now this is going to be quite concerning.
And this is where MJ and Aimbot come into play. If these lads can secure those elimination points in this particular match, I think K9 Esports can definitely look to push themselves forward going into that game number 3. But it will not be easy at all. I mean, look at the radar. There's another squad lurking quite close to them. It's the players from INS.
There's so much of those shuffles going on, Johnny.
Yeah.
My eyes were searching out for Pro. If you remember in the BMPS, he was one of the star players. Used to play from Nadex Officials, then had his small stint at OR Esports. And then Zap and Pro decided to join hands in K9.
Yeah.
And now he's parted ways from the roster. They've made certain new additions. You've got the likes of MJ coming in from GT, and you also have Aimbot. Now, this is a roster that looks very heavy, very stacked up in terms of firepower. I think it's all about trying to have that synergy built up. And once that's there, I think this is one of those teams to be reckoned with.
I mean, definitely. I mean, these players are extremely talented. As you were talking about Zap, me and Necro were also having this discussion that Zap and Pro, when we saw them in the previous era, it was the deadly dynamic duo that everyone used to fear. But since then, since the change that has happened, it's going to be interesting to see how Zap does with the new players that are now next to him. Pika from the side of 4King Esports. And They are going for a spray on team just passing by, but TMG, they managed to evade getting knocked out and move along their merry way. They found a little bit of a safe haven for themselves, absolutely in the middle of nowhere. But that is sometimes what works best on Miramar.
Now that you mentioned about Zap, now this is one of the recent conversations I had with Admino. I asked who, according to you, you've seen a lot of those players, who's the next big thing and who could be? And he had talked about Zap. You know, says that he's a mechanically gifted player and definitely one to eye out for. But again, going back to the conversation about Zap being one of those duos along with Pro, yeah, it's going to be a little gutting. But you remember Zap from the times of WSB, right?
Yeah.
Such a promising player. He's delivered whenever it matters. But look at this again. Now, this is a bunch of misfits put together. You've got Ronak. A lot of those legacy players making a comeback this time around. You've got Ghosty coming in from Marcos. And then there was a phase where he barely had any team to play around with. And K47, that small run with Entity. Then we had him making it to the finals from Vasista Esports. And just to have the entire roster disbanded. So much going on. And then there was a post that he was retiring from Esports. And then coming back from dead once again. He's been having quite a run.
I'm so surprised. I mean, the man retired and came back within the span of a month, 30 days.
Yeah.
That was the smallest retirement I've seen.
Yeah, that tends to happen. But I'm really happy. I want to see how this team of INS performs. Because when you look at them, only Osiris has been a part of this legacy roster. Because when you talk about INS, Insidious, they've got a rich past, takes you down to the memory lane, right? Bhishma, Godk, Trigger, Kranti, all of them. And those were those golden days. But coming back to the game once again. Now, this is one of those circles still around that Chumasera region. But eye for eye, after taking down the players of GodsReign, have a really good position to hold.
And for a second, he went so far back in the esports timeline. I saw the start of my career back then. But it's so what makes me happy about this lineup of Insidious is the fact that we have, first of all, K47. I'm happy to see him back. It broke my heart to see that post of him retiring, because definitely still a lot left to offer to the community and the competitive circuit. And of course, Ronak, a legacy name. There have been fans waiting to see him in action, and finally they get the opportunity. But all right, this shift of the circle taking us between Los Leones and La Benedita. And in fact, middle of nowhere, out of nowhere, we have the players of Dragon Esports who can definitely take a lot of control of that eastern half. And 4CN staying in Los Leones for so long finally pays off for them.
This roster of Dragon Esports takes you back to the BMPS 23 days. Remember Hydra officials?
Yes.
Exact same roster. And we knew Starboy had joined Dragon Esports, and then Hydra officials, they disbanded, and now the boys are back together. And Duora, and who can forget that beautiful clutch he had in Erangel? You know, those were those moments to live for. But now this is one of those interesting teams that has come up. Team UC, Yash, being one of those players, 3 finishes already, and it's just not against anybody, right? It is against Team GodsReign.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Whenever you clash against the gods, it becomes a challenge. But this time, the way they handled the pressure, the way they were able to pick them off one by one, just pace themselves, maintain the calm, maintain the composure, not get too excited once you found the opening. I think that is one of the things where a lot of these younger players, younger teams mess up. After the first opening frag, they get a little too overexcited, over-eager to push in, and they make mistakes. But holding yourself back sometimes actually pays off. In the meanwhile, Big Brothers, they've been holding themselves back, at least in this game, for a long time. They've just made it into the city of Chumasera. Still a long way to go before they enter the zone.
I think this is one of those circles, again, could go a little towards the northern side. And Dragon Esports, they've got their predictions right. And even in the previous game, they had such a good control of the circle just to mess it out during those fights. But Team Snipy rotating through, kind of unaware of the positions of the players of 4 Cartoons, could land themselves in a whole world of trouble. No, ma'am, I would love to get the hell away from that particular situation as Stange does pepper down a couple of bullets. Neha taking a lot of damage, but somehow are still not out of harm's way.
Team Snipy, they're so lucky, especially Alora. They just ran behind the wall over there, hit themselves at the right time. But the problem is fixed is this. that they are still within the range of the nades. The utility is coming in from the players of 4C and entering Los Leones like this. It's never going to work out. We've seen those teams take the southern hills. Like, we are going to see Big Brothers breach the circle from the southern side of Los Leones soon. But this is also an opportunity for Team Snipy to actually pick off and gain some finish points. Yes, their position is compromised, but they also have a clear line of fire against the players of 4C, and we'll talk about that fight in a bit. INS up against Metal, and Metal Esports on the verge of getting wiped out. Last man left, Paradox. He's going to be a Paradox indeed. Does absolutely nothing. And INS, they walk away with 4 points from this action.
That was clean. That was clinical from Team Inspiration Esports. I mean, lovely stuff. We've seen them do that in the BGIS, in the semis. Yeah, it was quite gutting for them to really miss out from the grand finals. But this time, you know, they've got that one goal right in front of them. They've got that quest going on. They need to enter into the grand finals and prove to the world what they're made of. But seems like, Johnny, they're not out of the woods yet.
They're not out of the woods, but I have to say, what a lovely team play fixes.
Yeah.
Everyone got one finish.
Yeah, that's why, you know, quite clinical, at least for them. But coming back now, K9, they want to capitalize on this situation. They've been the scavengers, and yeah, the only thing really not working out for them is that they're outnumbered. But still, it's stage 3. Now they have to make that quick decision. Do they still stay over here and fight it out, or they make a rotation inside the circle? And I think the latter has to be the way to go, because fourth stage starts hurting you a little bit.
Yeah.
Considering the circle going way too far, you've got so many keepers of the zone. It's going to be such a tough task for them.
Now, this is a true test for UCN. How do you play this game from here on out with so much map control? Half the circle is theirs uncontested. There's going to be so much pressure coming in on the teams playing in the southern half. Almost the entire lobby is there. There's just 2 teams up north. One is Rush, if possible, towards the northeastern side, and UCN towards the northwest. But INS, they've been surrounded now by the players of K9. Zap looking to see if he can zap a few players out of existence, while his teammates from the backline just lob those nades and prep them for easy pickings.
You know, this is interesting, because I really thought that K9, they're going to back off. But this is where experience really comes handy. They've got those first aids going in their favor, but Inertia in a little bit of a pickle as well, because now TMG up against them. And numbers are falling down. Devil, he's the frontline man, and now Inertia really need to thread the needle, really need to find an opening, and there you go. Over FTW delivers it for them.
Oh, Devil knocked out. Aryan, he's the last man left standing. Not a lot to work with over here as well. The only thing that can work out for him is the fact that there are a lot of other teams surrounding them. So if Inertia get baited into an off position where the surrounding teams can take free shots on their heads, and in particular the players of Dragon Esports, then maybe Aryan from the side of TMG walks away from this alive.
Aryan, the final player surviving, the lone wolf for his squad. TMG did have a decent performance in the BGIS previously, but Aryan could not really gauge that situation, fell prey to that Molotov. And now Dragon Esports in a really good position.
That point got stolen, Fixes. Jim Jam actually took that last shot and picked him off.
I mean, either ways, it was a Molotov drop down. But yeah, you know, just moving on ahead. Right now, Dragon Esports, I must still say they have a really good position. They've got certain ridges to play around with. But like you said, HeatBeasts, they've got really nice map control. The same can be said for Rush, if possible, Mizo, because they've got also that northeastern territory under their helm. But at this point, so many teams from that southern side, a cluster really building up. It's going to get so exciting.
It is definitely going to get exciting as our official mobility partner, the Hero Extreme. And of course, again, me and Nakro are so interested in finding out. I mean, we're going to have to wait to find out who actually walks away with the Extreme 160 R4V. But as of now, Rush, if possible, you were talking about them. And this is what I want to say as well, because look at the map. You see they are up north, uncontested. Oh, what a shift now. A hard shift down south. Forget about UC Gaming. Now this game is all about 4C and Inertia. And I have to say the players of INS, if they can manage to keep their bodies alive.
And in the meanwhile, Team Snipy, they're absolutely being obliterated over there. Again, problems getting inside the circle. This is quite gutting for them. as rush if possible Mizo. They also need to carve their way inside the zone. This time having the players of 4King in front of them. Peek and Noob in really low HP as Flake Whitey's got a beautiful angle to play around with Godless being sprayed upon at as they decide to push in on Nirvana as he dodges and weaves and still manages to find a couple of knocks, but the numbers too overwhelming as he gets traded out there.
And now this is just about to get worse and worse by the second. Rango in the blue taking a lot of damage. Maxi going for a revive onto Godless, but this allows UC Gaming the opportunity to close in, find a position inside the circle, create a safe haven, and prepare for the players of 4King Esports to approach them along with the blue zone. If they can delay them 50 seconds, just hold on, make sure they stay outside the circle for 50 more seconds, then that added pressure from the blue can make things a lot easier in the team fight for the side of UC Gaming. But INS, this high ground advantage, they better make this work. This is the perfect setup for a win.
You know, one of those central compounds is kind of held on by the players of I4I. And for INS, they have to make some quick work because now they also have to enter inside the circle given the fact that they are aware of the position of the players of Big Brothers. Now again, we know this lineup has been completely changed. The former players of Seven Shaw joining hands and Big Brothers, you could see all their players kind of scattering apart. We have seen... I think it's been Revenant who've housed Seth. Now this is where they've taken in that plunge, and Team INS, just a couple of moments ago, I saw Ronak taking down one of the players of Big Brothers. I'm, however, unsure if he kind of got that finish to his name, and that certainly isn't the case. But what has happened is they've lost out on K47. Still outside the circle, it looks a little concerning for me. Or maybe just around the edges. It's fine.
They're right on the edge, but at least this is a solid cover available to them. If Ronak makes it through, then all the three players are going to be there together. Oh, man. That is the most stylish evade I've ever seen. Just goes into reverse with a US, but now Ronak, a big blunder. So much damage on that car, and he's stuck in the blue as well. Barely makes it through. Will he, though? And he survives. My goodness, that gave me a heart attack.
He refused to give up. He refused to succumb. And that goes on to show how good he was in handling that situation. Like I said, Johnny, this is where experience really comes into play. Where the best even tend to crumble. He somehow stood his ground. But for now, Team Big Brothers, they've been absolutely grinded apart. Spotted out by the players of I4I, like we said, right? They have the best compound, and this is where they're starting to capitalize. 6 finishes already under their belt.
Oh man, I4I, as you mentioned, set up for success with that hard shift down south. But on the other side, 4King Esports, revenge coming into play against the players of UC Gaming. Wiz standing tall, takes down one more. Maverick falls as well. But UC Gaming, they still do manage to survive. 4King Esports, they're down to their last man, and he's playing on the flank. You do not see him in the fight, but look at the radar.
Dragon Esports still being quite aloof from the situation. They haven't really meddled their toes inside the water, but for UC, I do not know how they're surviving that onslaught, especially Wiz over there, just with a sliver of HP. And he somehow needs to get inside the circle. With Dragon still having such a nice commanding position inside the zone. Same goes for the players of I4I. And now Zap, his vehicle gets obliterated. And Wiz, the assault does not stop. The grenade galore still going on. But for Godless, how is he going to inch his way inside the zone with so many predators looking out for his body?
Well, that is what we are about to find out now. We're down to 9 teams, 21 players. It's stage 6, and Godless just around the corner, sees the threat. That was a jump scare and a half, running into the players of Dragon Esports. And now it is a 2v1 inside a corner. Godless falls down to the nades from the side of Starboy. K9 Esports eliminated from the game as well. INS, though, I think they're going to be next. Ghosty, Osiris, they're hiding, trying to survive. Ghosty, barely a pixel of HP left. He gets picked off. Osiris, he's down the cliff, but not a lot he can do from there.
Indeed, and as things are starting to boil up, I4I still somehow holding on to their grounds. Now Dragon Esports, let's see what they are made of. In the previous game, they had that golden opportunity and they let it slip. But this time, however, they are determined not to let this one go. I4I, they've got a lot of finishes under their belt. But look at Team INS. Osiris somehow still surviving. But for I4I, It's all about that control they have over the compounds. But look at GENxFM. What is he up to?
I think just waiting, like us. And they have a lot of map control to work with. Dragon Esports, this game is guaranteed to be theirs. Hydra!
Oh my God.
God goes down to the play zone. That's so unlucky.
Just that one bullet missing off. But for now,
I think that one bullet connected at the wrong time.
Yeah, just at the wrong time. Maybe a second later, things could have been different. But for now, I mean, GENxFM, he's got a different angle. And now he's reunited with his squad. But Osiris, he could be a potential threat if he goes unchecked. But for I4I, it is a 3-on-4 situation against Dragon Esports nonetheless. I'm pretty sure somewhere down the line, Duora might have snuffed Osiris out. It's all about that waiting game because now he also needs to get inside the circle, giving away his sound cue as now the entire earth starts shaking. This is the moment where we might finally get to see that final fight brewing up.
Yeah, it is building up slowly and steadily. And GENxFM, he finds the first knock. Demigod is going to be picked off. I4I down to their last two players. Osiris shut down as well. And Dragon Esports now looking to breathe fire and fury on the opposition. And I4I gets shut down. Dragon Esports, an impressive win. In game number 2, they have in fact conquered the deserts of Miramar.
Indeed it was. And it was that early rotation that Dragon Esports executed. And it's all about having that patience game going on for themselves. 14 finishes to their names, and one of their players, I feel it's GENxFM, he's managed to secure 7 to his name and goes on to show that Dragon Esports, they mean serious business this time around. Even in the previous game, like I said, they had such a good position inside the circle, but this time they did not make those mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, they did not make mistakes. It was very clinical, very clean with how they were controlling the final zone as well. They made sure that there was no opening left for the players of I4I as well. That was the first compound they blocked because that was at a high ground. And from there on out, I think from Dragon Esports, it was just about prioritizing which fights they want to take and not getting too far away from each other. And of course, man, I love GENxFM. Do you love GENxFM?
Oh, I certainly do.
Yeah, I mean, it was very impressive performance, a tasty performance, if you will.
Very, yes. It was a delicious performance from Dragon Esports, and especially GENxFM. Pretty much sure we know who the MVP is going to be of this game, but nothing taken away from I4I, dropping down, taking down the gods themselves, and getting a lot of finishes. Nothing to scoff at. They would be pretty impressed, but INS, this is one of those teams that really surprised me, and Inertia, again, quite consistent.
Yeah, Inertia as well doing quite well. INS in this game, I think they've brought themselves back, but I think it's going to be interesting to see how things look forward from here.
Yeah, it certainly is. A quick look at how game number 2 really panned out. And for Dragon Esports, and towards that winner-winner chicken dinner moment, it was all about, you know, GENxFM trying to carve his way through that eastern side. But the moment, I think, Duora managed to take down Osiris, that is the point he got taken down by I4I. But he could notice that Starboy had that perfect trade angle. And he got that final nail in the coffin. He got that victory secured for his team. As easy as it gets.
Exactly. This is where communication comes into play, right? You know, if I want to go for that finish down the cliff, I'm going to expose myself to the team that's standing in the broken building.
Yeah.
But if your teammate communicates like, all right, buddy, you go for it, you get aggressive, and if they take you down, I have got your back, I'm going to find the trade. And by then, Dragon Esports already had the numbers advantage in their favor. So it was, they made it look easy. It was an easy conversion from them from there on out. But talking about the surprising eliminations, I think, first of all, GodsReign, that first fight going down the way they did, that was something that I did not expect. But I think we can chalk it up to that early drop clash, did not find weapons, weren't really able to fight. But apart from that, Big Brothers, what happened to Big Brothers?
Not just Big Brothers, even Vasista Esports. They also got taken down. And what was even more baffling was the way Metal Esports got taken down. I think in the blink of an eye, every single player of INS had a single finish each. And I think that was lovely to just witness. However, we kind of expected a little bit more from Rush, if possible. Mizo, if you remember, they had such a nice control over that northeastern side. But for King, I think they knew exactly how to fight it out and got a lot of finishes over there and then followed up with quite a lot more.
Exactly, and if you're talking about Rush, if possible, I think UC Gaming also comes into play. Because UC Gaming, I mean, at one point we were talking about that northern shift of the zone, and there were just 2 teams playing from the northern half. One was Rush, if possible, towards the northeastern edge, and UC Gaming, who were controlling the northwestern edge. Rush, if possible, at least they got charged upon by two different teams.
Yeah.
UC Gaming had no one headed their way. They could have rotated along the straight line, entered the southern zone, and tried to pick up a few fights. But no, they had to go along the edges. And that sort of forced them into the players of 4King Esports first, who did not actually slow them down, but they were able to prep them. And as soon as UC Gaming evaded that sort of action, moved on forward, I think 4King Esports, this is their strategy. Just like bait the players into hiding into corners and just run after them. Just put so much pressure on a single team that they aren't really able to cope with it.
Certainly, and you know, again, adding on to teams that could not really perform well from game 1 to game 2, it has to be Team Snipy once again, right? And this is going to be quite gutting, especially when they were trying to exercise their rotations. You could see they wanted that god building around Los Leones, and that is the moment they realized, oh shoot, there's one team over there. And it was Mayday, it was that panic button hitting over there, and that is where things started getting awry. But it was again Team Dragon Esports that were around that western edge. They managed to take down the players of K9. They managed to take down multiple squad, hence those 14 finishes under their belt. Goes on to show that I think they've secured enough points at least to make up for game number 1.
Yeah. I think let's find that out. I mean, we're going to have the rankings on our screen soon. And I think along with 14 finishes, 10 for the chicken dinner, 24 points. Of course, it does more than compensate for the lack of points coming in from game 1. But what about the rest of the teams? Because, I mean, this is a reset for the side of GodsReign, right? GodsReign get absolutely nothing in this game.
Yeah, GodsReign, a little bit of a disappointment from their side. But like we said, right, Team Inspiration, 6 finishes. Yeah, 24 for Dragon Esports. Eye for eye. This is exactly what I was talking about.
Consistent.
15 points. They've been consistent. Same goes with Inertia as well. 4King, that one fight against Rush if possible. Mizo, INS. You could see, right, they've also been quite aggressive. Even the same goes for the likes of K9.
I was just about to talk about K9 fixes. I think 7 points from the previous game, this time 5 points. And one thing that we notice in both the matches that is common for the side of K9 Esports is the fact that not a lot of priority being given to placement points. It's all about those team fights, and that is what we like.
And this is where, you kind of are turned down a little bit, because from Medal Esports, you expected a little bit more fighting back spirit from their side could have been much better. But for Rush, if possible, Mizo, yeah, they could have also done a lot. GodsReign, it goes down to the fact that, yeah, the zone did not really favor them. And Vasista Esports, so many big names in the bottom half.
Hey, man, I mean, this is intense. Big Brothers, Vasista, GodsReign, Rush if possible, and Medal. 5 of the biggest names, not just in the tournament, but in the BGMI community across the country. And neither of them were able to do well in this map of Miramar. But then again, I mean, do we chalk this up to just the early start of the tournament?
Yeah, I think it's those early jitters. Everybody is trying to get their hands warm. But considering you've been those veterans in the scene, I think you're going to expect a little bit better from them.
Yeah.
You could maybe sort of rule out Team Snipy. It's their first time on such a big stage. You have those jitters. But for the likes of Medal Esports, I do not know if we can give them that leeway. But again, when you take a look at the overall standings, right, Dragon Esports, courtesy to those 2 really good games, 34 points, and eye for eye. They've been so consistent, 24 sitting at the 2nd position.
Now this gets me interested in these 2 names, right? Dragon Esports and Eye for Eye. Can they be consistent throughout the tournament? Do we get to see them in the finals? Big questions, but a long way for us to go as well. GodsReign, decent run. I think 1 more game to go today. If they can somehow manage to bring themselves back, stick around in the top 3, I'm going to be a happy man.
But look at K9, right? They do not care about those position points. Just 1 position point, they're fine. We can live with that. But 11 finish points, this is really turning up to be a nice outing for them. And the likes of UC as well. Now, this is one of those teams that we haven't heard of enough. And now they're coming out, showing their mettle. They've also gotten those 9 finishes to their names, position points. I mean, I pretty much think that they're going to maybe work out towards the latter phase of the tournament. But if they keep on playing like this, I'm pretty sure we're going to see more of them as the further rounds come in.
Exactly, and it's going to be exciting as well. You see new players step into a stage like this, into a tournament like this with this much confidence, where they know, all right, no matter who it is, no matter which team, which player we are up against, we're going to try and push for a fight. It's amazing to see that. And if this confidence sticks around within their hearts and within their minds for the longer run, I think if they show up to the finals, it's going to be amazing.
It certainly will be amazing. But what is even going to be more amazing is that we've got more matches lined up for you guys. But right after this short little promo.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really?
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
जीत पाएगा 4.5 seconds में.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार.
क्या हो रहा है?
कट शूट कैंसिल. आना प्योर. अबे बंद करो बे. आंख में छुप रहा है. कट शूट कैंसिल.
यार पूरी रात निकल गई. अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
You're low on fuel. You can't wait in queue. Or you can go ahead and challenge the distance. With 66 km per liter mileage, presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
All right, 2 matches of day number 1 done and dusted, and we still have 4 more to go. And now it is time to get serious, right? You look at that theme. It feels like we're in a rainforest right now, and this time my partner is going to be Necro. So you've been watching what happened in the desert of Miramar. You've got any second opinion? Anything else you wanted to add on to?
I mean, look, I understand GodsReign was not able to perform as well as they did in the first game, but still, if you look at the average, they're doing 10 points per game. They're still doing pretty good. I don't know why you guys were saying GodsReign did not do too great.
When did we say that? I mean, I don't know what you were hearing, but, you know, I think it really came down to the flight path trajectory, right? That betrayed them, that hurt them, but still nothing taken away from eye for eye. But heading on into the game of Sanhok, again, now this is one of those games of being uncertain about what's going to happen. You might have a couple of teams dropping down at boot camp. However, Necro, one thing we have noticed is that teams are kind of refraining to take in those early fights.
Hands down, it makes a lot of sense, too. It's the day one. You do not really know what awaits on the opposite side. And teams are all automatically going to have that pressure. You talk about the day one jitters, and that's what every single team is facing. Specifically, if you speak about the newer names, that's what they're definitely facing. Now, you also saw some of the known names not being able to perform, and one of those is Rush, if possible, Mizo. Game 1, not that great. Game 2, not that great. Now, you move on forward to the game of Sanhok, and let's just hope that they're actually going to make the rush this time.
You know, I'm going to give you some bigger names. Metal Esports, what has happened to them? Because what really UC did to them in that previous game of Miramar, I think that was painful to watch. But again, goes on to show the fact that how BGMI is constantly evolving and how Crafton India Esports has been helping to somehow sort of, you know, make it even better. But right now, heading on, this game of Sanhok is going to be the last matchup for group number 1. And now, for all you guys out there, if you haven't really checked out this new sexy device in front of us, it is the iQOO Z9S. And it is going to launch pretty soon. In fact, tomorrow. Might want to search on Google. All you need to do is just type the smartphone's name. It is the fastest in the segment, Snapdragon 7 Gen 3.
Ooh, that sounds super nice. But moving on forward with the conversation, right? Another big name that's still not been able to find their groove is Vasista Esports. I do understand recently they did go through some changes. They have went through the IGL change as well. But still, the performance that we're seeing from such a big banner is not exactly up to the mark.
I mean, of course, for Vasista Esports, it was a lot to prove, right? Just recently, we had a big tournament where we saw they showed extreme promise right from the very beginning. But then we could see those creeps opening up for them. We could see those mistakes being committed by those players. And hence that new change, right? They've replaced Secret with Trigger. I think Secret is still as a bench player right now with Trigger coming into the fray. But still, Shadow is still the IGL. He still has a lot to prove to the world. And goes on to see, I really want to know how they really step up, because still 2 games, not really that exciting from my side at least.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense too, right? It's better to test your waters right now, considering in round 1 you've got a decent amount of games to go for yourself. And you know you've got two big heads colliding against each other in that one single lineup. It's Shadow and Trigger. Both these guys are supposed to be the IGLs. And sometimes when you've got two big heads colliding against each other, it might just be a mismatch of the thoughts. Maybe that's one of the main reasons why Vasista Esports is not able to come up with a definite result.
You know, I do not know who implanted that seed. I mean, of course, Trigger was IGLing for WSP for a short span. But, you know, again, he's been brought in. He's one of the support players to be around the backlines for this team. Shadow still continues to be the IGL. But when you look at the matchup, right, Dragon Esports sitting at the Tibety top of the overall standings. We've seen in Erangel, they had such a nice position just before they lost that fight. Eventually, for GodsReign to go out there and win that matchup. But now in Sanhok, like we said, right, nothing is certain. We cannot say that this team is going to win this one. It depends on a lot of those factors. Who knows? We might have that first Western Island circle.
Sanhok is a zone-centric map. If a team does find themselves in a really problematic situation, then there's a high chance they're not going to be the one to come out on top. If a team find themselves right in the smack center every single time, if the zone's gracing them with its presence, probably that team's going to be the one to come out on top. That's how Sanhok works. But moving forward and looking at some of the better teams, right? Big Brother Esports, they went through a major shuffle in the lineup, and still the performance is not there. I mean, we saw them perform really good in BGMI 2023, but after that, it's been a big dip.
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely revamped roster, right? It's the boys from Seven Shaw coming in. You could see all those similarities, you know, dropping down at the military base. And, yeah, for the last time, we had seen Seven Shaw during the BGS 24. Yeah, missing out on the grand finals, but still did put up a lot of promise, especially when you look at the roster of big brothers parting their ways, everybody on their own ways. We've seen Sev join Revenant. We have the other players also heading elsewhere. So, yeah, that was sort of inevitable. But whenever it comes down to BMPS, this time it's a new day for them, a new tournament, and we've got some new names, really. Eye for Eye, however, has really caught my attention, to be honest.
Yeah, they're looking promising, I'm not going to lie. The previous game, they were in the top 2. They did quite good, too. Unfortunately, it was just Dragon Esports doing Dragon Esports things. Because even Dragon Esports, if you remember, in the past year or two, this has been one of those standout teams every single time. We saw Dragon Esports for the first time in 2023, and this team was doing really good. Yes, not the same players, but in general, this banner likes to scout the aggressive players. They like to scout the players that have got good firepower, and that's what they've been showcasing recently.
Well, they certainly have been showcasing that, but we've been trying to showcase this beautiful phone in front of you guys, right? The iQOO Z9S. And guess what? It is going to be launching tomorrow. So make sure you check it out. All you need to do is just Google iQOO Z9S. And who knows, you might be one of those lucky winners to win prize pool worth 50,000 rupees. Now, how exciting is that?
I mean, a fan favorite player's getting that much money in BMPS right now, so
now,
yeah, you can be someone lucky. You can be the lucky side of things and get that 50,000 rupees in your hands. But moving forward towards the topic of Sanhok, and let's speak about some of the more dominant teams on this map, right? I genuinely think Vasista Esports can also be the one to sort of get themselves that hope back in this game, considering Vasista Esports, they are one of those teams, at least right now with the way they're playing, they're really focusing on the zones much more than fights.
Yeah, I think for Vasista Esports, I really feel like they should go all out. Let's see what happens as we charter into the rainforest of Sanhok this time. However, the flight path trajectory all the way from Kampong towards Hathin, it does not matter where the flight path trajectory merges or goes away. It is all about the action. It is all about that first circle. And Necro, my man, are you ready?
I am definitely ready. As you mentioned, the plain flat path is looking quite beautiful. It's not like it's tilted to completely one side of the map, but I'm still looking out for some of these drop collisions. That's going to be quite a pace decider for this entire game. If Sanhok starts off in quite a slow manner, I'm pretty sure a lot of these fans will be disappointed. But Big Brother Esports might just find themselves in a bit of a kerfuffle against the players of 4CN. They're moving towards that same direction. Camp Charlie will be contested by Big Brother Esports, while 4CN moving a little bit more further of that area. You've also got Pineant stacked up with a lot of teams. Even INT's right there around the fray. You've also got Dragon Esports. INS is right there too. Too many teams towards that same area. This will be interesting to see who will be the one to come out on top. Even Metal Esports, a team that's been struggling so far towards Paradise Resort, they found themselves in a drop collision. But Dragon Esports, up against the foes, for Dragon Esports, they've already won the previous game with a decent amount of points, so they've got nothing to lose. Even if they do get taken out early on over here, it's all good in the hood for the boys. But Superboy gets knocked out. For INS, this game's mean a lot. This is the last game of the day for this entire group. So for INS, this game will hold a lot of value. Chico is able to find the first frag. He instantly gets the confirmation too. For Dragon Esports, yeah, rough start, but as I mentioned, the previous game was a chicken dinner with decent amount of points, so it's completely fine for Dragon Esports. In the span of 3 games, if you're getting more than 20 points, I would still say that's a great start for day 1. And now Dragon Esports is taken down with 3-man squads, so still the game's not concluded yet. But for teams like INS that are still not able to find themselves that groove that's needed, this game holds a lot of value. Big Brother Esports trying to make some moves against the players of 4CN, but I'm not a big fan of what Devil's trying to pull off here. The man does not have any weaponry in his hands pulled out, but as soon as he pulled out, the UMP was a little bit too late. As Tange, he finds the opening knockout. Nicely done. 4CN with the advantage up against the players of Big Brother Esports, while Big Brother Esports' one man is trapped across that fray. For 4CN, considering they've got the man advantage, they will be much more confident in taking the fight. And Big Brother Esports' first 2 games are already big mess-ups. They cannot afford to mess this 3rd game up. The Nero face is making sure that the known names are also getting punished this time. And Yash finds the 2nd strike. Assess 12K from Yash is making a lot of value count. UC with just a 2-man squad making sure that Metal Esports will be struggling through and through. But eventually Yash gets spotted and strike down. Even Maverick is taken down. UC in a whole world of trouble. It's all down to Viper. One single man from UC. I'm not sure a lot can be done just by this one single man, considering there's also a 3rd party from Vasista Esports. And Vasista Esports, they've surrounded this entire vicinity.
The heroics over there responding back in kind, but Vasista Esports, they now want to circle down the players of Team Metal. They know they're wounded, they know they're hurt, but they really need to ensure that they have all the corners checked, because from the far of fray, you could notice the players of Rush, if possible, Mizo. And hearing all that commotion now, Metal, they're now quite alert. They know that somebody is coming out for them, but they do not know exactly who.
Speak of that in Vasista Esports, I mean, they've already got that one single scrap point, right? Vasista Esports is happy with evil smirks on their faces.
Yeah.
But as I mentioned a while ago too, this game can be the redemption for Vasista Esports. First 2 games, big mess up. And Sanok has always been sort of that stronger suit for Vasista, so they can anytime bounce back. With this one single elimination might just elevate the confidence a bit. But looking at the entire map so far, luckily enough for Rush, if possible, Metal Esports was against them in Paradise Resort.
Yeah.
But Metal Esports moved out to try and prey or hunt on the weaker ones, but instead got 3rd party by Vasista Esports. So now everything is in a big panic for Metal.
No, not yet, really. They still have to move around. They still need to find a way. Just like our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 125R. And we know who's getting this. It's all going to get decided in Kochi during the grand finals. The lone survivor is going to be a recipient of this sexy bike out there. But for now, Big Brother's in close contestation against the players of 4 Cartoons. It's going to be the final surviving member, Vishu, being taken down as Big Brothers survive that early onslaught, get those 4 finishes to their names. Toxic grabbing 3 of his own.
Nicely done by Toxic. Big Brother Esports starting to make some waves, and this is what we'd like to see. They started the fight off with a man disadvantage. One of the men got caught off guard while he was trying to make the climb up top. But then Big Brother Esports, they returned back in a strong fashion. And this is what you love to see from a banner like Big Brother Esports. With 4 points to kick things off with, now Big Brother Esports can take a step back when it comes to taking the fights. And they can try and focus on the placement points much more.
I really feel like they should keep continuing with this momentum that they've gained. Please try and get as many finishes as possible just to make it up for those 2 games that really did not go their way.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? They're down to a 3-man squad. They cannot really afford a lot of risk in those fights. They need to go for the 3rd party especially.
you know, especially again, this conversation really comes in when you know that you've got 3 players, it's fine. But then again, when you look at the incentive that you're being offered, trying to survive for so long, and even if you do not make it inside the top 8, you're not going to get any points. So might as well try and take a fight. I mean, you just need to eliminate one player, and that is what you're getting for wiping, finishing off at the 8th position. So,
yeah.
you know, if you could just wipe out maybe 2 or 3 more players, I think that's still going to be a decent outing for Big Brothers Esports. But, you know, Necro, we need to talk about the circle a little bit, because it's still unknown if this could go to a western side, if it could be that Western Camp Alpha circle. But what I really feel like, it could be a Team INS game. They had in a very promising position.
For some reason, I think so. It might just be Vasista Esports' game. Look at the position they've got.
Could be.
They're in the smack center. And there's a high chance that the circle's going to move on the right side of the island. That's what's probably going to happen, because majority of that side is being covered by the zone. And that's what exactly happens. Moves up north as well a little bit. But for Vasista Esports to find that rotate, it's not going to be that tough. They can easily move up north without taking any sort of shenanigans. While you try to focus on teams like INS, yes, they have found themselves in the advantageous side of things, but they also need to realize one thing. The spot that they're holding, it's quite a fan favorite one.
I really feel like GodsReign could have a good time in this one, because they've dropped down at Mongnai, and all they need to do is just make their way straight up towards that western side, right? That little bit of that area around Tatmok, that open land that you have, if GodsReign get control, you've got that little bit of that higher ground also to work around with. But hold on. Now, if we could have the map feed in front of us, it is Team K9 who's taken control of that situation. And, you know, for Vasista Esports, it's going to be a little bit rough, because you've got the players of INS. The moment you try to go up north, I think you might get spotted down over there.
Uh-oh, I don't have a good feeling about this for Snipy.
Oh, yeah.
Team Snipy's just all by herself. And I'm not sure how well this action's going to pan out in their favor, but Vasista Esports, eventually they run thin on the patience, and they make the pounce on top of the players of Metal Esports. Metal Esports running low on the man number, and that's what exactly Vasista Esports realizes. And now Sahil, he's just trapped in one single corner. Paradox hits the bottom, and now it's all down to the one last man standing. And eventually even he gets wrapped up in a sheet and sent back to the lobby.
This is much like it from Vasista Esports, especially understanding that if they have to move ahead, they need to exterminate that threat around them. And they knew that Metal Esports did not have the great numbers. Decided to overwhelm them, but for Team Snipy, they want to fight back. This time against the players of Team Inspiration. And you've already got Jag OP not having the best of HPs there. She's going to get back to cover, maybe heal herself up. But for Snipy,
bullets.
She's got a nice position to play around with. And still enough at least on this AKM.
Only 3 bullets in the mag for that AUG. And what a nade that was! Catches Snipy all the way in the back. Chico, that was a beautiful 3-pointer.
Yeah.
Tokyo and Alora still right next to each other. These 2 players can definitely make a big dent. But considering now they've got the man disadvantage and the ball's in the court of INS, they are the decider over here.
You know, what I like about Team Snipy in this fight, they're finally starting to show intent. They're not really running away, or maybe they're just out of options, but either way, now them intending to engage in this. I think Snipy, she's lost over there. There's no chance they're going to get that revive. But eye for eye, getting eliminated so early on. But for now, Vasista Esports, trouble still knocking on their doors. A Shadow, he's being hammered down. A lot of HP lost, but still has that cover fire coming in from Trigger. That is exactly why Vasista Esports decided to get him on board.
4King versus Vasista Esports. And Vasista Esports at this point in time quite thirsty for the eliminations, and that's what you love to see. Trigger, the man driving around the fray, and this time he's the one to lead the pack. Shadow OG as well, not that far behind. Wixky's catching a lot of damage from somewhere else. Vasista Esports, the lines are quite exposed, and eventually the opposition does find the striking advantage. As the first man gets knocked out, Trigger instantly gets confirmed. Wixky patches himself back in the fray. And now for Vasista Esports, with a disadvantage in this fight, 4King, they might just be the one to lift the players of Vasista Esports here.
Look at Pika Noob. He barely has any HP to play around with, no meds on him. Ask some help from his teammate, and there you have it. That first hit delivered. Needs to recuperate, needs to somehow patch himself up quickly, and then again has to re-engage in that fight. And elsewhere, Team Snipy, All right, the numbers starting to dwindle down, maybe down to the last person standing. But for now, Forking, at this point, seems like Vasista Esports have shown intent of getting inside the circle. The priority is set. As we were talking about this zone, look at Team INS, have a beautiful position for themselves. Same goes for the lads of K9. It all comes down to that fourth or the fifth iteration of the circle favoring either of them.
But it just blows. Vasista Esports, this one single fight gave them the casualty.
Yeah.
Now down to a three-man squad for Vasista Esports. This will be a tough one to pull off, but not impossible. GodsReign, once again, the Gods on the hunt. And within a blink of an eye, they wipe out the entirety of IMPRNT. What just happened there?
I have no idea. You know, it was a phenom coming their way, and seems like Team Inertia had no clue of what hit them. It was a hurricane, nonetheless. But for now, I mean, like I said, right, for GodsReign, they dropped down around Mong Nai. It was an easy rotation inside the circle. They were just out on a stroll, out on a soiree, and decided to just take down a squad in a jiffy. But Dragon Esports, the team of the year, the way they've been playing the opening day, I think really need to keep a close eye on how they perform, because exactly the similar rotation of what GodsReign had executed from that eastern side, they're also wanting to infiltrate inside the circle.
Dragon Esports, all the 4 players this time playing it as passive as possible. We'll make that 3 considering Superboy was caught a while ago. But still, Dragon Esports trying to avoid any sort of collision so far. Do not really want to prioritize the fights. But unfortunately for Dragon Esports, they're moving up against the Gods themselves with the path they're taking. So there's a high chance GodsReign will not back away from this fight. Vasista Esports up against TMG. TMG had a solid chance at winning the first game, but unfortunately they messed up.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for TMG, again, one of those experienced rosters. This time around, we've even seen during the performance of BGIS, it was decent, it was mediocre, could have been better, but somehow this time maybe they might decide to improve. But frankly, and one of the standout players for that roster. But when you talk about Dragon, now these are not new kids on the block. We've seen them play from big banners like Hydro Officials even in the past, and this time reuniting once again. And GodsReign, this is going to be a very interesting fight if it really breaks out, because Jim Jam out in the open, and Venom,
my God,
he shows no mercy and inflicts his fang right through his vein.
It was a beautiful spray down from Venom. All it took was a quick burst of bullets to find that first man knocked out. Dragon Esports, you can see the boys are in shambles now. Venom, it's better to reposition yourself. Your position's compromised, and that's what Venom is doing. He's not going to try to peek from that same angle anymore. For GodsReign, they're quite exposed out in the open. They're playing this 2-2 split where Venom's got his own teammate, but then there's Phantom and Fury all the way back towards Tatmok.
No, I still feel it's perfect. I don't think he needs to readjust his position. He's got a little bit of that dip to play around, and especially when they're playing in pairs. It does not matter as long as you've got that cover rolling in, you've got that backline support also. But for Rush, if possible, look at this, Big Brothers. They're circling around them, but from elsewhere, from the backlines, it's going to be toxic. He's having quite a hearty run this time.
Oh, but what important is that the zone shifts right in the smack center once again. INS, Vasista Esports, and TMG, they find themselves in the best possible outcome. Even RIP's trying to make in towards that centric spot, but they're not going to be able to get their hands on the better position here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be exciting considering that TMG, they've again got a really good position inside the circle. Now, ideally, even Vasista Esports or INS, this also could be their game. But for GodsReign, the run that they've been having the first game, we also know that they had a similar situation, right? They had the circle going away from them. They let all the others fight it out amongst themselves. But what's different from game number 1 to game number 3 is that this time, these teams have a lot of cover to play around.
Yeah, even K9, they've got all the 4 players alive, so that's another advantage for K9. First few games for K9, they've been decent, but just decent's not enough. They've still got sustainable amount of points in the overall standings, but I'm pretty sure K9 would want to have an outstanding performance for themselves.
Okay.
INS, look at the boys out in the open in the water lines, and they're getting showered and peppered through from INS. Jag is so lucky to be alive at this point. All it takes is one single bullet, and the man will be knocked out, and that's what exactly happens. But eventually, he will find himself shattered by the cover.
All right, this is exciting. Team Insidious taking on Team Inspiration Esports. Both go by INS. And this time Jag OP not being quite as lucky. The stars not favoring her, but for Starboy, him getting taken down by the birthday boy MJ himself, but K9 still need to get inside the circle. They still need to carve their way in as Chico. He's got a different angle.
Yeah, K47 didn't spot him yet, but now he definitely does. Shots are taken towards that man. K47 reveals his position, but that's all fine. Chico's out in the open. He's in a critical spot. He's trying to cross the bridge all by himself. And speaking about INS, they're quite separated out too, so I'm not exactly sure how this one's going to pan out for them, because a few players are on towards that separated island, while there's one man, Chico, trying to move in from the bridge line. So this is looking pretty uncomfortable. And speaking of GodsReign themselves, they've got their own problems to deal with. As Dragon Esports, they've been dealt with within a flash.
All right, I mean, Dragon Esports, they were really eyeing out for the players of K9, and in turn, GodsReign strike from the back lines and wipe out the position. At this situation right now, TMG still having a very good spot inside the circle. But for Dragon Esports, I really feel like they've collected enough points for the day. 34 to be exact, and now 4King still trying to make their way inside the circle. But Big Brothers, this is what I was talking about, right? Despite not having the best of numbers, still going in for those fights. 5 finishes already, and they've made it to the top 9.
Vasista Esports, you cannot be any more lucky with the zone. The zone's
sure.
forming right on top of them over and over again. They've also got the solid compound to play with. What else can you ask for? Vasista Esports, the stars are aligned. Even for INS, Rana, K47, and Ghosty, even they've found themselves on the lucky side of things, considering they've got the high ground to play with, and there will be unlimited amount of intel flowing in.
You know, but what's really exciting is that INS, it's going to be so difficult to push on them. But for Vasista Esports, a lot of the teams are going to be trying their hands. It's still on the lower ground, so it's much more prone. They're susceptible to threats from multiple positions. Could be the players of Rush if possible, Mizo, could be the players of GodsReign, and also could be the players of TMG, because they're also outside the circle now. But look at this team, Insidious taking down the players of Inspiration one after the other. And sooner or later, they're also going to be turned into history.
TMG, they've still got the compound to play with, but unfortunately the compound's ruled out to the zone. So they would need to try and leave this comfort zone as soon as possible. And GodsReign, they already do make the march towards the compound. A couple of utilities will be tossed, but Venom, he overstepped the boundaries. Alto gets knocked out with a beautifully placed nade from TMG. And out and over, they're the one to swing back to life in this fight. We all thought that GodsReign might just be the one to punish the players of TMG. But it's the opposite way around. Phantom is now there in the clotheslines, while his teammate Phantom is trying his best to try and do something.
Right, GodsReign up against the wall at this time. Do not have the numbers to play around with, and TMG, they're starting to look quite feisty. But Fury still has something to say about it. Still wants to respond, still wants to retaliate back. But not in kind, as now Aryan, he's being peppered down from elsewhere. What is going on? It is absolute pandemonium breaking out. Phantom, no chance in her to kind of revive him over there. But for Fury, 6 finishes still under his belt, and now somehow finding some semblance of cover. And he's going to be breathing at least for a while now.
It's Vasista Esports constantly third-partying this entire fight. Taking shots from the far fray, but the zone moves away from Vasista Esports too. Now they need to focus on the rotation as well. TMG, they've got a bigger threat in the name of Fury. GodsReign's one single man is being a big problem in the foot for them. The repositioning comes into play from one of the men from the side of TMG, but then he messes up quite big. Fury goes for the finishing blow on the man out in the open, and Fury's taking a lot of shots, even from Vasista Esports. There's Devil around the fray, and Fury's now going for the patch-up. He needs to face off against the man, and eventually does. Fury wipes out the entirety of TMG, and he keeps on moving, but he does not have enough meds.
Yeah, he refuses to give up. He refuses to die. That is how GodsReign's Fury is. And for now, Big Brothers still trying to get inside the circle, but now falling prey to the players of Vasista Esports. 12 finishes already under their belt. That early fight against the players of Metal Esports, taking down a couple from Rush if possible, Mizo. And suddenly, in the blink of an eye, look at the number of finishes they've collected for themselves. But now, still far from home, I feel like it is Team Insidious for the win.
being blessed by the zone over and over again. It was Vasista and Insidious, but eventually the final zone forms right on top of the players of INS once again, and Vasista Esports pretty much ruled out. Wixkey underneath the two players who were looking down. Osiris knows exactly where Wixkey's position, but eventually a man outside of the zone punishes one of the players of INS. And even Ronick is taking too much damage. Apollo gets knocked out by the play zone, but it's completely fine. And here we go. The push comes to shove from Wixkey. He pushes up close and personal. A couple of shots were taken, but nothing serious found just yet.
Oh, Wixkey, this is going to be interesting. Really an awkward moment out there. Vasista Esports, the lone dire wolf, cut off from his squad. But now, what does he do over here? It is pretty much Inus's game, and they're all on a hunt. But now, there you go. Wixkey almost had one there, but eventually it is the numbers that really earn Team INS this beautiful chicken dinner. However, with around 7 finishes, still quite decent considering, we've been talking about Sanhok being always those one-off maps where we do not know what's going to happen. But for Team INS, I mean, I would love to see the amount of distance traveled, because I think that is going to be next to 0. Drop down there. That is where the circle ended.
It was forming right on top of them over and over again. And this proves our point once again. Sanhok is a complete zone-centric map. If the zone's gracing you with its presence over and over again, and if you've got the compound to play with, that's the icing on top of the cake. And that's exactly what happened with the players of INS. They pretty much played on that same spot. They tried to go for a couple of third parties. They were also taking long shots against the teams. They got a few eliminations here and there, and in the final few moments, they faced off against Vasista Esports. And speaking of Vasista Esports, they had 12 finishes to end things off. So that's a banger game even from them.
I think somehow it does, makes up for the mishap caused in the map of Miramar, right? They recover, and this time it's big. I think a good note to end this day on.
Exactly.
And even for the likes of GodsReign, right? Especially, when they kind of initiated that fight against the players of TMG, completely outnumbered and Fury. This guy, man, the way he kind of found some semblance of cover when he knew that, Vasista Esports, they're also partaking in that particular fight. He knew that now he's got things under his control and goes on to take down the remainder of the players of TMG, and eventually did manage to convert this game into a biggie for GodsReign. And who knows, they might be the ones ending up on the top of the leaderboards.
But you got to feel bad for Metal Esports. Once again, another big letdown for the entire team. And even Big Brother Esports started things off with a bang. They had 4 finished points to start things off with, considering they started that fight with a man disadvantage. They still took out the entire opposition team, but then later on got caught in the rotation. They could not really do a lot, considering all the zones were filled up with teams. You could not really go anywhere. These are the final few moments before the chicken dinner was snapped away by INS. Vasista Esports, they tried their best, but unfortunately when the zone moved away from last second, that's when Vasista Esports knew that they were screwed up.
You know what, Necro? I really feel like Big Brothers still kind of made a really good conversion in this one. Because honestly, they were outnumbered, but still did have around 5 to 6 eliminations when we last saw them. However, they kind of got taken down very late into the game. It was the players of, I think, Team INS, whilst they were trying to enter in from that shorelines, right? That is how they kind of got picked off. But one thing is quite common. That is Team Snipy. They have been struggling, man, especially when they had to rotate inside the circle. They tried to pick up a fight against the players of Inspiration. So Snipy being picked off, then one after the other players also falling down. And this is not looking good, man. It's such a rough day for them.
I mean, whatever fights Snipy are taking, it just feels like they're not able to keep up with the pace that the opponents are bringing into the heat, right? And especially for Team Snipy, they can also look at these games as an experience.
Yeah.
Considering now they know, yes, first 3 games are gone. Now they need to be back in the upcoming games with a complete clean slate. They need to understand, yes, first 3 games, we messed up. We can still make a comeback. We've got enough games to pull that off.
And another thing is that Team UC did not have a good time in this one around, because
one single game's fine though.
Yeah, but still, considering that they've been one of the newer teams on the block, I think still a decent day for them. Even for I4I, we saw them getting eliminated pretty early also, considering how well the previous game of Miramar was. I think that's going to be a little bit of that letdown. And even the same goes for the likes of Inertia. They did not have a good time as well.
They definitely did not. The players are quite scattered, right? We saw Chico just moving in towards the bridge lines, and then the rest 3 players are swimming from the water lines, and then they were on that stranded island. I'm not sure what the game strat was. I'm not sure why they try to pull off that. I'm not sure why they try to pull off that entire rotation, but it was definitely not going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, come on, that was for inspiration, right? Inertia was a different team. They got picked off elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, INT.
Yeah,
Right.
they were INT. And especially considering how good they were in game number one, and even towards game number two, we saw them in a really good position in the overall standings. But this time, Inertia, I think, again, goes on to show that Sanhok, it's so difficult to tell who's going to win and who's not. But I think really good, especially when you're looking at Team INS. Now, this is a team, a bunch of misfits put in together. You've got K47, Ronak, Osiris, all these players, and even the likes of Ghosty. They've not played with each other as a whole unit. I think K47 and Ronak, a small stint at Entity, that is all we had. A new team coming in, getting a chicken dinner. I think this team is suddenly starting to get me excited now.
Yeah, definitely. They're making some promises, but I still think we should not judge just behalf of this one single Sanhok game. We need to realize one thing, the zone was favoring them from the start.
Yeah.
They did not even move away from their own drop location. So they did not really show a lot of efforts when it comes to the repositioning side of things, but they were definitely getting those scrappy elimination points here and there, considering they were also at the top. They had the high ground to play with.
But, you know, then still they had a good game of Miramar also. I mean, making it inside, the top 3 or 4. You had Osiris surviving till the end, till Duora took him out. So I think this team definitely is an interesting perspective for me, at least. But, you know, taking a look at the point standings, there you have it, right? Vasista Esports, they went guns heavy, had that second position, but still those 18 total points is what they have accrued from this game, as GodsReign still continue their terror. But it is going to be Team INS who get that chicken dinner along with those 17 points.
GodsReign not that far behind with 13 total points. Another solid game from the boys. Big Brother Esports with 11, decent game. TMG with 6. You've got RIP Mizoram 2 right there with 5. And then you've got INS once again with 5. K9, they have been there somewhere on the 8 to 9 spot every single time in every game.
Yeah, even for K9, it feels a little gutting. You do not care about those position points. All they eye out is for those finishes. But like you said, right, Medal Esports, it was a very early scrappy fight, and they managed to win that one. Regardless, had to lose out on a couple of their players. Eventually, to succumb to their injuries coming in from the players of Vasista Esports. Dragon Esports this time, however, I think they just got absolutely smacked down by the boys from GodsReign, because they had their eyes pinned out elsewhere. They were trying to force that fight, and it was that GodsReign terror. But Team Snipy, yeah, things are looking pretty rough. But still, I think they have got 9 more games to go overall in round number 1. Who knows? They might stage their comeback.
So here's the point, right? Even if you do get one single banger game in the span of these 3 games, it's all good. You're still making up for the leftover 2 games with the average of, what, maybe 5 or 6 points per game? That's still decent in my opinion. And considering it's just the day 1 of the tournament where all the other teams are still trying to settle in, there's so many newer names on the block. So yeah, for the known names, even if they do get one single solid game in their hands, it's all good. But for now, let's move on towards the overall standings. This is pretty much going to be the decider for the Group 1, as Dragon Esports will be at the top, leading the entire charge. GodsReign not that far behind with 33 points. Just one single point separating these two.
And this is why, you know, I talked about Team INS. Look at them, 26 points for them, along with that chicken dinner. They have been quite consistent. IMPRNT, definitely a revelation for us. Same goes with Inertia. Vasista Esports, 23 points, and I think the majority of the points, in fact, 18 is what they have accrued from Sanhok only. That goes on to show that one good game is what is required to maybe make it inside the top 3, top 4, whatever it is. But I think it is done and dusted, especially when you are Group 1, your matches are over, you're going to be going back to the drawing boards, figure out what is working out, what isn't. But when you look at those disappointments, look at Medal, look at Rush if possible Mizo, look at Team INS. We definitely, you know, have high expectations from them.
Team Snipy, 3 games, 0 points.
Yeah.
That's a big disappointment right there. For Team Snipy, it's going to be tough to recover with all that setback that they have faced in the game 1 itself, in the day 1 itself, but that's all they've got left. Now they just need to hope that the upcoming games, they're going to be making a big comeback in the overall storyboard. If that's not going to be the case, well, we might just see one early elimination.
We might, and that's going to be quite gutting, isn't it? Because especially considering Team Snipy is one of those teams that has come into the BMPS from the recent tournaments, and definitely they've performed exceptionally well there. And there will be those jitters, but again, you have to rise over those fears. You have to deliver. And I think coming back for Team Snipy, they will also be partaking tomorrow also. I want them to go a little bit more aggressive. I want them to play the natural game, which they have been playing, you know, quite often.
I mean, they try to go so aggressive in this game of Sanhok, but it just did not really work out. The fight that they took, it felt like they were just outgunned by the opponents. Just straight up, they were proven unparalleled. So now for Team Snipy, the only thing they can try and do is, maybe early on, try and get a few scrappy points here and there when it comes to the eliminations. Try and focus on the third parties, because that's the only way you can easily get elimination points without sacrificing any of your pawns. But let's move on to a short break for now.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
Let's get spinning. It's been a long ride. You can call it a day, or you can go ahead and challenge the night. Best in class all LED setup. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
From the Group 1, Dragon Esports and GodsReign were exceptionally well, considering now they're pretty much there in the top 2. But now Group 2 is going to be the one to chime in the action. And inside of the Group 2, you've got quite a lot of familiar faces.
That is very true. And of course, a lot of new names for us to witness as well. So again, this is going to be a group that is going to start their journey middle of the day. They had the pleasure of watching Group 1 in action, witnessing what the mistakes were made, how things are working out for the teams that did well for themselves. And now I think they can put their own strategies into action in the next 3 matches.
Hey, speaking about the strategies, though, I was really impressed by GodsReign off the rip, right? In the first game, they got the chicken dinner. Second game, it was a big letdown considering they got taken down off the rip. But then the third game of Sanhok, once again, put on the aggressive face. They were getting so many elimination points and a few more placement points to top it off. But GodsReign, they're in the top 2, and that's all that matters, right?
Of course, but as we talk about getting into the action, getting into the fights, I mean, as you were talking about, a few known names in Group 2 returning to the party. Global Esports, GE Fighting, I mean, is their slogan, but in the last few events we have seen them in, it seems like GE is always fighting. They're never the passive ones of the bunch, and I think we can expect the same thing from them today. Global Esports.
I would love to see that. Global Esports, knowing the fact that there's so many new names in this entire phase of the round 1-2, they're definitely going to bully a few teams.
True. Oh, that is definitely going to be true. I'm happy with the way you put it. Like, they are going to be the bullies of the lobby.
If you remember what happened in BGMI, that's exactly what's going to happen probably in the round 1 of the BMPS 2. Because in the early rounds, Global Esports, they were not just dominating, they were eating the entire lobby alive.
That is true, but there's another returning name, one of your favorite teams from the last season. Alpha 6 is going to be coming back to the party.
A team that pulls off a lot of weird shenanigans, and we do not know what they want to do themselves. If you're unpredictable yourself, if you don't know what you're doing yourself, how is the opponent supposed to know?
Exactly, and I think that works out in the favor of Alpha 6 a few times, but we did see them fall pretty hard in the last season as well. But ladies and gentlemen, this season, the 2024 season, has been brought to you guys by iQOO, the iQOO BGMI Pro Series 2024, and of course, we have the beautiful iQOO devices in front of us. The segment's fastest phone with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. And of course, a lot of impressive features. It's coming out tomorrow.
Hey, and it's also quite pocket friendly. If you want to enjoy BGMI and have a smooth experience, I would recommend you guys to move on forward and try and get this device in your hands. It's launching tomorrow, by the way.
The iQOO Z9S.
Exactly. But moving on with the conversation, right? Now, we were speaking about the Group 2. You talked about even Alpha 6. We spoke about Global Esports. There's another few known names back in the fray. You've also got Team Z to play over here.
Oh yeah, Team Z, and they're going
Yeah.
to be coming in with a big change as well. So that is going to be
Yeah.
interesting to see how they perform. We have the likes of Team 8-Bit that are going to be a part of the action in this particular group. There is RVNC, another returning name from the last iteration of the Pro Series. And RVNC was, back then they were a new set of players, but I think the experience from the last year should definitely prove of some benefit to them this year.
More than everything, this 2024 has been all about roster shuffles.
Yeah.
We have seen so many big roster shuffles happen. We have seen so many brotherhoods break down instantly. And that's been pretty much the main limelight for this entire 2024. Even VST is over here in the fray.
Yes.
And inside of VST, we're going to see Snacks play, an OG player, back once again in 2024.
Talking about OGs, you did mention Snack Team Z. They bring in their own OG. The man ever so sexy, Wexy, is going to be returning to the party this time. I hope we get to see him play within the first few matches itself. It's been such a long time since we've seen him on the Battlegrounds. It's going to be exciting to see how he sort of gels up with the new set of players that are there right next to him.
And not just that, Alpha 6 is over there. Even Twisted Souls is back in the action.
Yes.
So for Twisted Souls too, another time, once again, they're making their debut over here in BMPS 2024. So many expectations are there, man, especially from Alpha 6. I do understand in BGIS it was their first time over here, but now in BMPS they're going to be showcasing much more of a serious gameplay, maybe.
Why does it feel like that you and I are more excited for the second group? We have a lot of returning names
Yeah,
from
we
the
do.
previous iterations. And of course, even the last time around, I mean, we talk about RVNC, we talk about Twisted Soul, we talk about the likes of IMPRNT, Esports. All of these teams did put up impressive performances. And that is why I think the excitement is there. Because what have they learned from last year till this year, and how much have they improved? Can they take on the likes of Global Esports now? Can they take a 4v4 completely and come out on top against the likes of 8-Bit?
I mean, specifically, I would like to focus on IMPRNT Esports over here. In BGS 2024, IMPRNT Esports was impeccable.
Yeah.
With the way they were performing in some of the rounds earlier on, IMPRNT Esports, they seemed like an unstoppable force of nature.
Yeah.
But then later on, when it mattered the most, of course, experience is something that really is needed in these newer teams.
True.
And unfortunately, IMPRNT Esports, they clearly lacked the experience because they were the newer faces on the block. They were not able to move on forward towards the semifinals and the grand finals. But now IMPRNT Esports, they're back with a bang, maybe. They have got the experience from the BGIs. Let's just hope that now they're looking much more refined.
Exactly. I mean, the last season, I remember, they were very aggressive during the early stages, and that aggression of theirs backfired during the later stages because teams change the pace of the game based on which round they are playing in. If they have to play more number of matches, they are going to play at a slower pace. If they have to play like 6 matches in a particular round, they're going to go all in every single game, try and grab as many finish points as you can. And IMPRNT Esports, they just had just a single focused approach to the entire time. It was just all about aggression, all about trying to force those safe 4v4s. That did not work out when there were more matches being played in the later stages of the tournament. And I think this time around, that experience, just observing the other teams, the well-known teams, how they tackle stages like round 2 to round 3 transition when your matches instead of going down, you get more number of matches, and then once you move on to round 4, the number of matches drops slightly. I think those sort of changes between the stages of the tournament, that is what IMPRNT Esports struggle with. Hopefully, we get to see them go all the way this time.
I mean, look, Group 1 started off in quite a passive note.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Now, Group 2, we really do expect it to start off in an aggressive note, but then you remember Vikendi is going to be played. And Vikendi usually starts off way too slow. For the first 4 stages, nothing's going to be happening. The zone barely takes a shift. But then as soon as the stage 5 hits, that's where it's chaos all across the board.
And being an off-map, starting the day on the off-map, there is a slight disadvantage for this group as well, that you do not get to understand the fundamentals or the generic way of thinking of the other teams that you're going up against.
Yeah.
You go on to Vikendi, then you move on to Miramar, and then at the end of the day, you get to face off these teams back again on Erangel. And because of that, they have to wait till the end of the day before they start planning out the next journey of how they want to compete against the rest of the teams. But I guess we are going to jump into the action. The map of Vikendi, it's going to be live on our screens.
It rolls up on the screen as the plane flight path begins all the way from the right side of the map towards Milnar. And now this plane flight path is tilted down south. Now, if you do want to move in towards Cosmodrome, might just be a little bit of a tough stretch, especially towards Coal Mine. Even Zabava is going to be out of reach. Gorica will be another tough stretch. We might see a lot of drop collisions here.
Yeah, I mean, I am expecting a lot of drop collisions already. This flight path leaning heavily towards the southeastern quadrant of the map makes things extremely difficult. Even now, as you mentioned, Goroka a little bit off reach, Coal Mine, Dobro Mesto and Krecha are 2 locations that have been highly prioritized on this map, also off limits. So there are definitely going to be a few early fights, but then again, it is Vikendi. If any one of these teams finds those vehicles, they are instantly going to zap their way out of it.
Global Esports moving towards Cosmodrome. They're not going to have any trouble doing so. And it's quite weird. Global Esports is not going for any drop collisions. Okay, this time opting out to play their own gameplay, I guess, get their hands on the basic weaponry, then maybe go on a hunt. That can be one of the approaches that Global Esports would like to have. Even there's a burst of teams moving towards that Villa area, and I'm really hoping for a collision towards Villa.
Yeah, I think that might actually happen, as you mentioned. There's a splash of colors over there. But I think VST, they might take that early control of Villa, try and play the rest of the game out from there, or maybe the players from the side of IG are going to be there looking for a fight. It's still too early to call for the action. TZ as well towards that cement factory. I think they have decent amount of map control, at least for the early stages. But here we go. We have the players from the side of RUDRANSH Esports going up against GHUSO Esports.
Yeah, and for GHUSO Esports, it's not that good of a start considering one of the man's already taken down and dusted. For RAE, this will be a tough one to swallow too, considering it's now down to a 3v3. Extra is all by himself, and the duel's isolated perfectly by GHUSO Esports. And we know what GHUSO Esports is capable of. They're all about aggression. They will try and rush you down. And Ray now is in a whole world of trouble. Tap God, he needs to deal with a few more players. As Ray, the man will instantly go for the confirmation. Nicely done by Ray. Now GHUSO Esports is taken down with a two-man squad, and that's where Ray, they've got the advantage.
Yeah, RUDRANSH Esports, they have to be on point now. They have the upper hand in this fight, and GHUSO Esports, as the name suggests, right, go in esports. They always like to charge in towards the fights, but it doesn't always work out. We have 2-2 and Fragger remaining. Bogey, he's low on HP, but I believe he can be receiving a few donations in terms of first aids and medkits from his teammates and should be able to bring his HP back up, but Hexter and Flexi, it's down to these two players. They have to find that first opening frag yet again and try and re-engage into this fight. Fragger, he's lined up with that stun grenade, but I think they are going to need one more man to push in right behind.
There's also a third party around the corner, by the way. Another team closing on up towards the same vicinity. Off to an aggressive start, that's for sure. And keep this thing in mind, Global Esports, even their lines are quite filled up with a lot of teams. So that's another factor we need to try and watch out.
It's Ignite Gaming in the back lines. As you mentioned, they are lining up for this third party, but I think they are waiting for the sound cues. They're waiting to hear the gunshots and then match the finish feed along with it.
I would still say, considering Ignite, they're much more the newer faces on the block, so they're definitely going to be facing those jitters.
Yeah.
So I don't think so they're going to go for this fight. They would try to play it as safe as possible because that's what a mentality of a rookie is.
Let's see if it's going to be the rookie mentality or the courage to just charge forward that gets them those points. But a little bit of a reset in this fight, I have to be honest. Did not expect that. I mean, this early inside of Vikendi, you expect the teams to just go all in into those drop clashes. And yet, GHUSO Esports, they've backed off. And so have the players of RUDRANSH Esports. Not really looking to be over-aggressive this time.
Slow and snowy, my friend. Ignite. All the four players playing right next to each other as they reunite once again. And specifically looking at how they've positioned themselves, they're still around that same vicinity. I guess they're having the double thoughts. Or maybe they just want to catch someone off guard when they try to back away from that spot. That's what probably the game strat is for Ignite. But they should realize one thing, that what's going on in the front is a drop collision. And I don't think so anyone wants to back away from their own drop.
Well, let's see, still quite early in the game. Just 3 casualties found. 1 from the side of RUDRANSH Esports, 2 from the side of GHUSO Esports, but 8-bit on our screens now. Like always, they are having quite a comfortable start to their game of Vikendi. 8-bit have always done quite decent on this map.
8-bit, they do decent on everything. They always make it to the Grand Finals. No matter what tournament it is, you will see 8-bit in the Grand Finals. But then in the Grand Finals, they're nowhere to be seen towards that podium finish.
Yeah, it's always the middle pack where they stick around.
Middle or pretty much the bottom pack.
Yeah.
That's where you will find 8-bit. But hopefully this time we're going to see a turn of events.
Yeah, I really want to see this team lift a trophy. It's high time.
Hey, Ignite looking to make that push. A good knockout onto Fragger. The man gets knocked out. The confirmation could have been there. But unfortunately for GHUSO Esports, now it's down to just this one last man. Ignite, they have messed up the game for GHUSO Esports, and now the opponents know exactly what's going on around the fray. They know there's one more man from the opposition still alive, but Ray, they just back away from this entire spot. While Ignite, they make the pounce. They want to go for the confirmation on GHUSO Esports, probably.
Because of that early fight, neither RUDRANSH Esports or GHUSO Esports had the opportunity to get that loot in. So no opportunity to reset, but 2-2. He's waiting with the DBS, goes for the peek, and instantly gets taken down. Hulk smash coming into play.
He missed that shot.
Yeah.
It all came down to this one single shot, and he missed it. That was a big mess up. Only if it would have connected this one single shot, Ignite would have been in a big panic. Keep this thing in mind, still the newer faces on the block. And usually the new teams, they tend to panic in situations like these.
I don't think so. I think it was a 1v4. They know it's a 1v4. Even if you are up against the best team in the world and it's 4 against 1, you know you have that fight.
It's DBS, my friend.
Nah, it's not going to happen.
All it takes is one single slap. But hold on, Alpha 6 in a whole world of trouble. The boys are out in the open. 2 players getting knocked out. 8-bit facing off against the Alpha 6. I'm not sure why there's a big disconnect between the players of Alpha 6, but there's no cavalry, and I don't think so it's going to be arriving anytime soon either.
Man, going up against 8-bit early like this, it is just signing your own death sentence, and it seems like Alpha 6, they've done it, but Necro, it is Alpha 6, right? We never know what they're up to. No one does.
And somehow, with the way Alpha 6 was playing, they also made it quite deep in BGIs too.
Yes.
We did not expect Alpha 6 to be there, but they were still there in the later stages. They always do find themselves in the key spots at the right time.
Yeah. They play chess while everyone plays checkers.
They don't like to take a lot of firefights, that's for sure. They like to rely on the placements. But hold on, TS, a big mess up this time. Man's out in the open, instant confirmation handed out. That's a death blow. Right now, TS's head's on swivel. While Ignite, they found themselves in the advantage. They ignite the fire between these two teams.
But it's going to be quite intense, and in a few short moments as well, because where both these teams are fighting, TS and the players of Ignite, things are quite intense. It is Vikendi. This compound is smack in the center of the circle, so a big control point for a lot of these teams to fight for very early. Twisted Soul, they need to be extremely careful. They can't really afford to lose players here. Even if they manage to just retain control of these houses, that itself is going to be good enough for the later stages.
But they already lost one man.
Doesn't matter. Just stay here. Do not engage in any more fights.
Come on, their name is Twisted. They got to pull off something twisted, right?
Yep, that is true. But
and if I was Twisted, I would make the push right now.
Well, sometimes you have to be patient. Just like if you want to check out the iQOO Z9S, you have to be patient till tomorrow. It's launching out tomorrow, Necro.
Ooh. And not just that, just to let you guys know a few key features of that device. It's the segment's fastest phone with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3.
And also the slimmest phone with a 5,500 mAh battery.
Ooh. Now that sounds impressive.
As impressive as someone using that AMR that just dropped in the airdrop, but we know, as far as the AMR is considered, our hearts are going to be broken again. No one goes for the bolt actions anymore.
All of that is fine, but looking at so many teams receiving these individual blows, for GHUSO Esports, quite an unfortunate start. Global Esports, here we go. The fire ignites. They now want to fight a bit more. And Mavi's back in the playing 4, by the way, so that's a really good thing.
Yeah.
We were seeing this lineup experiment a little bit recently in the tournament that happened, and now Global Esports back with the main playing 4 in the officials.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. With this playing 4, they did make it all the way to the grand finals and finished as the runners-up of the BGIS 2024. And coming into the Pro Series, let's see how far they can take it this time. Barely missed out on the trophy on the recent BGIS, by the way.
We got to give a huge thanks to our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 160R 4V. Quite an incredible bike, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think I'm going to look as good as that model right there on the Hero Extreme 160R?
Yeah, but you got to have a helmet like that.
Ah. Is that allowed? I think it...
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. It does feel pretty secure, right? I
Level
mean,
3 helmet.
It's saving the players from the bullets, so...
Yeah. Level 3 helmet, a lot of damage reduction, of course.
Exactly.
What is this? That's All right, now this is interesting. We have the players from the side of RDX going for a little bit of a swim.
RD on a move. And now VST, they start to take shots against a few teams who are looking to rotate out in the open. It's like a bit of a spark of action every single time. Yeah, the next zone shift did come into play, but it's barely even noticeable at this point. It's pretty much unnoticed. A big splash of colors towards the center of the entire zone. All the good spots are already taken away. And here's the question. Where can you find yourself in the comfort zone? All the comfort zone spots are taken away by the other teams. Now you would need to try and position yourself in the off-centric spots. And 8-Bit, even they want to be a part of this entire action. Taking a few shots against the team that's currently vulnerable.
3 finishes already secured by the side of 8-Bit, and now they make a push for the players of RVNC. And as you mentioned, RVNC already left bleeding. The player that was knocked out has been revived. 8-Bit slow down just for a few seconds, and a reset comes in for the side of RVNC. Although they can't really go anywhere from here, stuck in the middle of nowhere. And of course, the cluster forming close to the center of the circle as well right now.
For 8-Bit, they've already gotten 3 finishes. It's quite a good start. And looking at around the entire fray, 8-Bit, they do seem quite secure too. As usual, they like to play at the centric spot. They like to play defensive, and that's what they're doing. The next zone's going to be a little bit important just to give that shape for the game. But VST, this new lineup that they've got, expectations are a lot from the fans, that's for sure. And VST, right now, it seems like they're delivering too. 2 finishes to kick things off. That's not bad of a start. But Beast gets knocked out, and that's not a good news at all. 4M, they do find the better of that player.
Well, let's see. Jazzy is making a push for it along with the rest of his teammates. But Kyoya and the backlines get knocked out. And now it's down to Adi and Jazzy to see if they can bring 4M back into the action. It's not going to be easy. RVNC eyeing out for their position. RVNC down to their last 2 players. So they can't really make a push and challenge 4M for an equal footing to fight them on equal grounds. They have to wait and third party that entire fight, see if they can be cheeky in picking off a few extra finishes from here and there. But GENxFM now on our screens. Rebuild coming in for GENxFM as well.
Skillful, Karan, Spider-Jawed, JD Gaming, all these guys, they've been there in the competitive circuit for a long time.
Yeah.
And once again, now representing a banner like GENxFM, there will be some struggles, but they have been put in these type of scenarios over and over again in the past too.
Yeah.
So they should know exactly how to deal with it.
Yeah, but I think for GENxFM, it's a different story or different set of problems they have to deal with. I mean, we were fans of this team when we saw them for the first time, the Fearless Marathas, and they lived up to that name. The first iteration of GENxFM, we witnessed absolutely fearless, running into fights and always coming out on top. But of course, that does not work out for you 100% of the time. And because of that, we did see them take a dip, but only at the grand finale of the tournament. Yeah. That was the BGI's 2023. But now, this time, let's see what this lineup brings to the table. And of course, I expect them to be a part of a lot of the action that takes place in every single match that they're in. But here they are, TZ.
TZ looking to prowl on the weaker bunch. That's in the front. And for RD, all they want to do is just make it out alive from this entire wrath. Team Z, they've already dealt so much damage against the players of RD, but they should have just kept on pushing. They shouldn't have stopped. Exactly. But RD, they're lucky enough to find themselves in a better footing now, considering they've lost tracks of Team Z.
Man, it's Azima as well. They hit a wall, this car blows up. There's not enough HP on Azima. So, as you said, TZ should not have stopped. They should have chased them down. It would have been 2 easy frags secured, but RD, kudos to them for being able to survive that onslaught, maintain their composure, and just keep going. They get out of there in a blink, but what is TZ up to? All 4 of them in the same car. I think this is a hunting squad, Necro.
It is a hunting squad. But I'm not a big fan of all the 4 players in one single car, right? You know what happens. If there is one single vehicle and all the 4 players are in it, it's a big package waiting to be delivered to someone. Especially when Team Z is looking to rotate led inside of the zone. They don't know what exactly is going inside of the circle. They might just walk into a complete uncharted territory, which is being guarded by players.
That is true. And I think for the side of TZ as well, they have a lot to deliver. The expectations from the fan. People are expecting them to go quite deep into this tournament. this time around in the Pro Series. But now switching focus, we have HeatBeasts Esports going up against the side of IMPRNT. Not an easy fight for either sides. Still looking for those openings. Nade lined up by Eternal. Seems like has the position of Ninja OP, and nothing apart from the damage. Securing a knock over here, it's going to be extremely difficult.
The man moves out from the outskirts. Eternal now, position compromised. They know exactly where the man is to take a bit of that scrap damage. Beautiful utilities being tossed to force out the opponent off their comfort zone. For IMPRNT, they're one of those teams that likes to play it on the aggressive end of things. For HeatBeasts, I'm not sure how it's going to look like. The New York face is on the block here. They've got a lot to prove. Utilities are being exchanged from both the sides. Just make sure that you're not overcommitting, though. Especially on the map of Vikendi, you need every single piece of utility in the final few moments.
You can't really always account on the team that you take down having those.
Oh my
nades left
God,
in the
that
crate,
nade!
But an impressive nade coming in from Ninja OP. And Ninja Jord is going to be the man knocked out. And finished off.
Yeah, it will also get the confirmation the man did not reposition himself from that area. IMPRNT, they've already got the man advantage. Exactly what they needed to kick things off in the fight too. And now they realize there's also a duel that's going to be isolated soon enough. Slayer wants to provide the backup fire to Arthur, but Arthur is way too isolated. There's a little bit of that cover fire being provided from the back lines. IMPRNT, they're taking damage even from the side of RAE. RAE with the third party might just save the day for HP before IMPRNT. It's not the exact way they wanted to kick off the fight. RAE from the back line is doing constant damage.
Madrek needs to be brought back into the game before they can do anything. Arthur, impressive moves coming in from this man. The Molotov and the UMP finds 2 frags for his team. And all of a sudden the tables have been turned against the players of IMPRNT, and Ninja falls as well. Impressive 3K coming in for Arthur.
The only reason why HP is still alive is because of the team that was third-partying this entire fight, which is RAE. From the back, they were taking the constant shots against IMPRNT, and then IMPRNT got way too distracted. They started to panic.
Yeah.
And that's where the players of HP got the major advantage.
Not players, one player.
Yeah.
It was Arthur all alone, but you pointed out, right, RUDRANSH Esports, that initial slowdown, because Arthur was the man who was stuck in a 1v3, and because of RUDRANSH Esports chiming in for that third party, picking off Madrek, the panic that was there within the hearts and the minds of IMPRNT Esports, they just lost focus of that one man that they were eyeing out for. And as soon as they lost focus, I think Arthur just chimed in perfectly, that initial Molotov to secure the knock, and then the UMP and the DBS combo. But wait, what is happening over here?
And Johnny, I'm not going to lie, this is quite an action-packed Vikendi.
Yeah, true.
None of us saw this coming.
Exactly. I mean, the game started with a team fight and the third party as well.
Yeah, and now the fights are constantly happening, right? Yeah. For a better spot inside of the circle, or just to showcase yourself as the dominant one towards the compound. And GENxFM, they found themselves on the aggressive side of things.
But the question still remains, Necro. What is Alpha 6 up to?
They're playing edge-to-edge. They realize they've taken a heavy blow upon themselves, so now it's better to just stay away from the centric spot, considering it is the map of Sandhawk, and everyone tries to rush towards the center. But it's not the ideal map of Sandhawk this time. Everyone's scattered all across the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this map turns out. And even Global Esports now close to the center. Vikendi can be their map if they do manage to keep all the bodies alive till the late stages when the fights actually happen. Global Esports, a team known for its team fights, can definitely reap a lot of benefits of having those extra bodies. But over here, the trifecta of death, GENxFM, along with Team Twisted Soul, and of course Ignite Gaming.
I'm not really used to seeing this passive Global Esports, but I guess it makes a lot of sense. It is the map of Vikendi, considering first 4 stages, barely anything's going to happen.
Exactly.
So Mavi's like, guys, if we try to force a fight, there's a high chance we'll get third party. Considering Vikendi has quite a lot of those exposed grounds too, so it's better to just stay put for now. But as soon as the stage 5 hits, maybe that's when Global Esports can try and showcase their true colors. If the zone shifts away from Global Esports, that's when real problems will start knocking their doors. And that's what exactly happens. The zone shifts away from Global Esports, and now you will see an instant rush from Global Esports towards that circle.
Well, let's see, though. Can they survive that assault towards them? But the circle shifting towards Moatra. And all of a sudden, TZ are in the perfect spot for this win. But let's see which other teams actually make it through. We do see Global Esports making a dive for the circle, but over here, Twisted Soul, Ignite, and GENxFM still at a standstill.
The standstill is completely fine, but there's a high chance we might just see the collision come through. But yeah, this fight now finally, once again, escalates. It comes back to life. It was a stalemate for a while. Freak with the utilities in his hand now pulls out the shotgun once again, realizes the man's getting charged on, and all the opponents in the front, they're pushing together, and all it takes is the proper team synergy to strike down that one single man who was holding the staircase, which is nicely done by GENxFM. They also do hand out the death blow. Heads on the swivel for TS, and now Vamp is going to be the last player standing, but even the players of IG are taking way too much damage upon themselves. Vamp, the last person standing from the side of TS.
And from the distance, in fact, it is the players from RUDRANSH Esports who have been holding on to the flank as well, who walked away with one extra finish for themselves. But GENxFM now, they try to escape, and Ignite Esports, Hulk, still present around the corner, although he's running out of ammunition on that M4. Needs to be extremely careful. Spider Jort, finish gets secured. Ignite, they're down to the last two players. And I think GENxFM, they should be able to make that escape. All depends on how RUDRANSH Esports react to them pushing for their position. We did see JD Gaming get knocked out.
Oh no, GENxFM, Skillful's caught in quite a tricky spot. He tosses out a few utilities, but I don't think so that's going to save the day for him. But he still comes out on top in that duel, even though he had the disadvantage. RAE now in a whole world of trouble, as even the backlines are looking quite exposed. The eliminations are being stolen away by the foes. Skillful, he's definitely going to feel bad about that. But I think so the main priority for GENxFM is to stay alive.
Yeah, 5 eliminations already secured in this game. If they can get a few more and finish within the top 5, this is going to be a great start for GENxFM. Spider Jaw turning into a spider, just tries to jump and see if he can get that last man from the side of RUDRANSH Esports out. But Bogey running around the corner, tries to run out of the fire of the Molotov, still gets caught off guard. And it's going to be the nade from Karan that finds that frag for his team. On the other side, though, we have HeatBeasts Esports going up against the players of 4M. It's kind of an even fight between these two.
Slayer's knocked out. Jazzy's taking a lot of shots upon himself. For 4M, they've got the advantage in the entire fight. Jazzy tosses the Molotov underhand, as even Arthur does the same thing. But now the man's on fire. Needs to try and patch himself up as soon as possible. Jazzy gets knocked out in return. 4M's advantage that we're speaking of, now it's been taken away once again by the players of HP. Arthur, this man has been looking quite incredible recently in the fights. But for HP, they're the newer kids on the block.
Oh!
And facing off against a team like 4B will be a tough one to pull off, but still Eternal. He pushes all by himself and strikes both of them down single-handedly.
Man, he doesn't realize how lucky he got over there. The timing of that push was just perfect. Or maybe it was just all skill because he heard the players pull those pins from those nades. And the players from the side of 4M did not even realize that, well, Arthur was running towards them. An impressive fight again taking place. And of course, HeatBeasts involved in the action, but the Circle Necro has again taken a hard shift up north. It has moved out of the city of Moathra. And Sly Esports, they are smack at the center of things. So let's see if Silly Esports actually pull themselves into a winning position from here on out.
SLY, as you mentioned, in the smack center, but they're also quite exposed from the surrounding line, so they need to watch out. They've got the ridges to play with, but is that really going to be enough? Especially when Global Esports soon enough will be looking to make that pounce in the zone. Team Z in the backlines is the biggest concern for Global Esports at this point in time because they know if they do try to focus towards the zone from the back, it will be Team Z constantly hitting them back. Yeah, so it's better to get rid of the team in the back and then focus on the future.
I think they hear those vehicles move around as well. Slug, he's trying to keep a track of the players from the side. TZ finally sees them in front of his eyes. The spray is going to be committed. But before they can secure a knock, TZ, they find a safe haven for themselves. That was a close call, though.
It really was. TZ, they could have messed up at big time. And now for Scout OP. He's trying to create a smoke trail inside of the zone. Team Z, they know the only way they can try and find themselves in a better spot in the zone is by eliminating Global Esports.
Yeah.
If they do not eliminate Global Esports, there will be that constant threat from the sidelines.
Look at this, GENxFM. They need to get that revive in. HeatBeasts on the other side looking for a few extra frags. Eternal knocked out from the backlines as they finally feel the pressure of the players of RDX. It's lined up. Oh, they aren't really connecting.
HB, they do not really have a good cover to play with, and here we go. He's out in the open. He can't really do a lot too, unfortunately. He does have the vehicle to play with, but unfortunately the vehicle is also outside of the zone pretty much. You can't hide behind it. Arthur tosses a smoke, wanting to get the revival on the fallen player, Slayer. He will be back on his feet, but as soon as the smoke fades away, even their lifeline with it will fade away. RD, Boogie Boo is taking shots in the front. A little bit of that scrape damage, but nothing serious happening just yet. Global Esports, they barely managed to inch in towards that zone. And the constant barrage of utilities from SLY is also doing critical amount of damage.
But hey, while we were distracted by that fight that was taking place between HeatBeast, RDX, and GENxFM, TZ have been eliminated from the game, and Global Esports, they might be the next ones. Because Silly Esports, they have amazing cover to work with. The position of the players from the side of Global Esports are compromised as well. And they can't really move out into the open like this.
Yeah.
Margie is trying his level best, but I think this is going to be the toughest rotation these guys have had to pull this entire game.
I'm not sure what the game plan was for Global Esports. They were playing quite suppressed the entire time.
Yeah.
They did not try to be the alphas that Global Esports are known for. Even Slug and Mavi right next to each other. Beast is still knocked out, ticking to his death. But Global Esports, they know they can't really do anything about that. It's a tank that's not sealable anymore. But Global Esports, with still these two players left alive, backs against the wall, they just need to hope that SLY, they're distracted by some of their team soon.
Yeah, and I think that might actually happen, because look at this. Silly Esports, Ranveer now switching focus to the players of VST, and Dazzle just runs out into the open as soon as Ranveer goes for a reload. VST, they're playing a very risky game, but look at that. Even on their edge, the northern edge of the circle, the players from the side of 8-Bit pulling additional pressure on this team. Juicy knocked out, still a man advantage in the favor of 8-Bit, and Snacks goes down in the back lines. It's Aditya who finds that frag for his team. It's time to Dazzle.
Snacks couldn't really do a lot. He was out in the open, he tried to make it inside of the zone. 8-Bit still there around the fray. They had the man advantage, but this one single nade steals it away from them. Dazzle still trying his best to keep his team playing in the game. But for how long, that's the real question. 8-Bit, they're in full force. Mighty's knocked out, but the revival can be there anytime. The zone shifts right on top of the players of 8-Bit. Not exactly on top, but somewhat in the court of 8-Bit.
Man, I don't think 8-Bit cares about winning this game, because look at that. 11 finishes and they made it to the top 3. They might not have the man advantage to work with, but if they can get that revive in, Mighty back on his feet, then maybe they stand a chance of taking on the players of Silly Esports, or maybe it's going to be Dazzle from the flank who can present an unpleasant surprise for the players of Silly Esports. Hydro has made the push. The cover of the rock has been gained, but it's still going to be very difficult for them to step out into the open as well. The circle is in no man's land right now.
Silly Esports is an impressive team after all.
That is true.
It's not the first time we're seeing this team in action. We have been seeing this team time and time in the official tournaments. They have made it quite to the later phases in BGIs as well. VST with just one single man left alive. Dazzler tried his best. He gave his effort in the final few moments, but it did not really count considering he got spotted. Now 8-Bit with a 3-man squad. They need to face off against the full squad of Silly. This will be a tough one to convert for 8-Bit, but they've still got more experience.
Well, let's see though. It's down to a 3v4. Mighty and Aditya hiding behind the same rock. Mac goes down to a 2v4. And Mighty steps out into the open. This might be the big mistake, but Silly Esports, that numbers advantage works out in their favor. And Aditya is going to be the last man from their side to be picked off. Silly Esports, while the name might sound silly, the team isn't. An amazing win and an amazing chicken dinner to kick things off.
The chicken dinner was nice, but I'm pretty sure in the match rankings it's going to be 8-Bit top of the charts, right? But Silly Esports, nothing taken away from them. As I mentioned, it's not the first time we're seeing this team in action. We have been witnessing this team time and time in the official tournament. Even in BGI, Silly Esports was doing quite nice recently. And now in the BMPS 2, it's a great way to kick things off.
Exactly. The first game, you walk away with the chicken dinner, and I believe they had 9 eliminations to their name. So, of course, an impressive start, 8-Bit as well. We were talking about 8-bit. They're consistent on Vikendi, but the problem is we have hardly ever seen them win on this map as well. They always get a lot of eliminations.
They always do. And 8-bit, knowing the fact that, yeah, they like to play it passive, once again, they stuck to that same gameplay.
Yeah.
They were playing it quite passive. But I'm really surprised with the way Global Esports was panning out to play. They were quite suppressed the entire game. They were trying to play it passive. I do understand first 4 stages, nothing really happens. But then knowing the fact that Global Esports, they like to play aggressive, seeing such a sudden shift in the playstyle, it's catching me off guard.
I think what happened was, as you mentioned, the first 3 stages, nothing ever happens on Vikendi. Stage 4 is where we see the action build up. But stage 4 was also where that northeastern hard shift of the circle happened. That forced Global Esports and TZ to step out in the open and force the fight against each other, which was the one thing that did not work out for them.
Yeah, and especially in the final few moments, 8-bit, they also had the disadvantage, right? So we move on towards the winner-winner chicken dinner moment. This is how the entire fight escalated. Dazzle was the only man left over, considering Snacks couldn't really do a lot. He was out in the open. He needed to move inside of the zone, so he stepped outside of the cover, and he instantly got gunned down by the players of Silly Esports. In the end, Silly Esports having the man advantage, and as Mac also got found, it was a 2-on-4 to be executed. And that's where Silly Esports knew that they've got the man advantage. They overwhelm 8-bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was easy for them to overwhelm them, as you mentioned, 2 versus 4. But 8-bit, again, they played this game quite well for themselves, starting all the way from Goroka. They went up against the players of Alpha 6 initially, picking off 2 players from their side. And then I think they were trying to eye the same compound where we saw Ignite. I think it was RUDRANSH Esports joined by GENxFM. They were eyeing out for the same compounds, but there was no room left for them to enter. And that is why they just stayed on the outer periphery, just watching what was happening. And as soon as the circle shifted away from that compound, that is when 8-bit decided to strike.
Listen, all of that is fine, but a team that just vanished into thin air was Team Z.
Yes.
They were there for the later phase. They faced off against Global Esports, but what exactly happened with Team Z? They were trying to make it inside of the zone, right?
I have no idea. I think we saw them fight against the players of RDX at one point. Then they were next to Global Esports, as you mentioned. I think it was stage 4, stage 5 shift where they were. And then I think a vanishing act, a magic act.
Yeah, Team Z, it was just like a quick burst, and Team Z just vanished away from the lobby. And speaking of Team Z and how they entirely started off the previous game of Vikendi, now we know they've went through a little bit of that change in the roster. They're trying to find that fine-tuning in the playing for. First game, I'm not really going to make any sort of judgments, but the second game is something that will matter a lot for these guys.
That is very true. I mean, it's going to be the map of Miramar that they could play, and it will be an important one.
Yeah,
as well.
and another interesting stat I would like to bring up, right? Whenever Scout used to play back in the day in Team X-Park, especially on the map of Vikendi, his team used to do really good. Team X-Park's strong suit was the map of Vikendi, but now you move on towards Team Z and this map of Vikendi and how it panned out, it wasn't great.
But I think that is just X-Park and X-Park things, right? Whenever Vikendi rolls around, I've noticed this. X-Park, they don't really have a strategy for this map. They just play on instinct. But the players themselves are of so high caliber that individually they just pull together. And I think you see their true form on that map of Erangel, on the map of Miramar. That is when we see them shine the most. And I think with Team Z as well, now with the addition of Vexy in the lineup, Saya, there's also there. Jackson was playing in the playing 4 and Scout. So this playing 4 as well has a lot of experience under their belt. And if they just start playing on their individual instincts, I think this team can definitely do well.
Now, the upcoming map is also going to be quite nice. Alpha 6, if you remember, on this map is known to pull off some of the most weird shenanigans. Alpha 6, unfortunately, they got hunted down quite early this time by 8-bit in the map of Vikendi, so not a lot could have been done from them. But I'm pretty sure in the upcoming maps, Alpha 6 will be back with their weird playstyle. But moving towards the match rankings, 19 points from Silly Esports. I thought 8-bit will be the one to lead the pack, but no, that's not the case.
Oh, they miss out by 2 points. It is okay. They still have those 11 finishes, and kudos to Silly Esports. They secured 9 eliminations for themselves. VST as well did quite decent for themselves in this matchup. Did not really get all of those eliminations under their bag, but they were able to survive. And GENxFM, now I'm happy seeing GENxFM. 7 finishes, 2 placement points. It is okay. 9 points, decent start.
Actually, Global Esports, they did pretty good. 8 points in that game. I thought Global Esports were not able to get any sort of points. Maybe a few points here and there, but 8 points in total, that's still a great start.
And HeatBeasts as well. HeatBeasts played quite well. They were super aggressive in the early stages. They got 7 eliminations, did not survive for a long time, but they also walk away with 8 points.
Welcome to Vikendi. So unpredictable, right?
Yes.
At the start, it starts off in a slow manner, but this Vikendi was action-packed. Finishes were scattered all across the board, and I mentioned this too during the Stage 4 and the Stage 5. Usually teams like to play in the center of the map of Vikendi, but this time it was completely opposite. Everyone was scattered all across the place.
I think they were forced into it because the center 3 compounds were already occupied, and there was so much commotion, so much noise coming in from the constant fights, the nades, the Molotovs that were lobbed by those 3 teams upon each other, that no one wanted to fight for the control of that center compound. And everyone just decided that, all right, we're going to take the whatever we can find around the surroundings. I think one of the big names was RUDRANSH Esports, who actually evaded that trifecta of death, moved away, and they just stayed there watching who else showed up next, picking off a few extra points from those teams.
Yeah, I mean, RUDRANSH, as you mentioned, this team was doing quite nice. They were a part of so many of these glamorous fights. At the start, they also tried to take another team down. Then later on, RUDRANSH, they found themselves in a big sandwich scenario. They still tried their best to sort of come out on top.
Yeah, glamorous fights. I like the way you mentioned it.
I mean, one thing is for sure, they were trying to get the limelight upon themselves. Let's be honest.
That is true. I mean, this team wasn't backing away from any of the fights, and I think even in the next game and the last match of the day, they will have that opportunity. But if they can only if they can display the same confidence that they did on Vikendi, because as we keep saying it, right, Vikendi is that one outlier where you do not really know what to expect from anyone, do not really know what to expect from the circle, the zone, what will be given to you. But then again, if you can perform like this amidst chaos, then in the controlled environment on like a map of Miramar, on map of Erangel, I would love to see what this team can pull off.
But another fact I would like to point out over here is that the previous game of Vikendi, there was only one big name that was not able to perform. That was Team Z.
Yeah.
Rest, all the other big names, they did as we expected. Global Esports, yeah, we wanted to see them go super aggressive, get somewhere around 15 to 20 elimination points and a banger game, but that's still maybe a little bit too much considering it's just the game 1 and the day 1.
It might be, but I think they are definitely going to kick things off nicely on the map of Miramar. That is what I believe in. But before we move on to Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, here's a very short break.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
You can take the long, easy road, or the short, bumpy one. Go ahead, challenge the roads. With Showa monoshock suspension and best in segment wider rear tire. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BGMI Pro Series 2024. We have 2 more matches lined up for the day. Group 2, they have finally begun their journey, starting off on the map of Vikendi. But now, Fixtures, it is their turn to take on the challenges on the map of Miramar. And of course, I would like to hear your thoughts on that first game from Group 2.
It was cold. It was a cold start, especially Silly Esports. Honestly, you know, nobody expected. Nobody saw them coming, that they would be coming in, getting that first chicken dinner. And it was not like they were playing passive. You know, they were taking fights. They were smart. Their positioning was right. This goes on to show that these boys mean business.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do mean business. An amazing performance. And of course, along with that team, 8-bit. Ever so consistent in the early stages of the tournament. But this is what we want to see in the grand finals. I think this is no one doubts that 8-bit will not make it to the finale.
Exactly. You know, this is what I was about to say, because, you know, for 8-bit, it's always been about surprising everybody, punching above their weight. When you kind of demean them, you think that they're not going to make it through. They somehow managed to excel. Yeah. And Vikendi has always been one of their favorite maps. They've always excelled at that. Even in the previous BGIS, we saw them performing very well. This time, getting a lot of finishes, however, missing out on the chicken dinner. But, you know, when you talk about disappointments, yes, Team Z definitely was one of them. They made some huge changes in their roster. They got in Jackson, who used to play for Hydra once upon a time. They got in Vexy, some of the old guards coming back along with Scout. But then you have for Miracle Esports. Now, the one guy leading that team is Adi. Now, let me remind the viewers that he placed third in the previous BMPS. And for Miracle Esports, it is an international org finally entering into the Indian esports scene.
Exactly, and apart from the org, I mean, talking about the players, isn't he the same IGL that got his team like 7 chicken dinners out of the 15 matches? 8 chicken dinners out of the 15 matches that they were playing. So, again, this man is impressive. He knows how to secure those wins, but it will definitely be difficult for them as well this time around. I mean, the competition has definitely gone up a notch.
You did talk about the outliers, right? Yes. Silly Esports was definitely one amongst them. And then you have got HeatBeasts, especially Arthur and Eternal. The way they carried around that one single fight against the players of Miracle Esports. I mean, I was flabbergasted. I did not see that coming, because when you look at the roster of Miracle Esports, it looks stacked. You've got Adi, you've got Siam, you've got Kyoya, you've got Jazzy. You know, these lads together can really wreak havoc throughout the lobby. But then again, it might just be one of those games, because I'm pretty sure these lads might end up with a chicken dinner tonight.
I mean, they can. The potential is definitely going to be there. But Silly Esports, I mean, I can't stop talking about them. That end game fight with how they played it out against the players of 8-bit was very impressive. It was down to, I mean, they had the numbers advantage, but things could have gone extremely wrong, especially with that top 3 situation where you had that one individual guy just hiding behind a rock and you do not know where he's going to be. That was the first man they picked off. Had he stayed alive, he could have definitely backstabbed the players of Silly Esports. So the decision-making is there. I want to see, can they be consistent in the next 2 games?
No, this is what I was talking about. You know, when I was watching the match on the sidelines, this was the composure. They were quite poised in what they wanted to do and how they wanted to execute that particular fight. Kind of goes on to draw parallels between that first game where GodsReign just snatched it away, right? This is where that experience came into play. But this time, Silly Esports, they meant proper business.
But hey, we have been asking our lovely viewers to ask us, or in fact, not ask us, whatever they want on X. And we have the question, Ninja Jord leading will affect TX's performance in iQOO BMPS. Is it good or bad for TX? Do you think Joker's addition will make TX stronger than before or weaker? What are TX's chances of winning BMPS? Hashtag ask BMPS. So that is the whole question. Kind of a lot of questions fit into one. So Fixes, you want to take a few? I'll take a few.
Yeah, of course. He's Hummingbird. We've been talking a lot lately, and his question finally pops up. So shout out to Hummingbird. But again, coming back, I think it's a perfect switch, right? Especially when you talk about the team's dynamics. Yeah. Because when you look at Team X-Pac, when Ninja Jord was there, they had a lot of fraggers. They wanted somebody who could notch things down, play a little bit on that backlines, and this is also what iQOO wanted. So I think, in my humble opinion, it was a perfect swap, something that both these rosters needed in their lineup, and I think it's really going to work out well. But when you ask me if they're going to actually win the BMPS once more, I don't think that has happened yet.
Yeah.
Not a team, you know, there has not been a single team that has been consecutively winning tournaments after tournaments. If Team X-Pac does that, then they're going to create history.
Hey, man, someone has to be the first, right?
Yeah.
In every race, someone has to lead the charge. And you never know, maybe TX could be that. But ladies and gentlemen, again, a huge thank you for iQOO, who are our partners in the journey of this iQOO BGMI Pro Series 2024. Fixes already snatching a device right off the desk. It is the amazing device that is there. And of course, I mean, I can't wait for it to be launched tomorrow.
I've already picked my color. I'm going for the orange. It's
Don't you already have an iQOO device?
I do have the flagship, but you know, again, you want another phone for other purpose. When you're talking about the features, it's got the best fast processor, the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. You've got a big battery juiced up, 5500 mAh battery, 2000 hertz instant sampling touch ratio. So much packed inside that little compact device at such good price. And guess what? it is going to be launching tomorrow.
Exactly. So the iQOO Z9S series, ladies and gentlemen, coming out tomorrow. As Fixes was mentioning about the 5500 mAh battery, the 80-watt flash charger, and of course, the slimmest phone in the segment, right?
And has a curved display.
Exactly. And has a curved display. What do you think about that?
Of course, I mean, I love it, especially when you consider the price of that particular phone. But when we take a quick look at the matchups, of course, Global Esports had a decent start. Even GENxFM. This is also a team that really impressed me, along with RDX Girls. Now, if you're again drawing parallels, we saw Team Snipy come in, but this RDX Girls roster has been looking quite promising. Getting around, what, 5 points is still pretty decent, considering it was their first game and it was Vikendi.
But just one thing I would like to point out was few blunders were made from them as well. And that is, I think, something the refinement needs to be there. But again, it's a new team, as you mentioned. So for the first time when you roll around in a circuit like this, it's all about learning from the experience and focusing on what were the mistakes made that you made, but the teams that have been a part of this circuit for a long time do not really make. I won't go into the Team Z 4 players in a single vehicle situation, because that is what RDX Girls were also doing, but I think they avoided that, and the action we saw from them was actually quite nice.
You know what, bro? They still got more points than TZ and for Medical Esports combined. So, yeah, we're going to give them that. All right. So, definitely so many new names are popping up. RUDRANSH Esports, we expect a little bit more from them. Twisted Souls also, they were in that fight, could not do much. But I think Silly Esports, definitely one of those teams to watch out for. And HeatBeasts. You know, like I said, this is one of those teams that I'm going to have a close watch at.
Not just you, me too. HeatBeast and specifically Arthur from that team, because that fight against the players of, I believe it was IMPRNT.
For Medical also.
For Miracle and IMPRNT. The fight against IMPRNT was the most impressive. He took down 3 players single-handedly. And it wasn't like it was a complete outplay. He was given one opportunity. The small distraction caused by RUDRANSH Esports from the flank, where they took down Madrick, and Arthur just made it work brilliantly. First, the Molotov windows, read the play. He's like, all right, 2 positions. They're going to try and push me from the window. They're going to try and push me from my left flank. The Molotov goes in. Spam shots on the left, takes down 1 more. Everything just played out perfectly.
And now, finally, it's time, Johnny. Once again, we head on to the battlegrounds, the virtual world of Miramar. This time to decide and find out who gets to be the victor of the second game of Miramar.
Well, let's see. It's going to be an intense one for sure. And there it is, the plane. And it starts from the southwestern quadrant of the map all the way from Valle del Mar. And it's going to go towards the side of Impala. So it's not just Vikendi, it's on Miramar as well. We have a flight path leaning heavily towards the southern half.
And you and I both were casting the first Miramar as well. Quite similar if you talk about Curve's entirety of that southern area, right? And this time again, so many of those teams, they're going to be out for a tough stretch, especially if you're heading up towards El Pozo, Hacienda del Patron, El Azhar. We've seen what had happened to GodsReign. We had seen what had happened to Vasista Esports whilst they were playing in Group 1. But now, for Global Esports, this is also going to be such a tricky one, because when you talk about this particular flight path trajectory, now they have to go all the way up top towards Torre Muda, Campo Militar, but seems like there might be some spicy things into the mix.
I wouldn't say spice. I think it's just fate coming into play. Like, even the gods of BGMI were like, this
it's boring now.
Yeah, this is boring now. We're going to give you a more interesting flight path and a more interesting circle to play around with. But this then again gives the opportunity for teams that were panicking looking at that flight path, right? Valle del Mar to Impala, that's extremely down south. So the teams that were there with the panic situation, anyone looking to go towards El Pozo or towards the northeastern quadrant, now they have a second opportunity, and they're going to be praying for either a central flight path or something towards the northern side.
Yeah, especially when it is Miramar, right? A lot depends on how the flight path trajectory forms, because you've got to cover a lot of ground. And we know we've seen so much of those early battles do pan out if you have such a really obnoxious flight path trajectory like that. But then again, when you talk about this Miramar being hosted, I think eyes will definitely be on Global Esports, because they've got some good conversion rate, especially even when you're talking about for Medical Esports also, because they have to stage their comeback along with the likes of Team Z, because this is one of those rosters that has been hyped up a lot. You've got Scout. Now, this was one of those conversations even you were having with Necro, where Necro had the opinion that back in the days when Scout used to play from Team X Park, they used to do pretty well. But then again, the answer lies in the fact that he was not IGLing back then. This time, however, he leads the pack.
No, so Necro's opinion was they used to do well on Vikendi. That is, he was just concerned about one map.
Yeah, and then again, it was Scout playing under a different IGL in a different role. This time, even if you drop the stats, right? I think he's been on an individual level. He's been performing pretty well. The stats do speak because in the recent tournaments they did perform. But yeah, it was a rocky ride, and eventually they had to replace 2 or 3 of their players. They got in Vexy, they've got in Jackson. Really want to see, because one of those players, I think Syed, he's been quite consistent inside the roster. So that is there, but we've got a few more questions, and this one is right up your way, Johnny. So it's from Small44784. He asked, how can a person start his journey as a caster from zero to officials? I see a lot of potential in myself, but don't have any opportunities to start. Also tried to approach small tournament organizers, but got no response from them.
I think one of the things that most of the people that miss out on when they're applying for casting gigs for TOs, I think, was demos. It's important to send in good demos. You can take your sweet time in recording your demos. That is always going to be the most important thing. And along with that, I think a show reel, that is one thing that I've noticed everyone misses out on. I've never received a show reel for that. And if you're talking about the officials, I mean, we saw Crafton organize a talent hunt the last BGIS, so Crafton is definitely handing out opportunities for new talents, for new players, everyone to be a part of the official circuit. You just have to wait for the next opportunity for the official circuit, for the official casting panel to open out, and if it does, you can apply for the talent hunt as well, and maybe we're going to see you on the desk.
We certainly will be. And I completely agree with what Johnny said, right? You need to know the proper mediums, right? You need to have a professional CV built up, reach out to people on LinkedIn, and then message them with proper, clips of you casting, and who knows, right? Somebody is going to respond, but has to be through a professional route. And I also personally feel sometimes, even when I started off, it's going to be a tough, rocky road. It took me, 1 or 1.5 years to break in, the official scene. But you do not have to give up. Be at the right place at the right time. Talk to other casters. Reach out to us. We might also help you out.
Yeah, exactly. And this is as far as the application process goes in terms of practice. I think Mr. Sharma has made a lot of videos on how you can practice your casting skills, right?
Yeah,
just
Mr. Sharma.
Pause a match, cast the game on top of it, and that is how you get the practice work done.
Of course. And you need to keep on evolving, because if you're good, if you kept your hustle real, sooner or later, I think we have a lot of good talents really, still struggling to break into the scene. And like you said, right, Crafton and Esports with their talent hunt program have been trying to foster up those new talents, and we've been having so many. I think I've been talking to the officials. They've been saying that they've been organizing a lot of those campus level tournaments. They've been going back to the grassroots, maybe try your luck over there. But like Johnny said, make sure you reach out from the right medium, build a nice application, and apply. And I'm pretty sure somebody's going to answer it back.
And it's we are in the show business. It is about putting your best foot forward. But coming back from the question to the matchup at hand, I mean, it was a wonderful opportunity given to us to get in contact with, to actually interact with the community on this broadcast. But talking about what waits for us on the other side of this Miramar, you've been talking about global esports, we've talked about Team Z, but silly esports now. This is a curveball that none of us expected. Do you expect them to have a similar run on Miramar, or are we expecting another GodsReign in the mix?
Honestly, after getting that chicken dinner, if they had any jitters, they're probably gone. Because right now, when you're looking at the entire qualification criteria, out of the 128, only 64 make it. And considering they've got 19 points already, and they still have 11 more games to go. So the tension that has been lifted, they might want to decide to go all out. Maybe there could be another GodsReign into the mix where they kind of fumble the ball over here. They might end up with 0 points. But when you're still talking about that average of 8 to 9 points per game, I think they've covered for at least 2.
Yeah, but that is definitely true. They have the safety cushion available to actually take a few hits onto the map of Miramar, but it's definitely going to be quite beneficial if you start on the right note. And as you were talking about, the first thing you said when you popped in the map of Miramar in Game 2 was about maintaining the average. And you and I were having the discussion as to how do you survive round 1 of this iQOO BMPS 2024 is just make sure that by the end of your first week, not by the end of round 1, by the way, by the end of your first playing week, make sure you have like 70 to 80 points in the bag already.
as many as you can get, right? No barriers at that. But like you said, right, we do not know where the cutoff is going to head at.
Exactly.
And today Necro was looking a little disappointed, a little gloomy because, you know, he wants those early fights happening. And same goes for both of us as well.
True.
But I'm telling you, after that first week is done, when we have that little bit of that reshuffle, a few of those teams would already have their berth secured, right?
Yeah.
And after that, you're going to see them, you know, trying to go around, you know, all guns blazing, running amok the lobby. And that would be fun for sure. But still now, we'll have that tension really building up because so many of those teams out there performing so well, everybody wanting to make it to the second round.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be quite interesting. But, I mean, once again, a huge thank you to our lovely partners. That is the iQOO for this iQOO BMPS 2024. And, of course, the iQOO Z9S, ladies and gentlemen, launching again tomorrow. And, of course, one of the best devices we've come across this time.
And they're giving away 50,000 rupees worth of prizes. All you need to do is just head on to Google and search iQOO Z9S. And all you have to do is participate in a contest. And who knows, you're going to walk off with something really juicy. Because now we've been talking a lot about this phone, right? Yeah. My favorite feature has to be that Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 processor. Because it's the best in segment. When you talk about the price, I mean, we do not know. But what we do know, it is going to be very competitive. Yeah. And it is going to be the best in the segment. So the price will be out tomorrow. But for now, you can check out those juicy features.
Of course, and you keep talking about the features. I keep talking about how this device is designed.
You like the white?
Yeah, I like the white one.
I like the orange.
Yeah, we are going for different options always.
Then there is nothing for Necro.
We'll let Necro figure it out. But anyways, he's not here right now. It's just you and me.
So one for you, one for me.
Yeah, our differences are settled.
I mean, there was not a difference to begin with because you like the white, I like the orange, unless and until Necro has an opinion or an eye on a certain or one of those colors. But that's not going to happen. We are still, you know, older. Then we can have that little bit of a leeway. But
you know, you are going to be the one discussing this with him in the next game, right?
Yeah,
I leave after this.
I mean, I still will be over here. Orange is, you know, in my reach. So that's fine. But, you know, again, getting back to this tournament, we've been talking about the BMPS 24, in fact, the iQOO BMPS 24 being the biggest event from Crafton India Esports. And, you know, the entire storyline is set, right? It is a path for glory for all these teams. You know, they have been hustling it out. We've seen the BGIs recently concluding. All those teams, majority of them have made a comeback. And we have had a glimpse of few. And then there have been those new names, and they've been really surprising us. But now, folks, it's time that we head into the maps of Miramar and find out for ourselves who gets this juicy chicken dinner with the flight path trajectory all the way from La Driera towards Porto Paraiso. Now, this is going to be really going to be a little bit disheartening for all of the other teams that still want to go up top. But I'm pretty sure for Medical Esports, especially Adi and the boys, them dropping down at El Pozo, it is not going to be a big problem. But for now, Global Esports, really excited to see where do they take their plunge on. And anything could really happen at this given moment.
Well, let's see how this all turns out. Flight path again, as you mentioned, I mean, leaning again towards the southern half of the map. I mean, doesn't really change much, but look at that. It seems like El Pozo might be contested early by the players of TS and 4 Miracles. And apart from that, I'm hoping for some early clashes as well. Still the early stage of the tournament. We do see that splash of colors moving towards the central part of the map. GE Global Esports leading the charge for Picado. But do they run towards an early fight this time?
It's going to be interesting, though, because, yeah, Picado is definitely up for grabs. But ideally, we've been seeing them execute rotations around Hacienda del Patron. All those nearby compounds and those territories. And the best part is that Murphy is back into the roster. So something for the fans to cheer about, especially carrying on a legacy. We've seen BGI's 2024 being his redemption arc. Really just slipping away from a couple of points, and that trophy, that second position finish, still hurts him. But again, I think he did manage to redeem himself, right?
Yeah.
But for Team Z, they've got a really long split going on. Dropping down at Porto Paraiso, you've got Scout and Vexi dropping down together, but Los Leones seems quite empty with Team 8-Bit dropping down there.
Well, let's see, though. quite close to 8-bit, but at least they've gone for a 2-2 split that allows them information of what is happening in the city of Los Leones. And Sayed and Jackson, in the meanwhile, can safely go around and loot in the city of Puerto Parasi. So I like this strategy, at least for the early start of the game. The only way this can backfire upon them is for some reason 8-bit decide, let's go and check the hills south of Los Leones. That is not going to happen, though. That was just a hypothetical. In the meanwhile, though, RVNC, it seems like, have found a few early vehicles for themselves, and they're still looking for that early loot heading towards their drop location. But look at this, silly Esports up against the players of Alpha 6.
Yeah, this is more like it. Bring us a fight around Picardo. We love for that to happen. And Alpha 6, they've got Cracks, AK, Seriotin, and Carillo up against silly Esports who've just recently won a game. And now it's all about that patience game, right? It's all about that one person making that mistake and the other capitalizing on the situation. AK still trying to gauge the situation, still trying to spot maybe somebody out and thread the needle and get that first opener. But Seriotin, he's starting to play with fire. This is now really interesting spot, and anything could happen, Johnny.
Yeah, anything can happen, and it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out. Global Esports, they have been doing quite decent, but we expect a lot more from them. That is the problem. I think our expectations are the problem for this team, because all we expect them to do is just keep on fighting, be aggressive, run into action always, but they have their own way of thinking things. Last time, I think Miramar used to be one of their best maps. They were always looking and finding those high ground advantages, looking to convert a lot of finishes from that position, and they were able to successfully pull it off multiple times. This time, I think the start of the day might not have gone their way, but I think this is that one team that can easily turn things around, and I expect them to do that on this map of Miramar.
Yeah, we always expect bigger things from Global Esports, right? Especially when their tagline goes, gee, fighting. They constantly are on the search for those fights. And however, Vikendi was a little bit of a different flavor from their side.
Can we make a petition for the tagline to be changed specifically for the BGMI roster to GE Always Fighting?
Always. They have always been fighting and never really shying away from fights at least, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you've got such an experienced IGL leading 3 such aggressive players. It just makes things really exciting. But then again, we've got a couple of other teams. Let's talk about RVNC.
Hey.
Now, this is one of those teams that has Dynamite.
Yeah.
Now, Dynamite goes way back to the days of Hydra. And let me remind the viewers, last time when we had casted him, he had already crossed 30. I'm pretty sure now he's either 31, 32. The oldest player in the scene, RVNC Dynamite.
Oh, wow. I mean, that is definitely going to be interesting. Fixes, why are you not playing?
Because I'm just too bad at the game these days.
Yeah, I mean, it requires a lot of commitment to stay in the pro circuit for a long time. And, I mean, kudos to him.
I was not built up for it.
Yeah. I mean...
I'm better off here.
I think that's true for all three of us, you, me, and Necro.
Yeah, I mean, look at our jobs, right? We get paid to talk about the game that we love the most. What could be better for us? And, that's something nice because it doesn't matter who wins, who does not. Right? At least for us, it's all about enjoying the game. But for Syed, he's not enjoying this climb. Or is he?
Finally makes it. Second attempt. The worst thing for him over there was the fact that we saw him fail the first time. Anyway, Syed does gain that high ground advantage that he wanted. And TZ now, though, in an interesting position because they've gone for a 3-1 split play. Jackson is moving towards the city of Impala, and Syed, along with the rest of his teammates. All right, no, Syed and Jackson are towards Impala. The other two players, Vexy and Scout, guess where they are?
They're far from the pack.
Yeah, they're moving towards Chumasera now.
Yes, and I think I get the reason why. Because Syed OP, all he wants to do is try to sneak in a finish or two. I think that's the idea. Because even if somebody from HeatBeasts responds back, there's no chance on earth that they would initiate that push and try to finish him off. Because you still have Jackson trying to provide that cover. And yeah, Syed has made a move that you would not see coming, right? Who would expect him to get there? And he did not use his vehicle. So I'm pretty sure the sound cues haven't been given about. And for HeatBeasts, they have no idea on what's happening. But The iQOO MVP so far, Aditya, one of the most decorated players. Even if you look at the official statistics, he's got one of the highest finishes, in fact, in the top 4 list in all the BGMI tournaments,
Oh, wow.
the official ones.
And he's an impressive player as well, a humble lad. I've been good friends with Aditya and Juicy, both of them playing for the side of 8-bit, and it's heartbreaking to see these players not being able to lift a trophy. That is why, I mean, 8-bit, it is going to be interesting to see how far they go, but here's a list of the top 5 players. We have Aditya, 4 eliminations, 4 from 8-bit Mac as well. We have a few players from the side of Silly Esports as well.
You also played football with Aditya and even a lot of the boys from TZ. Anything that you've picked up while playing with them, Johnny? You know, it's been outside the game.
Yeah, that I can still play
Is he
football.
aggressive while playing football as
No,
well?
neither of them are. None of them are aggressive while playing football. I mean, it is.
It's just you.
Yeah. But that's because, I mean, I don't know. I haven't been allowed to play for a long time.
Yeah, right. But still, you know, we would be reminiscing the good old days. I used to be watching the games from the sidelines. It was a fun affair. But now coming back, you know, this is what I was talking about, right? RVNC. This is one of those teams we've seen in the previous BGIS. They stretched too far, but eventually their wings were cut off. But still, Dynamite. This is one of those players, like we said, right? When a lot of us give up, he hasn't given up. I think if you talk about the other esports titles as well, could kind of bring his storyline down to somebody like Carrigan. You know, Cross lifted his first trophy after he crossed 30. Who knows? A dream run for Dynamite might happen this time.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it is definitely going to be interesting, but for that storyline to come true and for that parallel to be drawn, he has to lift a trophy.
Yes.
That is also there. And of course, but it's not going to be easy at all. Although we have the players from the side of 4 Miracles on our screen. And this time they are towards Monte Nuevo, having taken that high ground control towards the western half of the circle. What a contrast though, right? You expect Miramar to have a little bit more early aggression than Vikendi. Vikendi, the first 10 minutes, we lost 2 teams.
You know, of course, I do agree with you, but, you know, the conversation I really wanted to have with you was about Adi and how he has also always been renowned to build up rosters.
Yeah.
Back in the days when he was in Insane and then his journey towards Blind, he lost his entire roster, still somehow managed to hold on to Jazzy and Tsunami, then build a roster from scratch.
Yeah.
Getting in Siam, if you remember, from Metal Esports, he was one of the most consistent players. And then you've got Kyoya also into the mix, you know, one of the most aggressive players. We've seen his rise up in the INKR tournament whilst he was playing from Metal. And this time, I think Adi again has a lot to prove.
Yeah, but this roster is very easy for him to work with. The one thing that I've found impressive about him and, well, in fact, Team Insane as well back then was the fact that their scouting program just scouted some of the best talents from the undiscovered circuits. And that was what was the most impressive. He would take them all the way to the final somehow. And this time he still has a lot more decorated players to work with. I think if Adi makes it through, it's just going to be expected and he's going to make it look like a walk in the park this time.
Now, let me be blunt and honest, right? He lost 3 of his best players. He lost out Harsh, he lost out Scapes, he lost out Dark Lord.
To be honest, the man is used to it. That happened to him every season for the last few years.
Of course. I mean, when you look at so many of those big names, Goblin, Neo, all being a part of Insane once upon a time. And, you know, the list is endless.
Yeah.
There's so many big players coming in from that particular squad. But for now, for Miracle Esports, the new headlines are, it's an international organization, finally entering inside of the Indian BGMI Esports, and would love to see for a lot of the other teams to also join in. But then again, we've got the likes of RDX girls. They've had a decent start in the match of Vikendi. However, this is real business, right? Everybody loves Miramar. And this is a true test of how good you are at the game. And I'm pretty sure with getting 5 points, they must be happy. But this time, if they might get a chicken dinner, I think that would be like an icing on the top of the cake.
Oh, of course, every single time you play, you're going to be hoping for the chicken, but it's not going to be easy to secure every single time. Although, one interesting thing in this Miramar is the fact that we are seeing that cluster build up quite early, control for the center being challenged by almost everyone. And Global Esports, they're still scrambling for information, scrambling for anyone they can find. And GHUSO Esports, we saw them on the radar over there of Ninja Boy, but it seems like contact has been avoided somehow.
Global Esports, I don't know if they're scrambling. I'm pretty sure they're in pursuit. They might just want to spot somebody out and just go after them. You remember, right? Every single time you see this name, Global Esports, pop off in front of your screen, and you know what they're up to. You know, to all those mean monkey business. They want to find out somebody. They want to go after them, just decimate them, rip them apart. But GENxFM, now this is one of those teams. Now, previous BMPS, if my memory serves me right, they used to play from 4 aggressive men. And this time around, after that, they made that switcheroo in the BGIS. JD Gaming, definitely one of those players to watch out for, skillful. We have met these players in person, really good lads. But BGIS did not really go the way they really planned out. And now, here they are, trying to redeem themselves as well.
I think these players have a bright future ahead. Extremely talented, extremely well-versed in what they want to do. And their strategies are also laid out, so there's no confusion when we see them in action. The only problem is that there is definitely a little bit of RNG in the game that sometimes backfires, sometimes plays in your favor. We're talking about the circle, of course. And that is that one challenge that GENxFM struggle with. Of course, in a battle royale, it is impossible to have a 100% win rate.
Yeah.
But GENxFM, I am quite hopeful for this team. The only thing I want is that fearless Maratha's attitude to return. I used to enjoy GENxFM when they were always fighting. Now they've gotten a little bit more tactical, which is definitely good for them if they want to live the trophy. But hey, man, I'm a fan. I want to see them in action.
You know, so much has changed, Johnny. Because when you talk about the fearless Marathas, the OG fearless Marathas, now they represent Hyderabad.
Yes!
And they were 4 aggressive men. Now they are the fearless Marathas. So much has changed. And, you know, like we said, right, when you talk about the boys, I think we've met Karan in a recent third-party LAN, and such a good lad, right? Very humble. He knows what to speak and always stays grounded. But just a couple of moments ago, we saw Team Z finally reuniting with each other. They were quite separated. Really felt like they had a tussle almost. But for Alpha 6, oh my goodness, they haven't moved a muscle.
Hey man, I'm actually surprised. Look at that. It's 46 seconds before we reach the third stage of the tournament. Of this match. Not a single shot has been fired till now.
Look at their loot. Cracks does not have a single utility, does not have a single med to work around with. Same goes for Seriotin as well. So this is going to be quite detrimental.
It's Alpha 6 fixtures. No one knows what Alpha 6 is up to. No one, absolutely no one. I doubt even their IGL knows that 2 of his players do not have any utility on them.
But you know what I really feel like is, I think they were not prepared for this. Because now, Silly Esports, you do not have a lot of info on them as to where they tend to drop down, where they tend to land. And this is one of those fights that they had not seen coming. And as a result of which, it is quite a long standstill.
I disagree with that. I think Alpha 6 has a very well fleshed out strategy, which I like to call the shock and awe strategy, right?
And
first they like to shock their opponent, and then if they get finished, they just go, aw.
All right, this is the awe.
Yeah.
It's not
or
the
if they win the fight, then it's just like shock and awe.
All right.
Yeah.
That's quite nice, but would really love to see that fight start up. Nobody has really initiated. In fact, I can see Ranveer disengaging from that situation now. Might land himself in trouble because they're closing in on the players of Global Esports. But look at this. Silence finally broken as Career. He strikes first.
Hey man, shock and awe. It's shock and awe coming into play from the side of Alpha 6. And they find one more, by the way. So I think their strategy this time, again, Alpha 6, you never know what is going to happen when this team is around. And now they've finally found the opening. I think they have like 2 frags already secured from that fight. And it's the first frag of the game as well that goes into the hands of Alpha 6. Although the only problem is, do they stay hiding in that same position? Do they still stay in Picardo? Or do they risk moving out just like Silly Esports did?
You know, they need some loot at this point. At the very least, because they do not have enough meds on them. And for Silly Esports, losing out on their patience eventually, just to get caught off guard from the players of 8-bit as Mighty. I think let's talk about Mighty a little bit, because I really feel like he's always been living under the shadows. Because when you've got big hitters like Aditya or Mac, I think this lad has been stepping up quite well. He's been holding his own grounds. We've seen him get those multiple clutches, and this is what greed does to you, right? Out in the open, trying to get that finish. What were you even thinking?
Hey man, again the shock and awe coming into play over here. Cario and
Love it.
6AK sticking together. 8-bit did not expect Alpha 6 to be there. And you know why Alpha 6 are so aggressive in this fight? Because that was their point. They got that knock. 8-bit were trying to steal it.
Look at the ammunition on Cario. He barely has one more mag remaining, and they desperately need some loot. At least the intention was to try and drop down the players of Silly Esports, go down, loot their crates. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, all thanks to the players from 8-bit. But they managed to shoo away the players of 8-bit back and force them away from those crate. But again, I mean, as this team, Alpha 6, moves out, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our official mobility partner, the Hero Extreme 125R on our screens right now. And of course, can't really forget about the Hero Extreme 160R4V that's going to be awaiting the MVP of the finals. But let's see, HeatBeasts, they are going up against, in fact, charging forward towards the players of Ignite Gaming. Having found the first knock, the trade, it still does not work out. Ignite, in a matter of seconds, wipe the floor with HeatBeasts and secure those 3 points all to themselves.
What just happened? I mean, all that we know of was HeatBeasts. They were on a roll. They had such a good game in Vikendi and suddenly get eliminated by the players of Ignite Gaming. Again, one of those names not quite heard of, but here they come in and deliver. Now, this is what we love about all these new names really coming up, right? Now, Ignite Gaming, this is not a name that we've seen in the previous official tournaments. This is one of those teams did get their path in through the BMPS from the recent third-party tournaments. And they've been quite consistent, as a result of which they got a slot and they're starting to deliver. A first fight already over for them. They managed to win that one out, but Team Z seem to be in a little bit of that pickle because playing around Chumasera, they've got RDX girls to deal with, and even if that threat is dealt with, you also have GENxFM.
Well, oh my goodness, the shift of the circle right on top of the heads of the players from Global Esports. And with the players of 8-bit closing in on their position as well, I think this is the perfect time for them to strike. Ignite Esports in the back lines, but Max still finds an extra frag for his team. 3 points already secured by the players of 8-bit. And Mac, he's lurking in the back lines inside of the blue zone. But look at this. GENxFM against the players of RDX. You were talking about this fixes.
Indeed, Angelica and Boogie Boo. A little bit separated from the squad, or do they even not have those numbers? Yeah, they have all their 4 players surviving. But Angelica, she's going to be pressed at. GENxFM, Spider-Jaw, JD Gaming, and Karan really need to piece this one out together. Boogie Boo scared to death at this particular moment as this grenade gets flung over. And JD Gaming, he finds some success. Boogie Boo instantly exterminated, as now Angelica has to make a run for her life. But where does she run? Where does she hide? Because they push the onslaught coming in, and JD Gaming showing no mercy. Puts her down, and RDX girls, just like that, have lost out on 2 members already.
Yeah, hey man, the magic trick requires a lot more than just smokes and mirrors. And GENxFM, they're not going to fall for the deception of RDX. And we have 2 players remaining. And both of them just sitting and hiding, making sure they at least keep a track of the opposing side. But this is extremely risky. Pookie and Bade Mazdar just hiding in that balcony.
Oh, I really liked Skillful's position in that one, but hold on, we've got RVNC initiating a push on the players of Alpha 6 as one after the other, the numbers dwindle down. Siriot and Cracks both on their knees as RVNC really capitalizing the situation over here. Get those finishes to their names as the numbers on Alpha 6 keep on reducing. 2 finishes secured already, RVNC, however, losing out on Rod, and now Cario and AK, both these players still remain. Can they get that little bit of that revenge? Because Alpha 6, they haven't got enough finish points. They do not want to exit early.
Yeah, AK has done quite well for his team to finish a secured Cario with the opening frag of the game as well. But I think with the numbers down, maybe they can get a few more. The spray whiffs, and VST now are going to be made aware of the threat lurking in the back lines. Although some pressure felt by VST as well. One of their players went down mid-rotation. Snacks and Dazzle. In the razzle and dazzle in this fight, Cario, it is a 2v2 for now at least.
Yeah, I mean, VST getting in Snacks into their roster. We all remember how good this player was during his prime time. Again, a redemption arc this time for Snacks as he decides to inch in a little closer, take that fight. But now, look at this. Cario spotting out Ansh, almost taking him down, but he somehow manages to survive. And at this moment, Alpha 6, they're caught between a rock and a hard place. RVNC on one side and VST on the other.
And they have to cover up those windows with some smokes to try and buy themselves enough time to deal with the players of VST before they go back into the clutches of RVNC. Alpha 6, still a manageable position considering Ansh is extremely low, so he can't really go for a repeat on that window. But Snack steps out, AK goes down, and this might be the end of Alpha 6.
Hold on. Cannot really rule out career. Still in a very dicey situation. In a kerfuffle there. Has his position compromised, and there you have it. Just isolating career. They know that he's not over there. He's gone a little towards the side, but no, he wants to outplay the opposition. Carillo just steps out and steps in fact. Tries to lob a grenade, has found no success. Having to play it around the smokes, but RVNC from the backline instilling so much of that hurt over there as Snacks. He realizes that Carillo is just around the corner, just tries to spray around with his UMP and will succeed. And that being said, VST take down the players of Team Alpha 6.
Yeah, Alpha 6 out of the picture. We're down to 11 teams, 36 players still remaining. But VST, as you mentioned, fixes no time to reset. RVNC, they're knocking on their doors. The nades will opt in, but Snacks, and that is a cheeky position. He's hiding on top of that haystack around the corner. Jumps down, expecting the players of RVNC to be a little bit distracted. Although I think they might have spotted him crossing over. And Dynamite is going to be spotted out behind the smoke. A few shots committed by Snacks. Doesn't really catch the opposing player. And RVNC, they have regrouped. This is a risky play from the players of VST.
Yeah, they came in as a whole squad and eventually lost out on two of their players pretty early on. I think 8-Bit had a lot of job in that. And Yadnesh being taken out for VST. We remember Dazzle during the BGI's grind that game of Sanhok, where he performed the clutch of his life and really got famous. But for now, GENxFM lose out on their IGL. Karan hiding inside that little shack over there. But now Team IMPRNT, they've got to give that revive on towards Ninja OP and get themselves back into the midst of the fight.
Oh, GENxFM, another great pick secured, but JD Gaming is going to be run over, and it's going to be two players taken down. Aryan, impressive performance. 4 finishes secured for his team. 7 in total coming in for the players of IMPRNT. And now finally they are showing their 2 colors after the blunder that happened on the map of Vikendi. They shine like, well, like the sun, the bright sun on the map of Miramar. And they're not done yet. One more in the bag for the side of IMPRNT.
But Adi suddenly decided he wanted to be Icarus. He flew too close to the sun, eventually getting a little ahead of himself. And eventually in the process got taken down. But for Global Esports, they've got things under control. IMPRNT Esports in a whole world of trouble over here. As now Ninja OP is going to patch himself up. But IMPRNT, how do they kind of thread the needle there? How do they carve their way inside the circle? But look at Snacks. He's got all that wrong intent in his eyes. GHUSO Esports, they might not have seen this coming.
Snacks is looking for some tasty snacks in the form of the opposing players. The only player for his team to secure those elimination points as of now. And he's aware of the players of GHUSO Esports right on the other side of the ridge, so he's buying himself enough time for them to be distracted and for him to be able to push up forward. But IMPRNT now, this is a scary position to be in, Fixtures. Look at that, right up front on the other side of the road. Global Esports waiting for them to over-aggress. Shots fired from Madrek, information given out. And now Mavi and the boys, all of their heads are going to be turned towards the players of IMPRNT.
Yeah, Global Esports really have to deal with the players of IMPRNT first, because the next threat coming up their way is going to be 8-Bit. They've got such a good control over the circle. But look at this. This is exactly what they did not want to happen, right? But Ninja Boy coming in with that quick trade on Ninja OP as IMPRNT Esports somehow need to get themselves inside the zone. But for that to happen, they need some eliminations over there. They need some knocks. And that does not seem to happen as of now as Snacks. He's instilling so much hurt. He's dished enough damage onto the players of GHUSO Esports, almost wiping them out of the server. But there you have 2-2 OG surviving against all the odds, against Madrek. And look at them go as Madrick decides to take down the final player, but Global Esports, they're still alive and still kicking.
They are still alive, and Madrick is looking to take advantage of the distraction, but he gets shot in the back. Top 3 teams remaining, and I think it might just be Team 8-Bit who might walk away with this amazing chicken dinner fixtures. And again, 10 eliminations secured by Team 8-Bit. What are these? They are on a path of vengeance.
Oh my god. This lineup is just different. I mean, look at them. Aditya showing no mercy. There you have it. That beautiful grenade onto its beast. And 8-Bit have entire control over the situation right now. They've got the best possible spread. They've kept Global Esports at bay. And I don't see a world where they enter inside the circle. 2
of the most aggressive teams in this entire group fighting out for the chicken dinner right now. And Global Esports down in numbers. Amazing grenades coming in. But Slug takes down 2 more from the side of 8-Bit in return. So we're down to a final 2v2 between 8-Bit and Global Esports. Who's going to win it? Aditya has been spotted out. Few shots committed. Slug's position is compromised as well, all thanks to those shots. But where is his teammate? If they are lined up, it's going to get tricky. And yes, they are. Mavi just follows up Slug. Both of them still sticking together. Juicy and Aditya, that wide split can actually work out in the favor of 8-Bit.
Yeah, I mean, 8-Bit still has the advantage in this scenario, right? They have that circle control. Somehow, Mavi needs to use that bait and switch strategy. Somehow needs to flush somebody out because 8-Bit, they've got a beautiful spread working their way. And this is it, right? Slug being taken down. Mavi's got some big responsibility on his shoulders. We've seen Mavi pull off those clutch, but this time it's going to be oh so difficult for him, as now he's got to play clean and close attention towards the players of 8-Bit because now they've got such a nice part to work around with.
Oh, the Molotov is going to be lobbed out. Slug, Mavi looking to go for a revive, looking to bring his teammate back into the action. But Aditya, he peaks the ridge, and Mavi is going to be forced to drop the revive, go for the fight. As soon as he tries to reload, he's going to get picked off. And 8-Bit, what an amazing win from this team. 14 eliminations secured. They have outdone themselves. We thought that performance on Vikendi was good enough.
I mean, they missed out on the chicken in the previous one. This time, they, however, ensured that this gets delivered home, right? Big number of finishes coming in. This squad looks ready. I really feel like, you know, the idea is to ensure that in that first 6 games you have, collect enough points to qualify for round number 2 and then just go ham on the lobby.
Yeah, we know once 8-Bit has somewhere around, I think, we're going to try and calculate what average they are eyeing out.
They had 19 points in the previous game.
No, I think once we have one of the sets done with their matches, even if it's group, the entirety of set blue, we're going to have an idea of where the cutoff is going to lead us, right?
Yeah.
And I think we know 8-Bit, once they have enough points, the shenanigans are going to begin.
And the funny part is all of us sort of predicted Global Esports to be ending up on top by the end of the day. It was just Anki that showed faith in 8-Bit, and they're starting to deliver. Seems like Anki gets to win the first prediction from the caster side.
Exactly. I think he walks away with the winner of day 1, and in terms of the teams, I think 8-Bit is going to walk away with as the winner of day 1 as well. What an impressive performance this was. I'm still kind of in shock because, I mean, this is not how you usually expect 8-Bit to play. Yes, they are aggressive, but their conversion rate has been, it's been horrific all throughout, right? We don't really see them win a lot of games, but they're very aggressive. They're always going to be at the top spot. The problem, again, still remains the same. We know they will make it to the finals. But can they play like this in the finals?
It's always been the case with 8-Bit, right? They somehow make it into the finals and they just drop the ball, kind of go clueless of what is happening. So I think this time Juicy has to ensure that, of course, you know, qualifying is not going to be an easy job this time as well. But even if it gets to the grand finals, this time he needs to hold up, right?
Exactly, but I think we will have to wait to see what happens to Juicy and the boys this time. Again, amazing people, amazing players, always have been at the top of their game. It's just the grand finals that turn out to be their kryptonite. All throughout any tournament, they are amazing throughout the league stages. And this final moments, those first 2 frags were very impressive, but what was even more impressive is happening in the backline. Slug finding those 2 frags. This is what made sure that 8-Bit would not be at 100% in that final 2v2. The one mistake that was made from the side of Global Esports, or not really a mistake, it was them being baited. I think they just expected both the players of 8-bit to be outside the circle. Did not expect one man to already be inside. Aditya just pulled all the attention towards him. Guys, look at me, I'm right here. And Global Esports just fell for that bait.
You know, 8-bit for a moment had almost dropped the ball there because they lost out on two of their players. But I really feel like it came down to IMPRNT because they were the ones who threw a span into the works of Global Esports, because it was all about the timings for the rotation. Because if you look at it, 8-bit had the complete control of the circle.
Yeah.
And Global Esports had to enter a little bit earlier to ensure they had some piece of the pie.
Yeah.
And IMPRNT Esports sort of denied them. However, they were wiped out. Even 8-bit had a hand in that. But still, you know, Global Esports, they did not have a lot of possessions to play around. And 8-bit had a beautiful spread in that final circle, as a result of which they managed to get a chicken dinner. But it came down really close, because had Slug not taken down two of their players, who knew this could have been a clean chicken dinner coming in from 8-bit.
Exactly. I mean, 8-bit was very impressive, but now we talk about my favorite team, Alpha 6. that was, I mean, the level of patience that was displayed in that Picardo clash, I have never seen that before. And I think for a second, maybe even Silly Esports started to doubt, did these guys leave? Are they still there? And as soon as Silly Esports stepped out in the open, I think that is when they realized, all right, Alpha 6 is still inside those buildings. They were standing there for so long in the same spots with that basic loot that by the end of things, as you pointed out, they did not have enough things to survive the mid-game stages.
Yeah, I mean, the moment they showed their back, that is the point where Cario struck, right?
Yeah.
He got the first pick of the game, and that is where we also saw 8-bit executing a quick rotation. They were also the ones to, you know, get a couple of finishes here and there out of the players of Silly. Even afterwards, went after Alpha 6. They took out two of their players early on. Then we saw even VST. I think this is also one of those things that we need to talk about, is Snacks making his comeback. And this time, you know, he got, in fact, he was the only player from VST to get a few finishes for his team.
Yeah, I think he got like 2 finishes, maybe
three. Even towards the end, he got a couple from GHUSO Esports.
Yes, 3 eliminations secured by Snacks. But I don't think that's going to be enough. I think the entire team of VST needs to pull together if they want to stand a chance of making it to the next stages of the tournament. We have the point standings of this game. 24 points from this game secured by the side of Team 8-bit. And we have Global Esports with 15, IMPRNT with 12, VST. They were able to walk away with 8 points, all thanks to Snack, those 3 finishes, and of course the survival instincts as well coming into play, getting those 5 placement points from this game. They survived in the blue for a long time, by the way, Team VST. They were just fighting the blue after Snacks got those first 2 eliminations. They were right behind the players of IMPRNT, and they just stayed in the blue waiting for an opportunity to strike for so long.
But again, you know, we'll get back to that conversation once we take a look at the bottom half. And this is where things are quite silly, because look at HeatBeasts. Now, this is one of those teams that really popped off very well in the map of Vikendi. Same goes with Silly. They managed to get a chicken dinner in the previous one, eventually just to drop the ball. And again, disappointment continues with Fumerical Esports. Now, we had high expectations, and they were looking quite dandy. They were looking quite good, till the point they somehow decide that they've lost it and decide to just ram in on IMPRNT Esports, and suddenly in the blink of an eye, they vanish into thin air.
Yeah, I think that is a perfect way to put it. Like, I think that was an actual YOLO moment from coming in from them. Like, yeah, this fight is not really going well. Let's see if we can get a few extra points and make it work. And there are definitely going to be those moments in every single game, right? It happens to everyone. But then again, week 1, we also can't get too skeptical or too hyped about all of these teams, because it is about observation. For a lot of the big names specifically, I think 8-bit is definitely doing what they do best, what they know best, Global Esports as well. But everyone else is just going to make sure they keep an eye on the competition and see how it fares out. Prepare for the second week or the second half of round 1. But before we move to the next match, ladies and gentlemen, here's a quick break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
It's a wide, open road. Or so you think. Go ahead, challenge the unexpected. With first-in-class single-channel ABS, presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for mega taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
All right, back from this short little commercial break, and we've got Necro, and I'm over this side. But Necro, you've been watching the match from the sidelines, and for 8-bit, you've always been a critic. And this time, I'm pretty sure they've been shutting you down.
I mean, look, yes, they're performing good, nothing taken away from that,
Yeah.
but as we know, when it matters the most, that's when they're not able to perform. Usually in the early phase of a tournament, they do tend to dominate, they do tend to perform, they do get the job done. But now my eyes are going to be really locked on for Miracle. This is one of those teams that we know has a lot of potential. As Adi Beanie we know this man is capable of a lot of the better shenanigans, especially when this man was leading Team Insane, especially in the league stage itself of the BMPS of 2023. This guy was doing so good, but now we're not seeing any of that glimpse once again.
Yeah, that has been apparently missing, but something that's not missing and you cannot miss out is this beautiful iQOO Z9S. We've been talking a lot about these features. It is going to launch tomorrow, and we've been talking about, prizes worth 50,000 rupees up for grabs. Now, you must be wondering how. All you need to do is head over to Google and search for iQOO Z9S, and then you need to partake in a competition, and if you're lucky, you might receive those juicy rewards. Because, what is there not to like about this phone? It's got the slimmest in the segment. It's got the best battery life, 5500 mAh. I mean, just talking about it, especially when you've got that very efficient Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 processor, it feels like it's an icing on the top of the cake.
Yeah, and pocket friendly too. That's another thing that needs to be added on there. So yeah, anyone can have a better chance at playing BGMI if you do get your hands on this device, which is launching tomorrow, by the way. So make sure you're staying tuned on Amazon. But moving on forward with the conversation, right? As we know, the upcoming game is also going to be super crucial. Once again, back on the classic grounds of Erangel. And for Team VST, they're doing decent. For GHUSO Esports, the previous game not exactly the way they wanted it to be. For Global Esports, once again, being on the consistent spree. For 8-bit, outstanding performance. IMPRNT, even they're doing quite good. And speaking of the previous game specifically, there was a big vacuum of points in the top 3.
There certainly was. But, again, I think the favorite moment that Johnny really had going for himself was that little bit of a standstill moment in Picardo, right? You had Silly, you had Alpha 6, and neither of these teams had any loot, especially Alpha 6, because they barely had a single med on them. And despite that, they took that fight against Silly. They almost kind of battled it out against VST. But do you have another opinion about this?
I mean, speaking of Alpha 6, if you remember all the way back in the BGS 2023, I do remember Alpha 6 used to drop on Picardo right on top of the players of CG.
Yeah.
Now, of course, CG is much more of a refined team. They're much more better compared to the players of Alpha 6. But still, Alpha 6, all they needed to do was get one single point from CG, and they used to spoil the entire game with CG. That's why Alpha 6, they sort of do have that special place in our hearts for them.
Now imagine, okay, this is one of those situations you need to imagine. After that reshuffle, what if Sarkar Gaming, Carnival Gaming, Alpha 6, and Silly Esports are in the same group and they're playing Miramar?
Someone has to go for a shift. There's no way all of them dropping towards Picardo. If it is going to be a case, then it would look like a death match.
I mean, we would love to see that happen, really, because, initially those phases of Miramar are quite slow. I mean, a little change in taste would not hurt.
But let's be honest, that's not going to happen, right? Someone will definitely go for a change in their drop location, considering they know what favorite drop location is of each and every single player that likes to go over there. They know CG like to go over there, even Sarkar Gaming, as you mentioned, they like to move in towards that same area. So someone needs to go for some sort of a shift. But here we go. Last game of the day, especially the last game for Group 2 begins now. Starting all the way from Sosnoka military base towards Severny, this plane fly path once again is perfect.
this is perfect, especially considering how treacherous the previous Miramar was, at least for a lot of those teams. But this time, almost dissecting the map into two halves. The flight path trajectory from Feripair towards Severny. I think global esports, they need not move a muscle.
Oh, they definitely do not need to. Severny right there towards that drop location. Even so, Snuka military base is going to be in reach. You instantly do see Silly Esports take an exit from that plane fly path. You've also got a few more teams, 8-bit, even for them, Feripair is going to be in reach. I do want to see a drop collision for 8-bit. Usually in early fights, 8-bit do tend to struggle, but maybe this time things can be a little bit different.
Thankfully, they don't have Team Tamilas lurking around. They'll be in a different group whatsoever, but who knows after the shuffle, they all might end up in that one particular group. But for now, what it's worth is we can see Team Z heading across the Snufka military base. We've also seen them take over Novoripnoi. I think that is exactly the idea. But for Alpha 6, this is going to be interesting because it is an early collision and Syed OP opens it up, taking down AK already.
They drop against Team Z, and Team Z already kicked things off in a fantastic manner. Two of the players instantly knocked out and dusted for Alpha 6. And Alpha 6 can't even do anything to try and return back anymore. There's just one man towards that same vicinity. For Alpha 6, they know it's done for. They cannot make the comeback inside of the fight. While the one last man is right underneath, for Alpha 6, there's a big disconnect between the remaining two players.
Indeed, Carrillo really needs to provide some assistance because Scout pretty much has spotted out cracks. It's all about just trying to buy some time because the moment somebody else from the other side crosses the road, it could be Carrillo trying to strike them down. So the fear still persists, at least for cracks. But now Scout already in a 1v1 situation at least. Has already eliminated one player, but can he get a few more? Especially considering Alpha 6. This is also one of those squads that is quite relentless, does not really give up. But for now, it's all about trying to just play around with their prey. And Team Z, sooner or later, they might just lose out on their patience and will decide to charge in.
Team Z, Scout OP still at the top. And no one's really deciding to go for the fight yet. Scout OP realizes the fact that from the back is already being capitalized.
Wow.
But Cracks, he does make that push, but it's a little bit too late. He was not able to try and decapitate the player in time. And that's where Team Z, they get the advantage. Carrillo's now all by himself, and at this point, the only best option I see is just backing away and playing for the placement.
Yeah, I mean, at this particular situation, right now for Team Z, I think what's really important is either they lay down a lot of smokes or get a vehicle, but either way, it's Carrillo. Just gets the hell out of here. And yeah, that also works, right? Get a bicycle, go there. But Scout really have to give it up to him because honestly, he was getting peppered down from the backlines. And that is where Alpha 6 decide to work in tandem with each other. That is where Cracks just initiated that push. And Scout dealing with that situation quite well. But Team Z finally having a decent start. But when you look at the overall grand scheme of things, so far, day number 1 hasn't really been the way they expected it to be.
Yeah. I mean, we are still seeing some of the known names dominate the lobby, right? As usual. We're seeing 8-bit dominate. We're seeing Global Esports do pretty good in these games. Even VST's doing quite decent for themselves. The only known name that's not been able to perform so far is Team Z. But I'm going to hold on to that thought for now. Global Esports, they collide against the players of HB. Where Arthur, he's been the playmaker for this team every single time. But Global Esports, Slug has taken a lot of damage upon himself. Arthur gets flanked on from the back. Not a lot can be done. And eventually Global Esports, once again, they strike back and get the advantage.
Yeah, typical Global Esports. They've literally lost it at this point. Just going out for a hunt. Taking down every single opposition that comes their way. This is the GE way and we live in their world. Just mere spectators as Global Esports. Slug down on his knees, but still not a concerning situation for them. As Beast, we know in the BGI is the number of clutches this lad has pulled off, and now HeatBeasts. Now, the question really comes down to this. Was it just a one-match fluke, Necro? Because now they're almost on the cusp of getting eliminated.
You're going off against Global Esports, and Global Esports is one of the best teams if you ask for the firepower. So it's really tough to take down a team like Global Esports in a 4-on-4 fight, so I'm not really going to blame HeatBeast over here, considering it's their first time ever playing inside such a big tournament. So it makes a lot of sense. Day 1 jitters, you got to give it to the boys. Maybe in the upcoming days we can start to judge them a little bit more critically, but for now, Global Esports, as expected, they're dominating this entire fight. They're the one to be the alphas in this one. As Slug is up close and personal, he does hear a lot of those footsteps, but he does not want to make the bounce just yet. And eventually, from the back, it'll be Ninja Boy, who spots out a little bit of that glimmer of the foe. A lot of damage to being dished out, and Slug is still not making the push, but eventually, he does find the striker as he strikes down the player. Whoa. But what a beautiful angle that was. Eternal instantly catches Slug in return. Global Esports as well, they're taking a lot of damage.
At this point, HeatBeasts, Eternal just flashed out over there. And Global Esports still trying to delay things as they want to get that revive on, as it's a perfect cue for Eternal to even make some magic happen, because one more player down and suddenly the ownerships, right? The tables get flipped out, but now Ninja Boy and Slug, they show no mercy over there. Eternal getting picked off, and the result inevitable. Global Esports, it's the first circle, 4 finishes already, 1 squad exterminated.
Yeah, Global Esports is one of the best teams in the lobby, and facing off against them, especially in a 4-on-4 collision, I really do not expect your team to come out on top, considering they also lack the experience, and that's where Global Esports, they had the cake in their hands. Quite an easy fight to be converted. 4 points easily accumulated, and now Global Esports can focus on moving towards IMPRNT, getting better loot in their hands, and try and focus on the rotations in the front. Especially talking about GHUSO Esports, though. This tournament is really important for a team like this. GHUSO Esports, they have been making their debut over and over again in the official tournaments, but unfortunately in the final few stages, they are not able to qualify.
Yeah, that is a point of concern when you talk about GHUSO Esports, because, honestly, even in the BGMI 23, they've had their moments, and can't really say that they're the new kids on the block anymore, right?
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, they've been professionals in the scene, and we've been talking about the BMPS being a path to glory for all these stars out here, but huge shout out to our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme, and check this bike out. I mean, it's so sexy, and you've been such a big fans of bikes. Tell me something more about this Hero Extreme 160R.
I mean, all I can say is that 160cc engine is a lot. That's going to go super fast. That's all I'm going to say.
4 valves as well, right?
Exactly. That's just going to add on to the torque even more. So that's even better.
I think it really fits perfect for me. I mean, somebody who wants to cruise around the cities, get that power, loves that quick ride. I think I should be the one getting it.
Hands down. It's down. It's quite a good bike, but focusing on the game once again. RVNC. Another one of those teams. Expectations are going to be super high from these guys. And speaking of how they have been able to perform so far, not exactly up to the mark. Do want to see a bit more of them. And another team that I still wanted to have the conversation about is For Miracle. This is another one of those teams that has got all the veteran players in their roster, and still they have been struggling. Let's just hope maybe this one single game things can be flipped around. IMPRNT Esports, a team that is known for their aggression, this time facing off against RVNC. And Maximus, he backs away. He knows this fight is not going to be that worth it, considering he doesn't know exactly where the opponents are positioned.
Yeah, I think at this situation, it's better to back off. If you do not have the exact knowledge of where your opposition is. But when you talk about Team IMPRNT, right? And this is again one of those teams that has been making a comeback. We've seen them in the previous BGIS, also during the BMPS 23 as well. And they've made a recent addition. And in the form of Madrek, who's parted his ways from Hyderabad Hydras. And that's a big surprise even for me. Never really thought the boys to break up so quickly. Especially, they had stuck on for quite some time. If you remember the previous BMPS, they were GENxFM, then that a little bit of a stint in Hyderabad Hydras, and maybe a little bit of those differences during the BGIS. Because Hyderabad Hydras, let's be honest, Necro, we all thought that this team is going to make it to the Grand Finals. And considering the Grand Finals was held in Hyderabad, and this team missed out, I'm pretty sure things kind of got a little salty there.
Probably they did. Hyderabad Hydras, they were looking quite promising, yes, hands down. In BGS 2024, with the way they made their debut, everyone thought that, yes, this is the exact Hyderabad Hydras everyone was hoping for. But then, when it mattered the most, they choked up. And it's not just Hyderabad Hydras. A lot of these other teams, they were not able to qualify in the Grand Finals, that we wanted to see them there.
And if my memory serves me right, Necro, they broke the curse, right? This was one of those teams from coming in from grind that qualified into round number 4, because all the others were just kind of crashing out, heading on towards wildcard. So that was a different story altogether. But for now, I mean, still yet to see Hyderabad Hydras back into action. But it is what it is, right?
Yeah, the first one to break the curse was Global Esports.
I think it was Hyderabad Hydras. I vividly remember that.
Global Esports was dominating every single stage.
Yeah, they were, but they came to play later. It was Hyderabad Hydras who had their match first, and you know, this was the very same studio, and I have a little bit of that sharp memory there. I can really wager with you on that if you wanna for the
That's
iQOO
fine.
Z9.
That's the past,
Yes,
though,
yeah.
right? Things have changed a lot after
Yeah,
that.
was
So
a
many
nice
roster
segue.
shuffles
Right,
happened.
Necro.
So, yeah. Even the zone is something that's going to be quite important in this one. 8-Bit playing towards the bridge side. There's also Silly Esports right next to him. 8-Bit, they've got a nice 2-2 split going on for themselves. 2 of the players camp at the bridge, while 2 players a little bit more further ahead, trying to get the area advantage, trying to get the information. While you see 4 Miracles on the right side, not really wanting to be a part of the action. Now, this is quite opposite of Team Insane. Adi, back in Team Insane, this man was one of the most aggressive IGLs the entire country had seen. And now he's playing quite passive.
And he was quite dynamic as well, if you remember,
Yeah.
right? If the need arose, he kind of went a little passive. He focused for those chicken dinners. And, you know, he always used to start his day with a bang, right? Just dropping down, chasing down, hunting down teams. But again, it is going to be such a long journey for him. A big rebuild for his lineup. And especially when you take a look at this particular circle, right? Now, ideally, for Miracle Esports, you would expect them to be at the South Pochinki Hills, because that is where Adi likes to execute his second split, right? That is where he loves to play around. And now, even looking at 8-Bit, I feel like they're also in a decent split, staying around the forest area. The IND forest is what a lot of people tend to call the local BGMI language. But Team Z, how do you like Jackson's addition to this roster? Because this lad, he's been grinding, but he's been out of the competitive scene for quite some time.
Exactly my point, right? So I can't really make any sort of statements just yet. We still really need to see Jackson properly informed. We still really need to see Jackson properly play and merge up with the team. So not a lot can be said with Jackson's addition. Yes, this man does have a lot of potential. All I can say, Vexy, we have been seeing this man for time and time in the past. Yeah, a big break was there for Vexy, but now he's back once again. You cannot really take away the past glorification or the past glory these guys have had. So one thing is for sure, the lineup has a lot of potential, but it's all about the team game, man.
It's been quite a while, but we did see Vexy, if I remember right. It was in the BGIs. He was playing with Sangwan. I think they were playing from Brawlers. Eventually crashed out pretty early into the tournament, and now again another chance at life with Team Z. So it's going to be interesting because Vexy, you know him from Megastars, and you're talking about phones that really perform like stars. You've got the iQOO Z9S. And, you know, Johnny and I, we kind of settled with our favorite colors. Choose yours, the orange or the white?
White, hands down. I think so. It looks really nice, clean. I like that white color.
I like orange. I like colors, and it's got a vegan leather on it, so why not?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, everyone's got their own choices, right? You've got your own, I've got my own, and I still think white looks a little bit more premium. That's what I think. But
you know, for me, it makes things easier, right? Because you and Johnny are going to debate it out. You're going to fight it out. Who gets the white one? Whilst I just take away the orange.
It's fine. I can also settle with orange, considering if there's going to be a proper fight happening between us two. But speaking of the fights, and Mavi, what a beautiful knock that was. Catches bogey. Out in the open, RAE in a whole world of trouble, and even the truck is now starting to smoke. I'm not sure what the man was trying to do there, but Extra, even the vehicle blows up. Extra is now out in the open, knocked out. There's no cavalry for these team. It's done for.
Yeah, it's typical Global Esports, right? But the best thing about this particular fight, it was Mavi who got things rolling, right? Got that first knock, and RUDRANSH Esports, another team that got invited inside of the BMPS. Courtesy to their performance in the recent third-party tournaments, they have been struggling quite a lot. Flexi and Hexter, 2 players from this particular roster, all they need to do is get the hell out of there because they know the opposition in Global Esports. And if you look at Global Esports' DNA, they're quite infamous to just hunt you and chase you down. But now a little bit of a standstill over here for numerical esports. Considering, the first two games did not go their way, I'm pretty sure Adi is starting to feel a little bit of that heat, a little bit of that tension as a circle. Oh my god. Takes that shift and right out in the open.
It's a curveball shift too. GHUSO Esports on the left side. Now starting to rotate from the northern area. While you've got Silly Esports towards that Fairpier area still. They haven't moved to inch. 8-bit. Now they want to try and contest on towards the centric part of the zone. And speaking of Global Esports, still all the way on the northern side, all the way in the blue, they're taking quite a late game rotation. The only way Global Esports can try and make it in the safe zone is by taking a lot of fights.
I mean, at this point, for the players of Team IG, they've got a really good position to work around with. Even for Silly, right? Nobody on their backlines. I'm pretty sure Team Z or Alpha 6 might have to say something about that, but VST and RVNC in a quick collision against each other. But look at Yadnish's position. He's trying to create that flank angle but did not overextend as RVNC. They realized this is not their fight. Looking quite underconfident in this one. Looking quite distraught. Looking quite disorganized as VST really want to capitalize on the situation. But if you whiff shots like that, I mean, things aren't going your way.
VST, it's a proper 4-on-4 fight. This collision's not going to end up well. That's all I know. If a proper powerhouse collides against another powerhouse, the damage will be dealt equally. VST, they are able to find a few openings here and there, and Snacks eventually delivers as he finds Rud. Man's knocked out for now. VST with the man advantage inside of the fight, but Yadnish is taken down way too low. RVNC, they're also getting shot at from somewhere else, and it's actually 4 Miracles stepping in the fight.
This was ought to happen, right? They cannot delay that fight a little bit longer, and Adi and the boys, they know how to third party. They really want to step into the frame. This one, get a couple of finishes to their names. RVNC, however, losing out on Rod, even without getting a single finish to their name. Now, it's all about a dash inside the circle, but look at this, right? Snacks being taken down, their highest fragger being brought down on his knees. Dazzle, a little bit of a pickle over there as for Medical Esports. Now, this is one of those teams that's quite infamous for showing no mercy, and there you have it, Adi strikes.
Dazzle knocked out. 4 Miracles. Even they're in a whole world of trouble. At this point, they do not have a lot of options left. They need to try and make it inside of the zone. The future lines are quite exposed. 4 Miracles in the front. There's RVNC. There's also remaining players of VST. But considering 4 Miracles, they've got the man advantage. They can definitely try and make something better happen. We had a conversation about Global Esports too, and they're finally looking forward to breaching the zone. And they've found themselves quite the safe breaching lines.
It's not about them trying to breach into the zones anymore. It's about them trying to pick a fight, and this time seems like they found the players of Twisted Souls. And this is as painful as it gets. In the blink of an eye, 2 players getting taken down, and for the Twisted Souls, their souls have been twisted and they're being thwarted from the lobby. Now it is down to their final 2 players. B spotting one out already, one stepping out of his vehicle as the other almost trying his level best, but Vamp, he responds back. He retaliates, and suddenly there's a trade once again from Global Esports.
It's crazy the amount of caliber this team has.
Oh, yeah.
No matter what this team goes up against, they always are the one to come out on top in those fights within an instance. Global Esports, they straight up ran their vehicles against TS, and they still managed to pretty much scatter the team away and strike the players down one after one. They took their sweet little time, and now it's time for RE to once again collide against Global Esports. Global Esports took down 2 of the players of RE, but RE, I guess they haven't really had enough.
You know what I'm saying? At this point, Global Esports need to buy some time, because for RUDRANSH, they've got their numbers there, and yeah, Slug. I mean, this man, he has nothing to really fear. Just keeps scouring the situation, trying to identify the location of his opposition. But look at this circle go. And Silly Esports being at the best possible position. They've got all their 4 players split apart. But now Team Z coming in from the backlines. We've also got the players of 8-bit. Everybody trying to get inside and get a good position inside the circle. But look at Global Esports. They do not want to get inside the zone. They want to pick a lot of fights, and this time, their victims could be GHUSO Esports.
Taking the duels is fine, but knowing exactly where you're going to find the isolated duels, that's how Global Esports really is able to chime in through in a better fashion. They always tend to isolate their duels in a really great fashion. You rarely see Global Esports getting third party by someone. And once again, they wanted to take a fight against GHUSO Esports, but then realized the fact that, yeah, the boys, they've got the better cover. It's better to just back away and try and find yourself in a better rotation way. For Miracles, they push up close and personal. They wipe out the remaining existence of VST. They're going to find themselves in a decent bit of shoes for now, but they still need a breach in the safer lines.
They have to, and they really need to find that perfect golden window of opportunity where they kind of creep inside the circle. Because it's going to be quite difficult considering how the circle is formed, right? You've got 8-bit who are guarding the zone, and then you've got the players of RUDRANSH and IMPRNT to deal with. So for Miracle Esports to really infiltrate inside the zone, it is going to be a tedious task. But a task that I feel like these boys are trained for. They kind of get a new vehicle. That's nice. But the big question over here is who gets the chicken dinner. RUDRANSH Esports, however, they decide otherwise. They decide to directly go in, slam into the center of circle, and draw so much attention that now their players are being picked off. Flexi already down on his knees. It's down to Hexter. Somehow he need to keep things rolling.
You've still got 14 teams left alive. RAE, they made the run to the Smack Center, but now the problem is they're also being the center of attraction. The vehicle's about to blow up soon, and the re-knock might just happen. Flexi needs to watch out. But he finds the patch instantly in time. RAE will stay alive to see another day. While Alpha 6's Carrillo, the last man standing, gets spotted and taken down by the Twisted player.
And at this point, look at this, you know, stage 4 is almost about to end. We still have 13 teams in the mix, right? So we know what's coming our way. It's a lot of fights following up, and now RVNC, they're in a whole world of trouble because now for Miracle Esports, they've got vengeance in their eyes. They want to redeem themselves. The first 2 games not going their way. This time, they want to ensure they get a chicken dinner in this one.
For Miracles, they move out in the open, and that's where they expose their backs. As Jazzy gets knocked out, there's also 8-bit in the sidelines. And that's what exactly happens. It's also 8-bit to strike down that player. But RVNC, they do get the confirmation for Miracle. From being in the advantageous side of things, now being on the neutralized side, this is where Dynamite is trying his best to get the advantage back in his team's court. And that's what exactly happens for Miracles. But still, somehow, Kyoya clutches the situation and keeps his team alive in the game.
But they're still not out of the woods yet. You still have the players of 8-bit lingering around you, and Aditya knows that the players of Miracle, they're wounded on the other side. However, Global Esports, they found the next prey on their hit list. It is going to be the players of Ignite Gaming already. Aurora and Hulk down on their knees. Of course, Sarkar trying to come in for that revive. It's going to be so difficult, however, as Global Esports just playing around the edges. They're taking their sweet time. They're playing with their opposition. And look at that. 8-bit continuing their onslaught against the players of 4M.
Global Esports is a complete different beast, while 8-bit to finally do make that push for Miracles. One last man, Kyoya, in the past he pulled off a clutch, but he can't repeat the same thing once again. As Kyoya gets sent back to the lobby for Miracles, another disappointing game, but at least they had a few eliminations to back themselves up this time. 8-bit looking to get another consistent game underneath their belt. They're already at the top of the table. They probably do want to top it off at the end as well.
Of course, considering the momentum and the mentality and the intent they're showing for GHUSO Esports, at least it's going to be such a long way from home. And look at this. They're being shredded apart. Aryan finds that knock onto its Fragger. 2-2 out of options. Needs to heal himself up first before really triggering the revive. But for 8-bit, like I said, right, they know what needs to be done at this situation as the circle has shifted away from them. Silly Esports still has the best position inside the circle, but Global Esports can't really rule them out.
IMPRNT out in the open, and they're getting shot at from multiple different directions. It's also 8-bit and GHUSO Esports taking shots at the same time. It's all down to Maverick and Ninja OP. And Maverick's on the run. He wants to make it to a better spot in the zone, but he's going to collide against Silly Esports and 8-bit too. 8-bit, they were all the way outside, but even 8-bit found themselves in quite a flawless spot. But still, the backlines are quite exposed, and that's where 8-bit can be countered.
For a moment, I really felt like Maverick had spotted out Juicy there. Could have really sprayed him down, but Mighty, look at him. He's got his eyes set at the players of GHUSO Esports and GENxFM both, as he's feasting on them one after the other, just dropping down bodies as the players are falling down like flies. And now GENxFM in a whole world of trouble, almost on the verge of getting extinct as the final player surviving is Karan and is far away from home, healing and patching himself up.
It's the unavoidable barrage of bullets from 8-Bit, and Mighty's constantly able to find the connections through the smoke as well. 8-Bit, they eventually wipe out that entire fray, and they're almost on the verge of securing the entire southern side to themselves. IMPRNT's last man was outside of the zone, but eventually even he gets claimed. 8-Bit, now they're controlling the entire southern side of the game, but unfortunately for them, the zone moves away once again. And 8-Bit, now they need to move in the open terrain. That's where 8-Bit can be countered by Global Esports, but Global Esports, they've got their own troubles against the players of IG. And Global Esports is one of those teams that has been doing miraculously well in every single fight that they've been taking. Beast has been the casualty, but with the three-man squad, they are still someone to fear.
Yeah, a little bit crippled there because Beast not there, like you said, right? Going up against the players of Ignite Gaming. Sarkar, look at the HP bar drop eventually just to fall from the man with the golden hand, Mavi himself. And Mavi as an individual, he's improved a lot. He's been creating all those openings. But look at this. Hulk, he's got that slight angle to play around. And yes, Tesso can't really forget him. The lonesome survivor from Twisted Soul could get his revenge any given moment.
Mavi's also creating that flank angle, but unfortunately he gets spotted. Mavi had the main play in his hand, but then Aurora, he shuts down that play, and Mavi's strike down. Global Esports in a whole world of trouble. IG, once again, a chance for them to try and bounce back in this fight. They've got the big man advantage. It's a 4-on-2, but look at Ninja Boy. On top of the vehicle, he takes the shots. He does find a few connections here and there, and Ninja Boy, he finds the first strike. IG now in a whole world of trouble as they're in a big panic, but the man pushes up close and personal and shuts down Ninja. Mavi, he does get the revival upon himself, but not a lot can be done considering the back's against the wall and IG's constantly making that damage.
It's fights happening left, right, and center because 8-Bit, they also decide to chime in. Just when Ignite Gaming was starting to celebrate their win against Global Esports, 8-Bit from the backline stabs it, and now Silly Esports, they also might enter into the fray because when you take a look at the circle, they've got the best control over it. But look at this, 8-Bit again, 12 finishes secured already with just 3 players remaining. But now when you talk about the circle, it is going to be Silly Esports'.
3 or 4 minutes ago, 8-Bit only had 2 finishes.
Yeah.
And now they've got 12. They claimed 10 finishes in the span of 2 to 3 minutes. That's crazy. 8-Bit took all sort of fights to try and find themselves in a better spot in the zone, but they're still not in the safer shoes yet. There's one man of Twisted Souls, Tesso, and he can be the big game changer. Silly's in the big advantage, but Silly has not checked the shack yet.
It's deja vu once again. Silly and 8-Bit making it inside the top 3. We've seen this happen in Vikendi also. And even for Juicy, he's got a little bit of a different angle to play around with. And like you said, right, that last player from Twisted Souls, Tesso, he could possess to be a huge threat. And now Hydro just trying his chances, trying to pepper down a couple of bullets onto with Aditya. But somehow has failed. It all comes down to Tesso. Does he decide to strike? Or does he sit back and watch?
Tesk still playing in that shack. While Silly Esports, they've got quite a good spread for themselves, actually. 3 players in the zone while 1 man's on that flank. But I'm pretty sure the man on the flank, his position's known. As Tesk finds the opener, 1 man's taken down. But with that opener, even his position's compromised. And he gets ran over. We didn't even hear that coming.
You know, but this is golden for 8-Bit, right? They have to capitalize on this. They know that one of the players of Silly is down on his knees. The other player's gone in for the revive. Pretty sure Inferno has been flushed out. Juicy has relayed all that information. Mighty decides to go in for a vehicular ram-in but fails. And now look at his HP bars dropping down again. Round number 2 begins as Inferno hiding himself inside the little murky smoke. Now inside that vehicle as 8-Bit. They decide to reunite, but Ronveer from the backlines, he's posing to be such a threat as Inferno somehow falls down and 8-Bit back into the battle.
Mighty had the HP disadvantage, but he still strike down the player. What am I witnessing from 8-Bit? This confidence is on cloud 9. Silly Esports, from having the most amount of man number, now taken down with 3-man squad. It feels like they just don't have a chance to win the game anymore because 8-Bit, they're in the prime position, and even the shotguns are now starting to deal a lot of damage. But eventually, Silly Esports, they do find the advantage with another strike onto 8-Bit, and they secure the chicken dinner. Silly Esports, they barely secure this chicken dinner at the skin of their teeth.
You know, but whatever it is another one in the back for Team Silly. and loving it. Especially, nobody really saw this coming, especially when you talk about day number 1 of the iQOO BMPS. And suddenly you look at teams like Dragon Esports, teams like Silly Esports coming out of nowhere, getting those chicken dinners in their bags. And this time, you know, it is just double, right? The second one, the first one in Vikendi, the Miramar, not really as anticipated, but eventually when it came down to Erangel, it was all about having a good spot inside the circle and capitalizing on it. But boy, oh boy, Global Esports, 8-bit, surely had things rolling for a moment. We almost were waiting with our bated breaths as to what is going to happen next.
Yeah.
But Silly Esports, lovely stuff.
I mean, with the way Global Esports were playing, yes, they did get taken down in the Final Four, I guess. But still, they had a lot of those elimination points, so it's really not going to matter, right? Placement points here and there, fine. Global Esports is still there in the top 2. 8-bit, they have been dominating throughout the entire game, so once again, they're going to be at the top. But IMPRNT Esports also has been quite an interesting prospect. They are getting those points slowly and steadily. Even in this game, they had, I think, somewhere around 5 to 6 points to play with. So those amount of points are still more than enough to keep yourself pinned down in a decent spot.
And even kudos to Test, right, to make things even more exciting towards those final circles, because we were kind of wondering, right, what happens next, because that is going to be visible in that winner chicken dinner moment, which is going to come up in front of our screens just about now. Can say that even better, because it was a standoff between the players of Silly and 8-bit, and suddenly Test decides to choose violence, right, lobs that grenade, and eventually look at this response coming in from Akshu, and that was done so quickly. But Mighty, look at that HP bar there.
Mighty was way too low. Still, he ejects outside of the vehicle, strikes down one player, gets the advantage in his team's hand. But unfortunately, Silly still had the man number to roll with. Then later on, a nade sailed in, and that found the main opener. And that's where 8-bit, they just completely crumbled down. They did not really get the chicken dinner, but still they're going to be at the top in the match rankings, if I'm not wrong. Even Silly Esports had a decent amount of eliminations to end things off with. And 90% of the teams that we're seeing in BMPS 2024 here, we have seen those teams perform time and time in the past.
Now, when you kind of take a look at how the chicken dinners are really coming out, it's mostly coming down to the teams that have the best position inside the circle, right? Even in the first game, Silly had a good spot. Second game, also, we could see 8-bit taking control over the entire terrain. And even in the third game, Silly having control over the zone. But this also goes on, if you kind of draw parallels between Group 1 and Group 2. In Group 2, we can see that vacuum being formed up, because Silly Esports pretty much in the top 3. Global Esports, they have been guns heavy, even for the likes of 8-bit. Whilst the others really have been kind of messing things up, especially when you talk about the big boys, like for Miracle Esports. They have been a little disappointing.
I really want to say experience over rules over here compared to the rookie teams, but then 4 Miracles is not able to perform, right? Adi being one of the most experienced IGL as well. In the past, in BMPS 2023 itself, he has formed a big legacy for himself, but unfortunately on the day 1 of the 2024, he's not able to replicate the similar type of performance. Maybe it makes a lot of sense considering he's got 4 new players to play alongside with. He's taken his own little time to set up the synergy and the communication.
And another big name, Team Z. They just vanished in thin air, right? Initially dropped down, took down 3 players of Alpha 6, but eventually, whilst they were trying to get inside the circle, I was watching the finish feed. It was, I think, Team Silly Esports that took them down for good. So this time, however, a little bit of points collected, 4 points for them, but Silly Esports, 21 points. Pretty sure in the top 3, and for 8-bit, those 13 finish points, and Global Esports also. So 19, 14, and Ignite Gaming. I think this is one of those teams that kind of went under the radar. The ones who wiped out Global Esports and eventually to get taken down by the players of 8-bit. It was a decent outing from their side as well.
4 Miracles as well, 7 points accumulated. That's not bad, honestly, with the only 7 finished points itself. So that's really nicely done. You've also got Team Twisted Souls, and all thanks to that one last man surviving, which was Tesk. He was the one to sort of save the day for Team Twisted Souls. Then you've got Team Z with only 4 points. Now, that's a bit of a letdown. Team Z, they haven't been able to find even one single good game in their hands. And the only reason why I'm not really surprised with this performance from Team Z is because they haven't been able to perform throughout the entire year. Let's be honest.
Yeah, to be honest, at the same point, you know, I would want to pose a question to you, but, you know, let's take a quick look at the other underliers over here. Alpha 6, again, could not deliver. HeatBeasts, they were just clobbered down by Global Esports, even for RUDRANSH. They kind of were looking lost. For RVNC, they were taken down by Miracle Esports. Yeah, for Miracle Esports, it was a very sticky situation. But the funny part was GENxFM just getting hammered down by the players of 8-bit and even for GHUSO Esports. But coming back to the question, Now, for Medical Esports and Team Z, both have gone through a revamp. I mean, are we in the position, Necro, to give them that little bit of that leeway that, hey, look, now we have completely changed our roster, you know, the synergy takes a little bit of time to build up. We still have a lot of games to go. What is your take?
I mean, we're just seeing 2 players being changed from the side of Team Z. So you can't say the 50% of the team is still there. The core is still there. For 4 Miracles, the entire roster's changed. We're seeing Adi as the IGL for the complete new players that he's playing with. So it makes a lot of sense that 4 Miracles has taken their time to sort of adjust with the players. But for Team Z, all the players that they've got, they possess a lot of experience. And that's where you really do expect the performance to be there, at least on the day one.
And in fact, it really comes down to lifting the pressure off. Something that Global Esports has done, something that 8-Bit has done today, because coming out, swinging, going guns heavy in day number 1 kind of instills that little bit of a confidence, especially when you're talking about playing just well games, trying to stay in the top 64. And this is the most brutal part of the competition, right? 50% of the competition gets eliminated.
Here's the point, right? This is still not the pinnacle of the competition yet. The real peak of the competition is going to be in the grand finals. And if you're struggling in the round 1 itself, then that's a big question mark. You need to question yourself. What exactly is going wrong?
But then again, you know, this is not BGIS, where we have teams coming in from the grassroots, from the in-game qualifiers. You know, these are tested veterans. These are the professional players in the circuit, right? It's a path to glory. And right from day number 1, we've been given so many teams with calibers and who have surprised us. Because when you talk about even in Group 1, there were certain teams that played really well. You talk about Eye for Eye. There was this one player from Team UC, if you remember, Yash. He was getting a lot of finishes to his name. And I think my favorite team, the ones that we do not know a lot of, has to be Silly Esports. 2 chicken dinners out of 3.
Now, speaking of Silly Esports itself, they are making their debut for the 3rd time in the official tournament. They've done it twice in BGIS itself, once in 2023 and 2024, and now they're over here in BMPS too. So for Silly Esports performing this well, I'm not surprised at all. It's something that I expected for teams like Silly Esports and GHUSO Esports to perform. Now, a big letdown over here is definitely GHUSO Esports. I wanted them to perform a little bit more better. GHUSO Esports, they're known for their aggression, but this time we're not seeing the same GHUSO Esports anymore. There's a lot to talk about, but after this short break.
Body fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
With my baby on the side. I move around with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 ouch
I'm not doing this
300 यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, that new X-Suit, it looks incredible. I try to get my hands onto it, but once again, unlucky as usual.
I mean, you do have the Mavericks. Stop getting greedy, because I've been trying my hands on it, and I've been unlucky.
You might be getting one at the end of the year, though.
I hope so. Fingers crossed. You know, that's what we are hopeful for. But coming back to business, I think overall a very good day number 1 for the iQOO BMPS 24, because today was the day where we really thought that the big guns would be on the top of the table, but that was not the case, because even when you look at Group 1, it was Dragon Esports. For Group 2, it could be 8-Bit, but I won't be surprised if Silly Esports also prevails supreme.
Now listen, we've been speaking about all the teams that are doing really good in their own run in the first day. I need to talk a little bit more about Alpha 6. This is one of the most stubborn teams that you'll see. Now imagine, right, a team that keeps on losing their drop collision over and over again on the same drop what the other teams would think is by, okay, you know what, let's try something new. Let's try and switch it up a little bit, a little bit more. But that's not what Alpha 6 does. They will usually keep on dropping towards that same spot till the end. They do not even care if they get eliminated from the tournament, but they will keep on dropping towards that same spot over and over again.
You know, to be honest, when it comes down to Alpha 6, yes, that Picardo fight was quite historic. I think almost around 15 to 16 minutes of a standstill. But I think you're more keen on, you know, talking about what happened in the map of Erangel, right? Because I think the idea was to drop down at the military base. Maybe they just drop down there to maybe fetch vehicles. But I feel like lack of homework because Team Z also tends to go towards that Novripnoy area. And they did not gauge the situation and got a little bit unlucky, or maybe they were just unprepared.
Now, let's be honest. For Team Z to drop towards that area, it's not something that we all see coming, right? The only reason why Team Z dropped over there is because the planned flight path
they
wasn't
wanted vehicles
exactly
to go
over
to
their way. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't exactly over their way. So Alpha 6, when they dropped over there, they did not expect Team Z to drop on the same spot.
Yeah.
So that's where they screwed up, right? And Alpha 6, unfortunately, the players did not even have the better weaponry. Team Z, all the 4 players dropped in that same compound, while Alpha 6, they were wondering with their own minds. They did not even knew what they wanted to do inside of the game. But the overall standings on the screen, 8-Bit with 60 points in the span of 3 games. Now, that's super impressive. Silly Esports on the second with 41, and Global Esports with 37.
And despite not having a single chicken dinner, right? The only team inside the top 6. And a quick reminder, folks, it is combined overall standings of Group 1 and 2, right? So out of all the caster predictions, seems like our dear friend Anki has won it because he was the only one who showed trust and faith in 8-Bit, and seems like they've delivered even for Team INS. A decent outing for them. GodsReign, they've also been amazing as well. Vasista Esports, that one good game in Sanhok. But eye for eye, this is definitely one of those teams to keep an eye on.
I generally thought IMPRNT was doing much better, but they only got 15 points in total. So for IMPRNT, in the span of 3 games, getting 15 points, not that bad. But I would still say if you had 20 to 21 points, that could have been much better. For IMPRNT Esports to be there on the latter half of the board, this is another quite an important tournament for this entire team. And if they mess this up as well, then it's a big question mark. For Big Brother Esports too, yes, they have came in with a completely new reformed lineup, but still, it's a big organization and you really expect a lot from them.
Yeah, even when you talk about GENxFM, it's also one of those teams that you've got high hopes from, but you know they're still doing quite decent.
Oh my God.
These aren't, right? Especially when you talk about Team Snipy, Alpha 6. Team Snipy hasn't even opened their accounts. And for RDX girls, it was that one game of Vikendi. In the remainder of the matches, they kind of struggled a lot. But for Miracle and Medal, Team Z and INS.
A rush if possible, Mizoram.
Oh my God.
So many big names still there on the latter half of the board, and it's definitely not something we all saw coming, right? Even GHUSO Esports over there on the latter half, I never expected this to happen. But this is what's currently happening. After the day one, we've definitely received heavy blows and heavy shockers. For TS Team Snipy, it was their first time ever playing inside such a big tournament, so maybe day one jitters, that's why they got 0 points. Alpha 6, as usual, being super stubborn. They like to drop collide against teams, and that's what they've been doing. RDX girls, even they're over there with just 5 points in total. And you've got RUDRANSH right there with 6. Rush if possible, Mizoram. This is one of those teams that was doing so good in the BGIs, but now that transition towards the BMPS, it hasn't been good.
Now, this reminds me of them being typical Rush if possible, Mizo. Because if you remember, they kind of always have a scratchy start, right? And there have been those late bloomers. Eventually, as the matches go on, they tend to redeem themselves. And kind of goes on to remind you those final moments during the semis where they almost were on the cusp of staging a comeback, but eventually just to fall flat on their faces. But, you know, again, so far, summing up day number 1, Necro, I think it's we couldn't ask for anything better than this.
Yeah, definitely. Some major shocker. A lot of those surprises, right? Some of the known names, as usual, just dominating through 8-Bit Global Esports. But Metal Esports, knowing the fact that even this team went through some major shuffles, I really expected a lot. They haven't been able to perform. And I would like to touch up on Rush if possible a little bit more.
Yeah.
This is one of those teams that is known to be on the aggressive side of things. The only difference I'm noticing in this entire team's playstyle is that there's a major difference now. They're playing it much more passive and defensive.
I think they have to let go of their ghosts. I don't know what they're fighting against, but you have to fight against the opposition and not your own demons in the heads. I think that is one of those takeaways they might have from today's games. I'm pretty sure they need to bounce back, and especially when you talk about the other big names like the likes of Miracle, Big Brothers. All right, I mean, Big Brothers have had a complete revamp. This is the X7 show joining Big Brothers, but then Team Z, definitely one of those teams that you cannot digest, crashing out of stage 1. Because if you take a comparison or draw parallels between the BGS 24 and the iQOO BMPS 24 format, there were certain stages where the sword of elimination was not hanging over your heads, but this time it is. And you also have so many of the other groups to come into play. There's another set of teams from Group Red. They also have to play their matches, so you have to deliver since you're the openers.
And speaking of the sword of elimination, it's not just any small elimination that's happening. A big chunk will be taken out from the round 1 itself. 50%. Yes, only 64 move into the round 2. And that's what the teams need to understand now. If you're there on the latter half of the board, you're done for, my friend. Especially these first 6 games that are going to be happening in the week 1, you need to have a good head start. If you're going to try and rely on the comeback moments on the week 2, then I'm not sure what to say. Because at that point, even if you do make a comeback, it's still a big question mark that's always going to be there in the minds of fans.
And this is, again, another one of those speculations Johnny and I were making, where we had this opinion that certain teams would be playing so well in the first 6 games that even after the reshuffle, they would just decide to, kind of further enhance their gunfights and their 4v4 fights in turn for them to really engage in those early fights and just destroying and shredding the lobby apart. And that is the moment you cannot be looking for a chance to qualify, because now it would be so risky. So many of those hounds hunting you down. So whatever needs to be done, I mean, still nothing is lost, right? You still have 9 more games to go. And I think day number 2 is where they have to deliver. Tomorrow, all these teams need to stage a comeback.
You've got a lot more games to go. You've got a lot more groups to come as well. 2 more groups will be playing. So that's another factor all these teams need to try and understand. The competition is just going to keep on increasing even more. And all the other teams that are not able to perform on the latter half of the board, even they will try to tighten up some things. Because considering it was just the day 1, yes, understandable. We can give them the benefit of the doubt that they're worth those jitters. But even these guys are going to go back to their rooms and try and practice a little bit more. Know exactly what went wrong in the day 1 and try and refine their game strat a little bit more in the upcoming days.
Of course, I mean, that needs to be done, and that needs to be done ASAP, because tomorrow you still have the same groups to go up against. But after this, the moment you're done with all your 6 games, right, you have that reshuffle. And that is going to be quite hurting, because you do not know who you're going up against who. But, we have been talking about some individual accolades. Let's take a quick look at the iQOO top contenders. You've got Aditya. I think this is something that he's been used to even in the past, back in the TX days. Also 14 finishes, but 8-bit, and even for Jim Jam, because this takes you back to the previous BMPS when they were playing from Team Hydro officials, and they were performing as well.
Yeah, and just to let the audience know, these guys are fighting for that 4 lakh rupees that are on the line. The iQOO MVP of the tournament. The person who manages to stay at the top till the end of the entire tournament will be the one to snatch that 4 lakh rupees. For now, it's Aditya, but I'm pretty sure later on it's going to keep on shuffling a little bit more. 8-bit, they're known to have that performance dip as the days keep on passing by.
I mean, all right, Necro, come on. We need to start off from a clean canvas. Come on, give them that benefit of doubt. Maybe this year could be an 8-bit year, at least in the grand finals. I know where you're coming from, but then again, I think this time, Crafton Esports has been raising bars, right? I think the highest prize money given to an MVP so far in an official tournament, 4 lakhs. We have never seen this before.
Yeah, one single man being able to get his hands on 4 lakh rupees, that's a lot. And I guess that's why Aditya is pretty much there on the run. He wants to buy a new bike. Even he himself is a big fan of bikes, by the way.
Hey, if he becomes the MVP in the finals, who knows? He might get his hands on that Hero Extreme 160R.
Ooh, 4V, that's going to be another
But has to be
factor.
just inside the finals. And he has to get to the finals.
He has to get inside the finals. Yeah. And usually 8-bit, they do tend to qualify till the finals. We all know they have always been there, been a part of the grand finals, no matter what sort of tournament you put them in. But another team we sort of do need to talk about a little bit more is going to be VST.
Oh, yeah.
VST, considering they have went through a complete big reshuffle as well, Snacks now coming into play. This team was not doing too bad. They were doing decent, considering it's just a day 1.
I think for VST, like they've made a couple of changes. You got in Shiraj benched or out of the roster. You get Snacks in. But let's be honest, I felt that he would be a little rusty. But in fact, he's been getting majority of the finishes done for his team. So I think he still has those reflexes. Because when you talk about Snacks, it is that game of Sanhok where he 1v4'd an entire squad. And he's quite famous also for his DP28 Sananana sprays. And yeah, that gun has been nerfed. It hurts, at least to boomers like me who really rely on that weapon, because it used to be stable back in the days when BGMI initially launched. For them to really mess that weapon up, and it was needed, I feel like.
Yeah, but for VST, it's not just all about Snacks. Even Dazzle.
Yeah.
He's been one of those glorious players for that entire lineup.
That
Dazzle's been performing super well. Yes, that Sanhok map, even in the map of Miramar, even this guy was doing quite great. And as you mentioned, even you just gave me a little bit of flashbacks, right, towards the grind. Dazzle has been a big performer for this entire team. As an individual player, too, he's been incredible.
Of course, he has been, and this time I think we are seeing this duo of Dazzle and Snacks really build up, because even in that game of Miramar, while Snacks was dealing with the players of GHUSO Esports and IMPRNT, Dazzle was back there trying to provide him support and was also healing at the same time. So yeah, lots of hopes and expectations from VST, but overall I loved how day number 1 really panned out.
And at this point I feel like we pretty much touched across all over the points. We've touched across all over the teams. Day 1 was quite incredible, filled with a lot of surprises. But before we end the show, we got to give huge thanks to our sponsor, our mobility partner as Hero, and iQOO as well, for sponsoring this event and making it come true. Today's day was dominated a lot by Global Esports and iQOO's poll, especially on the Group 2. The overall standings are still looking pretty nice, but tomorrow will be even better. So it's time for us to take a leak. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenging, you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63.
ouch I'm not doing this
300. यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है?
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया
Let's get spinning.